Chapter 59. Blaze. In a room with a skylight. Under the sunlight, Li Fuchen was like a flaming man, emitting a blazing and ferocious qi. Gradually, a blazing red flower appeared on top of Li Fuchen's head. Sparks converged. Scarlet Fire Technique 9th rank phenomenon. And at this moment, Li Fuchen's cultivation, under the stimulation of the 9th rank Scarlet Fire Technique, naturally broke through to the 8th level of the Qi realm. At this moment, Li Fuchen felt like his body was a volcano that was about to erupt, with nowhere to vent his immense strength. With a loud roar, Li Fuchen punched at the wall of the room. Crack! A few cracks appeared on the sturdy wall of the room. From a few meters away, the wind generated from his fist could cause cracks on the wall. The strength of Li Fuchen's qi was obvious. Is this the 9th rank of the Scarlet Fire Technique? If the 8th rank of the Scarlet Fire Technique was an ordinary furnace, then the 9th rank of the Scarlet Fire Technique would be a blazing furnace with a lot of fuel. It would constantly emit heat, and with a slight circulation of true qi, the Scarlet Fire true qi would spurt out, burning and devouring everything. Scooping up a first-tier treasure fish from the pond, Li Fuchen opened his palm and a dense scarlet fire qi gushed out. In just a short moment, the first-tier treasure fish was cooked. Now that I have cultivated a blazing heat technique, I won't have to worry about a fire source in the wild. Li Fuchen laughed, feeling rather good. Even though the life of fishing was peaceful, the 15-year-old Li Fuchen enjoyed this rare peace. A big fish. Attaching his consciousness to the hook, Li Fuchen looked through the water and saw a 2-meter-long red treasure fish swimming a dozen meters away. It's a normal treasure fish, rainbow fish. Looking at its size, it's at least a few hundred kilos. Li Fuchen was speechless. A normal treasure fish was worth 10 contribution points per kilo, a few hundred kilos would be a few thousand points, a huge fortune. But it was too big, carrying it back would be troublesome. Forget it, let's fish it up first. Li Fuchen moved the hook to the mouth of the rainbow fish. The rainbow fish was just a normal treasure fish, it loved first-tier bait and swallowed it in a few bites. A pity, after swallowing it, it would be hard to spit it out. Li Fuchen exerted strength on his arm, straightened the line and hooked the rainbow fish's mouth. Walala! The waves on the lake rose and fell, and one wave after another soared into the sky. What a big treasure fish, at least a few 100 pounds. No wonder he is the fishing king, Li Fuchen. Unknowingly, Li Fuchen gained the nickname of Fishing King. On the fishing platform, everyone was in a heated discussion. Li Fuchen didn't clash head-on with the heaven rainbow fish. This sky rainbow fish seemed to weigh a few 100 kilograms and had a physical strength of close to 10,000 kilograms. Li Fuchen's qi burst and physical strength was only around 10,000 kilograms. Furthermore, he could not use martial arts while fishing. He could only rely on his basic explosive strength to resist. Tense for a while, relax for a while. Li Fuchen was slowly exhausting the heaven rainbow fish's energy. When Li Fuchen felt that the heaven rainbow fish was only left with half of its strength, he exerted himself and pulled the heaven rainbow fish out of the water. Senior brother Li, you're really lucky. The outer sect disciples at the side congratulated. Don't be envious. Before I leave, I will gift you a few treasure fish. Li Fuchen had a good impression of this average-looking outer sect disciple. His name was Zhang Dafu. He was originally a servant disciple, but with his own hard work, he was promoted to a third-class outer sect disciple. Only 1 out of 100 disciples would be promoted from an odd-job disciple to an outer sect disciple. Normally, these people were extremely hardworking and had willpower that surpassed the average person. Since he met one, Li Fuchen didn't mind helping him out. Anyway, a few treasure fish wasn't much to the current Li Fuchen. Really? Zhang Dafu's eyes lit up. The treasure fish that Li Fuchen caught weren't those 1 or 2 kilograms normal treasure fish. They were either a few dozen kg normal treasure fish, or 7 or 8 kilograms first-tier treasure fish. Sometimes, they could even catch second-tier treasure fish. Not to mention first-tier or second-tier treasure fish, just a few normal treasure fish that weighed a few dozen kg would be worth at least 1,000 contribution points. Not sure if it was the luck of the ore mines that was transferred to fishing. The next day, Li Fuchen found a 100 kilograms first-tier treasure fish and caught it. As such, Li Fuchen's earnings from this trip was at least 20,000 to 30,000 contribution points, which was more than double of what he expected. Calling upon Zhang Dafu and a more honest-looking outer sect disciple, Li Fuchen transported the treasure fish back to the Zhanglan sect. Before entering the mission hall, Li Fuchen gave each of them 1,000 plus points of treasure fish, making it worthwhile for them to make the trip. 24,000 contribution points, in addition to the remaining 15,500 points, I can redeem a Mystic Class, mid-tier martial arts manual. Taking a deep breath, Li Fuchen arrived at the martial arts hall and prepared to receive his cultivation technique reward. The martial arts hall's elder had some impression of Li Fuchen and thought that Li Fuchen was here to redeem martial arts manuals again. "Elder, I would like to receive my cultivation technique reward." Li Fuchen replied. "Oh. Which rank are you at? 7th rank or 8th rank?" The martial arts elder laughed. Li Fuchen replied, "Scarlet Fire Technique, 9th rank." "What? Are you sure you have cultivated the Scarlet Fire Technique to the 9th rank?" The martial arts elder was stunned for a moment, but after regaining his senses, he had an interesting expression. Even with the help of the cultivation pill, but to reach the highest 9th rank of the entry technique within a year was still an extremely difficult task. Among the 30,000 outer sect disciples, only one managed to do so, and that was the top 10 prodigies, Yuan Tian. Trying his best to control his emotions, the martial arts elder extended his hand and said, "Revolve the Scarlet Fire Technique first, let me confirm." To be honest, he still didn't believe that Li Fuchen had cultivated the Scarlet Fire Technique to the 9th rank. Only by seeing it with his own eyes would he believe it. Hearing the elder's words, Li Fuchen used his mind and revolved the 9th rank Scarlet Fire Technique. With Li Fuchen as the center, a surging heat spread out in all directions, just like a furnace. It is indeed the 9th rank Scarlet Fire Technique. The martial arts elder's eyes widened. "Elder, is the reward 100,000 contribution points?" Li Fuchen asked to confirm. The martial arts elder laughed, "Of course, it won't be any less for you." Immediately, the martial arts elder registered Li Fuchen's information and added 100,000 contribution points to Li Fuchen under the contribution points column. "Oh right, since you have already cultivated the Scarlet Fire Technique to the 9th rank, I will issue you a glory token. With this glory token, you can redeem a Mystic Class technique in the inner sect." The martial arts elder reminded Li Fuchen. "I can redeem Mystic Class techniques." This was definitely an unexpected surprise. Even the usually indifferent Li Fuchen couldn't help but reveal a joyous expression. Naturally. The martial arts elder had high hopes for Li Fuchen. In his opinion, a normal bone frame limited Li Fuchen's potential. Chapter 60. The next day, with the glory token, Li Fuchen arrived at the Zhanglan inner sect for the first time. The atmosphere of the inner sect was vastly different from the outer sect. Even though the competition in the outer sect was intense, everyone was at the Qi realm and it wasn't that intense. But the inner sect disciples were all at the origin realm. Once they revolved their Qi, their bodies would be enveloped in a colorful Qi. The horrifying Qi presence was like that of a demon, which could be felt from far away. Inner sect martial hall, glory token, not bad. From what I see, you don't have to choose. There is only one technique that suits you and that is the Mystic Class, mid-tier Scarlet Flame Mystic Technique. 50,000 contribution points. The inner sect elder had a good attitude towards Li Fuchen. "Elder, I would like to choose another body refinement technique." Li Fuchen replied. The inner sect elder's eyes lit up. "What body refinement technique did you cultivate in the outer sect? Is it at the completion rank?" "Crimson Battle Form is at the completion rank." "Good." The inner sect elder was full of praise. "Even though you only have a normal bone frame, don't underestimate yourself. A normal bone frame may be able to cultivate to the heaven realm. As long as you have enough opportunities, anything is possible. The inner sect elders were all heaven realm martial artists, but the inner sect martial arts elder was only a one-star bone frame. Hence, he admired those with lower bone frames but higher perception. Entering the martial hall, Li Fuchen began to choose his body refinement techniques. First up was a low-tier, mystic class body refinement technique. A regular low-tier, mystic class martial arts only cost 10,000 contribution points. But low-tier, mystic class body refinement techniques cost at least 20,000 contribution points. Celestial Cloud Battle Form, at the completion rank, gives a physical strength of 7,000 kilograms. Worth 20,000 contribution points. Iron Dipper Form, at the completion rank, gives a physical strength of 7,500 kilograms. Worth 22,000 contribution points. Rhino King Bone, at the completion rank, gives a physical strength of 8,000 kilograms. Worth 25,000 contribution points. After looking through a dozen of low-tier, mystic class body refinement technique manuals, Li Fuchen wasn't satisfied. His Crimson Battle Form at the completion rank already had a physical strength of 5,000 kilograms. It wasn't any weaker than a low-tier, mystic class body refinement technique. Thinking about it, Li Fuchen came to the profound level middle rank body refining cultivation technique Secret Bookshelf. Copper Dipper Body, when trained to perfection, one will have a physical strength of 6,000 pounds, worth 62,000 contribution points. The Tiger Crane Flying Cloud Force, when cultivated to perfection, will allow one to have a physical strength of 13,000 gene, worth 65,000 contribution points. Crouching Wave Fist, when trained to perfection, one will have a physical strength of 13,500 pounds, worth 68,000 contribution points. Interception Form Dao, when cultivated to perfection, will allow one to possess a physical strength of 15,000 gene, worth 75,000 contribution points. Seeing the mystic class mid-tier body refinement technique, Li Fuchen's eyes lit up. A mystic class body tempering technique was different from a peak-tier yellow class body tempering technique. A peak-tier yellow class body tempering technique purely focused on training the skin, flesh, and bones, tempering the body. Profound level body refining techniques contained the mysteries of the body. For example, the Tiger Crane Soaring Force could not only greatly increase one's physical strength, but it could also allow one to cultivate the strength of a ferocious tiger and the agility of a crane. Another example would be the Crouching Wave Fist. It might sound like a fist art, but it was actually a body refinement technique that used fist arts to move the body. Once cultivated to perfection, one could easily neutralize the force of an opponent's attack. As for the Interception Form Dao, it was the most profound. It was a quiet technique. Relying on the intent to change the body, there was basically no need to train the body. Of course, body tempering pills still had to be consumed. I shall choose this then. Li Fuchen liked challenges that were difficult, it would be a waste of his perception. 50,000 contribution points for the Scarlet Flame Mystic Technique. 75,000 contribution points for the Interception Form Dao. Li Fuchen's contribution points were reduced by 125,000, leaving him with 14,500 points. Leaving the inner sect region, Li Fuchen returned to his courtyard. The Scarlet Flame Mystic Technique is indeed the advanced version of the Scarlet Fire Technique. The Scarlet Flame Mystic Technique had a total of 15 ranks. Cultivating the Scarlet Fire Technique to the highest rank, 9th rank, was equivalent to cultivating the Scarlet Flame Mystic Technique to the 7th rank. To a large extent, it saved Li Fuchen a lot of cultivation time, if not, he would have to start from scratch. Slightly understanding the intent of the Scarlet Flame Mystic Technique. Like a hot knife through butter, Li Fuchen converted the Scarlet Fire Technique to the Scarlet Flame Mystic Technique in a single day. Even though the 7th rank Scarlet Flame Mystic Technique's firepower was about the same as the 9th rank Scarlet Fire Technique, but the efficiency was much higher. With the same amount of Qi, the Scarlet Flame Mystic Technique could last longer and recover Qi at a faster rate. As for the Interception Form Dao, it was the same as the Crimson Battle Form, separated into 3 ranks. First rank completion, 5,000 kilograms of physical strength. Second rank completion, 10,000 kilograms of physical strength. Third rank completion, 15,000 kilograms of physical strength. Even though Li Fuchen had 5,000 kilograms of physical strength, it didn't mean he could immediately cultivate the interception form Dao to the completion rank of the first rank. The interception form Dao focused on intent and not form. Physical strength was one aspect, but the intent of the body was another. Just like the Crimson Battle form, 5,000 kilograms of physical strength was one aspect, but the Crimson Battle form represented defense. Sitting cross-legged on the ground, Li Fuchen used his intent to visualize himself doing different movements, imagining his qi and blood circulating intensely. Gradually, sweat appeared on Li Fuchen's forehead. His skin turned red and his veins popped out. This was a sign of intense movement. Interesting. Li Fuchen's willpower was firm and his intent was condensed. Hence, the first rank of the interception form Dao wasn't too difficult for him. Huff. With a punch, Li Fuchen realized his punches were much faster and had a concentrated force. The majority of body refinement techniques didn't cultivate the body's strength, but the power of speed. With the completion rank of the Crimson Battle form, Li Fuchen's absolute speed was already very fast. Now that the interception form Dao was at the first rank, his absolute speed went up another notch. On this day, Guan Shui once again arrived at the Tower of Tribulations. Her previous score was 198. This time, she officially entered the top 100 with a score of 98. Li Fuchen's appearance made Guan Shui feel a sense of danger and unease. A person she didn't care about in the past, was now enjoying the limelight in the outer sect. His results in the Tower of Tribulations exceeded hers by a huge margin. This made her feel indignant. Even though Li Fuchen was just a normal bone frame and couldn't be compared to her in the future, but as a 4-star extraordinary bone frame, she wouldn't allow herself to be surpassed by anyone. The sense of danger and unease ignited Guan Shui's fighting spirit. In just a month's time, Guan Shui finally completed the 7-star forged body. Her physical strength reached 3,000 kilograms and her cultivation broke through from the 8th level of the Qi realm to the 9th level. Give me a few more months and I will surpass him. Guan Shui had a 4-star water bone frame, which allowed her to cultivate the white wave technique with half the effort. Chapter 61. Junior Sister Zhu, do you mind if I sit here? On the 3rd floor of the cafeteria, a tall and handsome young man with fair skin sat opposite Zhu Hongxiu with a plate in his hands. Zhu Hongxiu's brows furrowed imperceptibly. She smiled faintly and said, "Senior brother Qin, Hongxiu naturally doesn't mind." The handsome youth on the other side was called Qin Xiaoyu, one of the outer sect's top 10 prodigies, ranked 42nd in the Tower of Trials. He did not know when it started, but the other party intentionally or unintentionally created opportunities for them to run into each other. To be honest, during the initial stages of martial arts, Zhu Hongxiu did not have any plans to consider relationships. At the very least, she would only consider such things when she reached the Disha realm. Therefore, she had hinted to Qin Xiaoyu that she did not have such intentions. However, he always had a smile on his face and never said that he wanted to pursue her, leaving her at her wit's end. Junior Sister Zhu sure is hardworking. I haven't seen you for a while and you've already reached the peak of the 7th level Qi realm. I'm afraid it won't be long before you reach the 8th level Qi realm. Qin Xiaoyu raised his head and looked at Zhu Hongxiu. She had an oval face, rosy lips, a straight nose, and thin and straight eyebrows. She was charming and heroic at the same time. The one who strikes first has the advantage, and the one who strikes later will suffer a calamity. I, Qin Xiaoyu, have never failed to get the woman I want. Junior Sister Zhu, you will definitely be my woman, Qin Xiaoyu thought to himself. Zhu Hongxiu said indifferently, Senior apprentice brother Qin is overpraising me. The corner of Qin Xiaoyu's mouth twitched as a hint of anger flashed across his eyes. How many times had it been? Every time he said a bunch of things, the other party would dismiss him with a few words. As one of the 10 prodigies of the outer sect, When had he ever suffered like this? Just at this moment, two female outer sect disciples walked past. When they saw Qin Xiaoyu, their eyes lit up, and they called out, "Senior brother Qin," enthusiastically. Although Qin Xiaoyu looked down on these two female outer sect disciples, the feeling of being worshipped was wonderful. Pretending to be reserved, he sneaked a glance at Zhu Hongxiu. In his opinion, Zhu Hongxiu might be tempted to see how popular he was. After all, which woman did not want their man to be a great hero, a peerless genius? He had a 4-star bone frame and his potential was so high that there weren't more than 10 disciples in the outer sect that could match up to him. This kind of bone structure was enough to make most of the female outer sect disciples go crazy. Unfortunately, Qin Xiaoyu was disappointed. Zhu Hongxiu's expression was indifferent, as if she didn't see this scene. When Li Fuchen arrived at the 3rd floor of the cafeteria, the sky was already dark. After getting his meal, Li Fuchen glanced around to see if there were any seats. Sweeping his gaze to the east, Li Fuchen saw Zhu Hongxiu and Qin Xiaoyu who was opposite her. Li Fuchen smiled and wasn't surprised. The outer sect disciples were all above the age of 14 or 15. This was the age where youth was budding. Shifting his gaze, Li Fuchen found a spot. Li Fuchen. A clear and melodious voice suddenly sounded. The one who stopped him was none other than Zhu Hongxiu. Zhu Hongxiu's eyes were filled with a trace of apology and anticipation. She was really annoyed by Qin Xiaoyu's pestering, but she couldn't offend him too much. The only one who could help her now was Li Fuchen. Ranked 60th in the Tower of Tribulations, Li Fuchen's ability shouldn't be inferior to Qin Xiaoyu. Of course, if Li Fuchen wasn't willing to offend Qin Xiaoyu, she wouldn't blame him either. After all, Qin Xiaoyu was one of the outer sect's 10 prodigies and had great potential. Regular inner sect disciples wouldn't dare to offend him. Li Fuchen walked over. "Zhu Hongxiu, long time no see. Li Fuchen, let me introduce you. This is one of the outer sect's 10 prodigies, Qin Xiaoyu." Finishing her introduction, Zhu Hongxiu moved to the right and gave Li Fuchen a seat. Li Fuchen was quick-witted. How could he not know that the relationship between the two wasn't what he thought it was? Zhu Hongxiu called him over, probably to use him as a shield. Had it been anyone else, Li Fuchen wouldn't have been used as a shield. But he had a good impression of Zhu Hongxiu. It wouldn't hurt to be a shield once. Putting down the tray, Li Fuchen sat down. Qin Xiaoyu's expression was extremely ugly, his lips were even trembling. In front of him, Zhu Hongxiu asked him to sit on the side with her, while he sat on the opposite side. Her intention was self-evident. "Zhu Shimi, this is your friend. He doesn't seem like much, just a normal bone frame. Sooner or later, he will be eliminated. Right now, he is just the radiance before the sunset." Li Fuchen laughed and ignored Qin Xiaoyu. Facing Zhu Hongxiu, he said, "Looking at your qi presence, I reckon you aren't far from breaking through to the 8th level of the qi realm. Congratulations." Zhu Hongxiu was dumbfounded. She didn't expect Li Fuchen to be so ruthless, it was beyond her expectations. But Li Fuchen's domineering attitude of not putting Qin Xiaoyu in his eyes made her admire him. "How can we be compared to you? It hasn't even been a year and you have already left us in the dust. Even Guan Shui has been surpassed by you. I bet everyone in Yunwu City is dumbfounded." Zhu Hongxiu laughed. Li Fuchen shook his head and didn't say anything. Qin Xiaoyu tried his best to suppress his anger, but it couldn't be suppressed no matter what. Too infuriating. Standing up, Qin Xiaoyu said to Li Fuchen, "You come out with me for a while." Li Fuchen replied indifferently, "If you have anything to say, wait till I am free. Can't you see I am eating? I will say it one more time. Come out with me." Qin Xiaoyu increased his volume. He didn't care about his demeanor anymore. In this world, demeanor is important, but the fist is more important. As long as your fist is strong enough, everything will revolve around you. This Li Fuchen didn't know what was good for him. He will let him know what it means to humiliate yourself. Are you a housefly? Impatient. Li Fuchen put down his chopsticks, his eyes turning cold. Kiki, seems like I, Qin Xiaoyu, am too benevolent. Whether you go out or not is not up to you. Suddenly, Qin Xiaoyu reached out with his right hand and grabbed Li Fuchen's shoulder. Pa! With lightning speed, Li Fuchen slapped away Qin Xiaoyu's right hand. With a sinister expression, Qin Xiaoyu clenched his left fist and threw a punch at Li Fuchen's face. But this fist was easily caught by Li Fuchen. Li Fuchen intended to teach his opponent a lesson. Exerting strength in his fingers, a violent qi and physical strength was infused into his palm. Qin Xiaoyu's expression was normal at first, but soon enough, his face flushed red. Li Fuchen's palm was like a steel pincer. Not only did it have immense strength, it also contained a terrifying heat. Clang! With the qi clashing, the plates on the dining table bounced up and the soup spilled all over the table. Crunch, crunch. Qin Xiaoyu could almost hear his bones groaning in pain. His opponent's strength was too strong, simply unreasonable. His opponent's qi wasn't any inferior to his, and with the addition of that heat, it was extremely painful. With a burst of qi, Qin Xiaoyu forcefully shook off Li Fuchen's palm. Gritting his teeth, he said, Li Fuchen, very well. I will not haggle with you today, but you will regret it in the future. Chapter 62. Li Fuchen, is it okay to do this? Zhu Hongxiu was shocked by Li Fuchen's ability, but she was more concerned if Li Fuchen was acting on impulse. If he acted on impulse, the situation would be difficult to clean up in the future. If it was intentional, it meant that Li Fuchen knew what he was doing and it wasn't an impulsive decision. Li Fuchen said, isn't this what you want? He probably won't bother you anymore. I'm worried about you. Qin Xiaoyu is a vengeful person. He definitely won't let this matter rest, Zhu Hongxiu said. Li Fuchen said, don't worry, I am already covered in lice. I am not afraid of a few more. No matter what, it's my fault for dragging you into this. Zhu Hongxiu apologized. No one can force me to do something I don't want to do. You don't have to blame yourself. Although the other party had used him as a shield, if he hadn't gone over, none of this would have happened. This was his own choice. Moreover, he did not take Qin Xiaoyu seriously. After dinner, the two went their separate ways and returned to their own courtyards. The interception form Dao was harder to cultivate than Li Fuchen imagined. After spending 3 days, Li Fuchen finally cultivated the first rank of the interception form Dao to the completion rank. The first rank of the interception form Dao didn't increase Li Fuchen's physical strength, but it increased Li Fuchen's reaction and mobility by a lot. The next day, Li Fuchen arrived at the resource hall, intending to redeem some yellow class, high-tier body tempering pills to complement his interception form Dao cultivation. Body tempering pills were more expensive. A mid-tier yellow class body tempering pill was worth 250 contribution points each. High-tier yellow-grade dragon tiger pill was worth 1,500 contribution points each. Li Fuchen redeemed 6 dragon tiger pills. On the way back, Li Fuchen bumped into Gao Changtian. As one of the 10 heavens favorites of the outer sect, Gao Changtian was not as arrogant as the other heavens favorites. Li Fuchen, during this period of time, did Fang Lihai look for you? Gao Changtian asked. Li Fuchen shook his head, thanks for the previous time. With his previous strength, it was unlikely that he would be able to suppress Fang Lihai, and he might even suffer a little. This man is stubborn and self-opinionated. I'm afraid he won't let us off easily. Of course, I, Gao Changtian, am not afraid of anyone. Gao Changtian looked at Li Fuchen, even though Li Fuchen's perception was heaven-defying, but he had yet to reach their level. Li Fuchen said, during this period of time, I have also improved. It is fine if he doesn't come. Now that he is here, I would like to meet him. Oh. Gao Changtian's brows twitched. His intuition told him that Li Fuchen wasn't someone who spoke without thinking. Since he dared to say such words, he must have some confidence. Seems like Fang Lihai offended someone he shouldn't have. But don't be too careless. We, the outer sect's 10 prodigies, have special privileges. We can exchange for a mystic class martial art manual in advance. Fong Lihai has the Vajra bone frame, and a few months ago, he exchanged for the Iron Dipper form body refinement technique. He didn't look for you during this period of time, probably because he plans to cultivate the Iron Dipper form to a certain level before settling the score with us. Hearing this, Li Fuchen was rather surprised. He thought that the outer sect's 10 prodigies was just a title. He didn't expect there to be special privileges. Come to think of it, first-grade outer sect disciples had special privileges, so did outer sect geniuses. As for the Iron Dipper form, he had read about it in the inner sect martial arts hall. This body refinement technique, at the completion stage, would allow the user to have 7,500 kilograms of physical strength and a steel-like body. The toughness of the body would far surpass the Crimson Battle form. But Li Fuchen didn't think that Fong Lihai could reach the completion stage of the Iron Dipper form in just a few months. A mystic class body refinement technique wasn't something a peak tier, yellow class body refinement technique could compare to. It was extremely difficult to cultivate. Why didn't he exchange for an advanced technique? Fong Lihai's entry technique was the Iron Shell technique, and the advanced technique was the Vajra Mystic technique. Gao Changtian laughed bitterly. The advanced technique is a mystic class, mid-tier technique. It is extremely difficult to cultivate. What's more, the outer sect competition is about to begin in half a year's time. When the time comes, the outer sect disciples can exchange for a mystic class martial art manual. It wouldn't be too late to exchange for an advanced technique then. Li Fuchen nodded. Indeed, to exchange for an advanced technique now, in half a year's time, it would be hard to advance one rank. It is a known fact that the higher the grade of the technique, the higher the requirement for the martial artist's cultivation. Even though a prodigy could break the rules, but not limitlessly. For example, if you were given an Earth class technique, would you be able to cultivate it? You probably wouldn't even understand it. Li Fuchen's perception was extremely high, but even he felt that cultivating the Scarlet Mystic Flame technique was extremely difficult. It wasn't because of his perception, but because his chi wasn't strong enough. As for the outer sect competition, Li Fuchen had long heard of it. Every 3 years, the outer sect would hold an outer sect disciple competition to select the top 10 outer sect disciples. According to the rankings, first place would receive 100,000 contribution points, second and third place would receive 80,000, fourth and fifth place would receive 60,000, and sixth to 10th place would receive 30,000 contribution points. To an outer sect disciple, this was an opportunity to earn a large amount of contribution points. Fong Lihai gave up on redeeming an advanced technique and chose the Iron Dipper form. He probably wanted to increase his ability before the outer sect competition, so that he could amaze the world with a single brilliant feat. As Gao Changtian spoke, he suddenly got excited and stared blankly at a small path not too far away. Li Fuchen followed the gaze of the other party. On the small path, a young man and woman were walking side by side. The youth was 1.8 meters in height, his long black hair was bound by a golden crown. His face was like a jade crown, with a smile on his face that gave off an indescribable sense of nobility. Even Shanghai City's young city lord, Fong Lihai, couldn't compare to the youth with the golden crown. Beside the youth with the golden crown was a young lady with a face like a painting, skin as white as snow, long black hair like a waterfall, glossy and glossy. She was actually a beauty that wasn't inferior to Guan Shui. Gao Shixiang. Who are these two? Li Fuchen asked. Shang Guanhong and Wu Qingmei. Gao Changtian sighed and his expression turned gloomy. Shang Guanhong, Wu Qingmei. Li Fuchen suddenly understood. Shang Guanhong and Wu Qingmei were both part of the outer sect's 10 prodigies. Shang Guanhong was ranked second in the Tower of Tribulations, just below Yuan Tian. Wu Qingmei was ranked 15th in the Tower of Tribulations and was also one of the outer sect's 4 beauties. In the outer sect, other than the outer sect's 10 prodigies, there was also the 4 beauties. They were Wu Qingmei, Guan Shui, Zhu Hongxiu, and a female disciple named Xiao Mingyue. The four beauties had countless suitors. Wu Qingmei and Shang Guanhong had a rather close relationship, but no one dared to go against Shang Guanhong. As for the other three, no one had been able to get close to them. Among them, Guan Shui and Zhao Mingyue were the most popular, because they were also part of the outer sect's 10 prodigies. Zhu Hongxiu was slightly inferior. But she also attracted the pursuit of prodigies like Qin Xiaoyu. Gao Shixiang, do you like Wu Qingmei? Li Fuchen asked. Gao Changtian laughed awkwardly and didn't deny it. Li Fuchen looked at Shang Guanhong and Wu Qingmei. I don't think they are a couple. Gao Shixiang still has a chance. Gao Changtian shook his head. A gentleman doesn't snatch what others like. Hearing this, Li Fuchen shook his head in his heart. Gao Changtian was a righteous person, but he was rather pedantic. Chapter 63. Gao Changtian, what a coincidence. Shang Guanhong also saw Gao Changtian and greeted him. Shang Guanxiong, Wu Shimi. Gao Changtian cupped his fist, displaying a very courteous expression. Shang Guanhong smiled at Wu Qingmei. Wu Shimi, did you see? In the outer sect, no one is more genteel than Gao Changtian. He sure is adorable. Wu Qingmei giggled. This giggle was enough to stun both Shang Guanhong and Gao Changtian. As the saying goes, a glance and a smile can charm 100 people. Withdrawing his gaze, Shang Guanhong noticed Gao Changtian's expression and felt dissatisfied. He changed the topic. Gao Changtian, I wonder who this is. To be able to walk with you, Gao Changtian, he shouldn't be a normal person. Gao Changtian introduced, this shitty is the recently trending Li Fuchen. Li Fuchen, I have heard of this name before. You are not bad to let me hear your name. Shang Guanhong said. Li Fuchen laughed and didn't say anything. Wu Qingmei asked, I wonder what is the relationship between Li Shidi and Guan Shui Shimi. I heard that both of you are from Yunwu City. Li Fuchen replied, we aren't related, we are just from the same city. Oh, that might not be the case. I heard from an odd job disciple that you and Guan Shui had an engagement. I wonder if it is true. Wu Qingmei asked. Li Fuchen replied, that is all in the past. He guessed that the one who leaked this information was Shen Tuliang, who wanted to use this incident to attack him. After all, there were too many people in the outer sect that liked Guan Shui. You sure are lucky to have an engagement with Guan Shui. But it is not enough to just have luck without potential. The path of the martial Tao is long and arduous. If you can't support each other, what qualifications do you have to be together? Shang Guanhong had always been pursuing bone frame. In his eyes, only 4-star bone frames could speak on equal terms with him. Those below 4-star bone frames were all ants. Gao Changtian spoke for Li Fuchen, Li Shidi isn't a normal person. I think he has quite the potential. Kiki, Gao Changtian, you sure like to be a good person. Shang Guanhong sneered. Wu Qingmei asked, Junior Li, are you really just a normal bone frame? Do you have any secrets? She didn't believe that a normal bone frame could improve so quickly in just a year. She was quick-witted and determined that Li Fuchen had secrets. Li Fuchen didn't look at the trio. He looked up at the sky and said, it doesn't matter if I have potential. As long as I am strong enough and improve quickly enough, it will be fine. Seems like you are a rather optimistic person. I hope you can break through to the origin realm before the age of 20. This hurdle is a huge hurdle for normal bone frames. As she spoke, Shang Guanhong turned to Wu Qingmei and said, Junior Wu, let's go. If he stayed with Li Fuchen any longer, he would feel disgusted. Junior apprentice brother Li, don't mind him. This Shang Guanhong's character is a bit arrogant. Gao Changtian consoled. Li Fuchen shook his head and laughed, why would I care about what others think? Of the outer sect's top 10 prodigies, other than Gao Changtian, each was more arrogant than the other. Actually, Gao Changtian had his own pride, it was just that he didn't know it. As for Li Fuchen, he had his own pride and disdain to lower himself to the same level as these people. After separating from Gao Changtian, Li Fuqian immediately returned to his yard. He wanted to try out the effects of the dragon tiger pill. Consuming a dragon tiger pill, Li Fuqian sat in the yard, his body intent constantly performing some intense movements. In just a short moment, Li Fuqian's body was steaming and his veins were popping out. No wonder it is a dragon tiger pill. At this stage, its effects exceed 6 body tempering pills. After cultivating the crimson battle form to completion, Li Fuqian tried consuming a few body tempering pills. But the effects were negligible and were basically useless. But now that he consumed the dragon tiger pill, it felt like he was back to when he first cultivated the crimson battle form and consumed the body tempering pills. After consuming 6 dragon tiger pills, Li Fuqian's interception form Dao finally broke through to the second rank. His physical strength also broke through to 5,000 kilograms. Earning sect contribution points is like a never-ending road. Even though he felt helpless, Li Fuqian still got up and headed to the ore mountain. He wanted to try his luck and see if he could find any high-grade ores. This time, Li Fuqian didn't go to Qingchang Mountain, but to Tonglu Mountain instead. Before Tonglu Mountain was abandoned, it produced low-tier, yellow-class ores, bronze ores. Among the bronze ores, there would occasionally be mid-tier, yellow-class ores, green copper ores, and high-tier, red copper ores. Just like Qingchang Mountain, Tonglu Mountain was massive. It was like a maze, filled with valleys and mines. Every time he found a piece of bronze ore, Li Fuqian would carefully search the surroundings. Occasionally, he would use his hand to press on the ground or the mountain walls to permeate his qi and awareness. A pity, he didn't find anything. Huang Shaoshan, hurry up and hand over the red copper ore, or else you will regret it. Dream on. You want the red copper ore? Step over my body. You think I don't dare? On this day, in front of an ore cave, 2 outer sect disciples were having a brawl. Not far from the 2 of them, was a piece of red copper ore the size of a washbasin. Red copper ore was worth 30 points per kg, and there was at least 100 kg here. You guys continue. Li Fuqian's eyes lit up when he saw this scene. If red copper ore could be found in the ore caves, then there might be more that have yet to be discovered, or within the mountains. Swish! Li Fuqian skimmed into the ore cave. The 2 outer sect disciples broke out in cold sweat. They knew who Li Fuqian was, and if Li Fuqian wanted to steal their red copper ore, they wouldn't be able to do anything. The ore cave was deep and gloomy. The outside world was slowly getting further and further away from Li Fuqian. Searching for ores was like searching for a needle in a haystack. Li Fuqian raised his torch and slowly searched. Every time he found a clue, he would immediately permeate his qi and awareness into the ore walls. After his soul spirit metamorphosis, he could release his awareness for a longer period of time. Initially it was 15 minutes, but now it was 15 minutes. Every time it took a few breaths, he could release it multiple times a day. On the 3rd day, Li Fuqian finally found something. Deep within the ore walls, he found a green copper ore the size of a skull. Too small, it isn't worth digging. A few dozen kg of green copper ore was only worth a few hundred contribution points. Li Fuqian used to care about it, but now he didn't. On the 10th day, Li Fuqian finally found a large piece of red copper ore. This piece of red copper ore was a few meters deep within the ore walls. With his awareness, it was about the size of a water tank. With the density of the red copper ore, this piece of red copper ore was at least 3,000 kilograms. But this was worth 100,000 contribution points. Without any hesitation, Li Fuqian poured his scarlet fire qi into the iron shovel and began to excavate the red copper ore. 1 hour later, Li Fuqian dug out the red copper ore that was the size of a water tank. 3,800 kilograms, the margin of error is less than 10 kilograms. Chapter 64. Using a special rope to tie up the red copper ore, Li Fuqian carried it and walked out of the ore cave. Seeing the sun again, Li Fuqian was not used to it. After a while, he found the right direction and prepared to leave Tonglu Mountain. Isn't that person Li Fuchen? What kind of ore is behind him? It's so big. On top of a small hill, a figure stood there. Whoosh! Like a leopard cat, the figure quickly went down the mountain and blocked Li Fuchen's path. Li Fuchen, show me the ores on your back. The youth was about 18 or 19 years old and was tall and burly. His arms were thicker than a normal person's thighs. Li Fuchen stopped. Who are you? I am Cui Tai. If you know what's good for you, hand over the ores. No matter what kind of ore was wrapped in the cloth, it was worth a lot of contribution points. Cui Tai. Li Fuchen thought for a moment and quickly found out who Cui Tai was. Cui Tai was the leader of the 7 experts under Fang Lihai. He was ranked 48th in the Tower of Tribulations, and it was rumored that his bone frame was the same as Fang Lihai, a Vajra bone frame. However, Fang Lihai was a 4-star Vajra bone frame while Cui Tai was a 3-star Vajra bone frame. You aren't worthy. If it is your master, he might be qualified to make a move against me. Li Fuchen said coldly. Arrogant. You think you are worthy of fighting against senior brother Fang? I, Cui Tai, can deal with you. Cui Tai was like a raging bull as he shot towards Li Fuchen. Bang! Their fists collided, and Cui Tai was forced to take 7 or 8 steps back, his fist dripping with blood. Li Fuchen didn't even take a step back. Hiss! Cui Tai was in so much pain that he inhaled a breath of cold air. He felt as though the bones in his fist were shattered. He lifted his head in disbelief and stared at Li Fuchen in a daze. Li Fuchen was ranked 60 in the Tower of Tribulations while he was ranked 48. Logically speaking, it was impossible for the other party to be his match. With the 3-star Vajra bone frame, he was naturally suited to cultivate body refinement techniques. Moreover, he had indeed cultivated both Iron Skin and Golden Bell Shield to the perfected realm. The Iron Mantle and the Golden Bell Shield complemented each other. If one were to train in one of them alone, he would at most have a strength of over 2,000 pounds. If the two were to be cultivated together, he would be able to achieve a strength of 3,500 jin. Apart from that, when the Golden Bell Canopy and Iron Mantle were combined, the defense was extremely strong. It wasn't an exaggeration to say that the skin was made of copper and the bones of iron. But it was actually broken by a single punch from Li Fuchen. Could he be cultivating the Crimson Battle form? A thought flashed through Cui Tai's mind. Amongst the outer sect disciples, Yuan Tian was the undisputed number 1. Even Fang Lihai had to restrain his arrogance when facing Yuan Tian, not daring to show the slightest bit of arrogance. As for Yuan Tian, he was the only one among the 30,000 outer sect disciples who had mastered the Crimson Battle form to perfection and had a strength of 2,500 pounds. 1 year ago, among the top 10 rankers of the Trial Tower, 2 of them had joined hands to fight Yuan Tian. However, they were easily suppressed by Yuan Tian. When their attacks landed on Yuan Tian, they could only cause him some superficial wounds. His astonishing defense left everyone dumbfounded. A year had passed, and it was said that Yuan Tian had already mastered the Tiger Crane Flying Cloud Force. His strength had broken through the limit of 5,000 jin, but no one knew how much he had actually achieved. It must be the Crimson Battle form. Otherwise, none of the yellow class peak tier body tempering techniques would be able to break through my Golden Bell Canopy and Iron Mantle. Cui Tai roared in his heart. Rumble. Throwing the red copper ore behind him, Li Fuchen walked towards Cui Tai step by step. You threw a punch just now it's my turn. Hearing this, Cui Tai drew his steel sword without any hesitation. Yes, not a wooden sword, but a steel sword. To deal with someone who cultivated the Crimson Battle form, a steel sword was required. If not, a wooden sword would only be able to break the skin. Li Fuchen, in a fight between martial artists, it isn't about who has the strongest defense. With a flick of his wrist, Cui Tai used a sword move from the Raging Wave sword style to attack Li Fuchen. Too slow. With a sway of his body, Li Fuchen easily dodged Cui Tai's sword move and landed a punch on Cui Tai's chest. Pfff. Spitting out a mouthful of fresh blood, Cui Tai felt that at least 2 of his ribs were broken. How could he have known that after cultivating the interception form Dao, Li Fuchen's speed and reflexes didn't increase by much? Turning around, Li Fuchen prepared to carry the red copper ore and leave. Li Fuchen, you beat up my men and you are going to leave just like that? Aren't you looking down on me, Fang Lihai? A voice echoed from a nearby ore cave. Soon enough, Fang Lihai walked out from the ore cave. Originally, Fang Lihai and Cui Tai came to empty Tonglu to look for ores, but separated for a few days. Fang Lihai. Li Fuchen put down the red copper ore, his eyes filled with battle intent. Ever since he had a chat with Gao Changtian, he knew he underestimated Fang Lihai. Fang Lihai cultivated the golden bell canopy, iron-clothed shirt and even cultivated the iron dipper form. His ability was unfathomable. It wasn't wrong to treat him as Cui Tai's evolved form. Sweeping a glance at Cui Tai, Fang Lihai frowned. His opponent's injuries were more severe than he imagined. To be able to break Cui Tai's golden bell canopy and iron-clothed shirt, I have underestimated you. A pity, no one is here to help you this time. Had it not been for Gao Changtian, Li Fuchen would have been bedridden for a few weeks. Li Fuchen said, Li Fuchen, do not need anyone's help. Fang Lihai, make your move. I know you cultivate the iron dipper form. Let me see what stage your iron dipper form is at. What? You know I cultivate the iron dipper form? Fang Lihai's pupils shrank. That's right, it should be Gao Changtian who told you. But all this is meaningless now. You broke 2 of Cui Tai's ribs, I will break 4 of yours. Fang Lihai walked towards Li Fuchen step by step. Li Fuchen smiled and walked towards Fang Lihai as well. The 2 of them walked faster and faster until they finally collided. Dong! In a split second, the 2 fists collided. Fang Lihai's fist had traces of gold and black. It didn't look like it was made of flesh and blood, but more like it was forged from steel. On the outside of the fist, there was a layer of pale black qi that was surging with qi. Li Fuchen's fist had a glossy and tough skin, with a hint of scarlet red. It still looked like a fist made of flesh, but it was no longer a human's. The skin was as tough as a demonic beast's skin. On the outside of the fist, there was a layer of pale red blazing qi. When the 2 fists collided, a valiant qi burst out and formed a sphere that engulfed the both of them. Immediately after, the ground beneath their feet trembled. In the next moment, a massive force sent the both of them flying. Crimson battle form, completion rank. Fang Lihai was enraged. His qi was stronger than Li Fuchen, but his fist wasn't as hard as Li Fuchen's, neither was his physical strength. One must know that after practicing the iron dipper body, his physical strength had reached over 2,000 kilograms. Strong indeed. Li Fuchen didn't know before exchanging blows. But after exchanging blows, he realized that he still underestimated Fang Lihai. He can actually fight evenly with Fang Shixiang. The severely injured Cui Tai was flabbergasted. No one knew Fang Lihai's ability better than him. Chapter 65. I don't believe it, watch as I break your crimson battle form. Fang Lihai stomped on the ground and shot towards Li Fuchen like an arrow. Li Fuchen had the intention to break Fang Lihai's golden bell canopy, steel-clothed shirt, and iron dipper form. He didn't retreat nor give way. Concentrating a powerful force on his right fist, he tore through the air and punched. Dong! The deep sound was like thunder, causing one's heart to palpitate. Dong 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 dong. Next, the 2 of them disregarded defense and went all out on offense. As one of the 10 prodigies, Fang Lihai's combat ability was exceptional. Be it his reaction speed or attack speed, they were all top-notch. But Li Fuchen's combat ability was even more insane, his reaction speed and attack speed were obviously above Fang Lihai's. Out of 10 punches from Fang Lihai, only 2 would hit Li Fuchen. And out of 10 punches from Li Fuchen, at least 3 would hit Fang Lihai. As time dragged on, Fang Lihai found it hard to endure. His defense was strong, but it wasn't at the stage where he could ignore attacks. Normally, a punch with 10,000 kilograms of force would cause his blood to boil. But if he was hit too many times, his blood would definitely dissipate. Torrential storm, hit. Taking a deep breath, Fang Lihai executed a peak tier, yellow class fist art, torrential storm fist style. The dense fist shadows were like a storm, dense and unstoppable. In an instant, Li Fuchen suffered 3 to 4 punches. But with the increase of fist shadows, the force was dispersed. Each fist shadow only had the strength of 7,000 to 8,000 kilograms, which wasn't even enough to push Li Fuchen back. But Li Fuchen didn't have any intention of dodging, he directly struck at Fang Lihai's chest. This palm was the mountain-splitting palm. The mountain-splitting palm was only a mid-tier, yellow class palm art. But do not underestimate the power of the mountain-splitting palm. After cultivating the mountain-splitting palm to the trance realm, the mountain-splitting palm had already broken away from its original limitations. With a single palm strike, the force resonated and injured Fang Lihai's lungs. Pfff. Spitting out a mouthful of fresh blood, Fang Lihai was shocked. Desperately trying to increase the distance between them, Fang Lihai drew his steel sword. Against others, Fang Lihai wouldn't use his real sword. If he made a mistake, he might kill his foe. According to the Tsang Lan sect's rules, murderers must pay with their lives. Even prodigies were no exception. But against Li Fuchen, it was different. No matter what, the steel sword wouldn't be able to kill him in a single slash, it would at most injure him. Li Fuchen wasn't arrogant and drew his steel sword as well. Ding ding dang dang. Sparks flew as the two swords clashed. Fang Lihai's sword art was a peak-tier yellow class sword art, the Raging Waves sword art. Fang Lihai, who had already trained the Raging Waves sword art to the great completion realm, was like a raging wave, layer upon layer, the sword energy surging, it was invulnerable. Li Fuchen didn't execute the Red Jade sword style or the Scarlet Fire sword style. Instead, he executed the Shao Shang sword style. The Little Shang sword technique's movements were large and bold, the power of the sword was majestic, every sword strike had an earth-shattering power. As Li Fuchen cultivated the Shao Shang sword style to the trance stage, the might of the Shao Shang sword style reached the next level. In terms of pure power, even the Scarlet Jade sword art could not compare to it, only the Scarlet Fire sword art could. Gathering his chi, Li Fuchen cleaved at Fang Lihai with the mountain river split. The battle between the two was like a needle against an awl, it was extremely thrilling. Li Fuchen's combat ability was slightly more outstanding and his attack speed was slightly faster. But Fang Lihai wasn't a mediocre person. With a 4-star Vajra bone frame, he was at the peak in all aspects. In such a short period of time, it wouldn't be easy for Li Fuchen to defeat his opponent. Raging Waves. After a long battle, Fang Lihai got anxious and executed the strongest move of the Raging Waves sword style. Even the moist energy in the air was attracted over to amplify the sword style's prowess. Clear Breeze Sword. Once a person was anxious, they would lose their sense of propriety and reveal a slight flaw. Li Fuchen changed his sword stance and executed the final move of the Clear Breeze sword style. This sword was too fast, so fast that Fang Lihai couldn't even see it. He only felt the clear breeze and couldn't see the sword. Pfff. Fang Lihai's left shoulder went numb, as though he was bitten by a venomous bug. The Raging Waves sword style ended without a trace. Fang Lihai lowered his head to take a look. Only now did his left shoulder start to bleed. Due to his golden bell canopy, steel-clothed shirt, and the even stronger iron dipper form, the bleeding stopped quickly. Are you trying to tickle me? Fang Lihai roared and used another Raging Waves sword style move at Li Fuchen. Li Fuchen sighed, the Clear Breeze sword style was fast, but it was lacking in firepower. Against someone who didn't have a strong defense, it was enough to deal a fatal blow. But against Fang Lihai, it only scratched his skin. But the Xiao Shang sword style was big and wide, which meant that it could only go head-on against Fang Lihai and couldn't hit his opponent with tricks. Since that is the case, receive this blade of mine. Li Fuchen thrusted with his steel sword and instantly accelerated, as though he entered into another world. The next moment, sparks flew. Li Fuchen's sword grazed past Fang Lihai's sword and pierced deeply into his right shoulder. Clang! Fang Lihai's steel sword flew out of his right hand and smashed onto the rocky ground. Red Jade Sword Style's ultimate move, Death of the Red Jade. This move pushed the burst power to the limit. With a second acceleration, it was enough to penetrate the opponent's defenses. Fang Lihai, you should be glad that I am also an outer sect disciple of the Zhanglan sect. If I was your enemy, you would be dead by now. Carrying the red copper ore, Li Fuchen spoke coldly. Fang Lihai still couldn't believe that he lost to Li Fuchen. Lost to a normal bone frame. The arrogant and domineering Fang Lihai couldn't accept this fact. He was one of the 10 prodigies of the outer sect, a genius that only appears once in a century in Shanghai City. His father and family had high hopes for him. This is impossible. Fang Lihai stood there motionless. Glancing at Fang Lihai, Li Fuchen turned and left, gradually getting further away. After a long while, Fang Lihai finally regained his senses. Looking at Li Fuchen's departing figure, he growled, "Li Fuchen, this isn't over yet. At the outer sect tournament, I will definitely defeat you." Back at the Zhanglan sect's mission hall, the red copper ore that Li Fuchen carried back brought him 114,000 contribution points. The mission elder was already used to it and didn't want to provoke Li Fuchen anymore. For such a person, even if he had a normal bone frame, his future achievements would definitely surpass the mission elder. Outer sect elders weren't like inner sect elders, they were all at the earth realm. With over 100,000 contribution points, Li Fuchen was once again wealthy. He redeemed 60 dragon tiger elixirs and spent 90,000 contribution points. Days passed by. The news of Li Fuchen defeating Fang Lihai didn't spread out. In the entire outer sect, only the 3 of them knew of this incident. Li Fuchen couldn't possibly flaunt it. Fang Lihai couldn't possibly expose his own scars. Cui Tai was Fang Lihai's right-hand man and wouldn't publicize this incident. After all, he lost to Li Fuchen too. Chapter 66. 3,000 Jin. 7,000 Jin. 8,000 Jin. 60 dragon tiger pills forcefully increased Li Fuchen's physical strength from 5,000 kg to 8,000 kilograms. It wasn't an exaggeration to say that even without qi, Li Fuchen's physical strength was enough to crush any outer sect disciple that wasn't in the top 500. As for regular 9th level qi realm martial artists, Li Fuchen killed them instantly. Of course, while Li Fuchen was progressing, everyone was progressing as well. In the Tower of Tribulations, Guan Shue's ranking finally surpassed Li Fuchen and reached an astonishing rank of 16. That's right, Guan Shue had shot up from 98 to 16. After being in the Azure Water sect for a year and a half, she had reached the pinnacle in all aspects. He was at the 9th level of the Qi realm. The White Wave incantation had reached the highest realm, the 9th level. After cultivating the 7-star body forging to perfection, one would have the strength of 3,000 kilograms. At the same time, she'd also redeemed a low-grade profound rank body refinement technique, the Skycloud Battle Physique. At this point, the outer sect's top 10 prodigies had all entered the top 20 of the Tower of Trials. Guan Shue was the youngest, only 15 years old. But among the outer sect's 10 prodigies, the oldest was only 17 years old. Most of them were 16. There were only 2 months left until the outer sect competition. There was a huge change in the Tower of Trials rankings. The first place was still Yuan Tian, but the time had changed from 15 to 10. The second was Shang Guanhong, 15 scales. Fifth, Zhao Mingyue, 18 scales. The 8th highest sky, 20 scales. 9th, Fang Lai Hai, 20 scales. The 12th, Wu Qingmei, 22nd scale. The 16th pass of snow, 24 scales. 18th, Qin Xiaoyu, 25 scales. As for Li Fuchen, he dropped from 60th to 68th, ever since the last time he challenged the Tower of Trials, he had never come here again. He didn't care much about the Tower of Trials ranking, but others didn't think so. A normal bone frame is still a normal bone frame. It is far inferior to a prodigy. Heaven's prodigies are able to grow at high speed while ordinary bone frames can only rely on perception. Perception is something that is too illusory and not too reliable. There is still 2 more months before the Outer Sect Disciple Tournament. From what I see, Li Fuchen's ranking will continue to drop. In the Outer Sect Disciple Zone, everyone was discussing fervently. In the middle of the courtyard, Li Fuchen was facing a human-sized boulder. The boulder seemed to have experienced the passage of time. Its edges and corners had long been worn flat. Occasionally, when the wind blew, there would be dust flying. A few meters away, Zhu Hongxiu watched without blinking. She, who possessed the 3-star blazing flame bone frame, finally passed the first floor of the Tower of Tribulations a few months ago and became a first-grade Outer Sect disciple. It just so happened that there was an empty courtyard beside Li Fuchen's, so she moved over. Facing the giant boulder, Li Fuchen punched again and again at the giant boulder. The cold fist wind was like a bone-scraping steel knife, scraping off layers of powder on the giant boulder. When the wind blew, the powder filled the sky. The release of qi was something only Earth Realm martial artists could do. Those below the Earth Realm might not be able to release their qi externally, but it was still easy for them to create fist wind. Even an ordinary person who had never practiced martial arts would be able to create a gust of wind with a single punch. However, most people's punches did not carry any killing power, even mortal realm warriors. But Li Fuchen's physical strength was too overwhelming. His cultivation had advanced from the 8th level of the Qi realm to the 9th level. With his Qi and physical strength complementing each other, the fist wind carried lethal power. Don't even mention a normal person who didn't have the means to cultivate, even a low-leveled mortal realm martial artist would die on the spot if he got hit by the fist wind. If they knew your current ability, they wouldn't be talking about you like that. Zhu Hongxiu praised. Withdrawing his fist, Li Fuchen shook off the dust on his body. What I pursue is the pinnacle of the martial Tao, not their flattery. This world is very realistic. If your fist is hard enough, whatever you say will be the truth. If your fist isn't hard enough, everything is just an illusion and can be destroyed at any moment. Rather than wasting time on fighting for fame and fortune, why not work hard to strengthen yourself? His father was the patriarch of the Li clan, but he was dismissed just like that and demoted to a branch family. Why? Because the Li clan's strongest expert was the founder, not his father. If his father was the Li clan's strongest expert, no one would dare to defy him. Which is why it was useless to say more, one's own ability would never change. As for other things, they could change at will. No wonder you can reach this stage. In terms of temperament, I have never seen anyone more determined than you. Zhu Hongxiu had to admit that Li Fuchen gave her a good impression, but she didn't know if it was because she liked him. Of course, at this stage, she couldn't be thinking about relationships, as the Zhu clan still needed her to carry the burden. Has Qin Xiaoyu been bothering you for the past few months? Li Fuchen asked. Zhu Hongxiu shook her head. Nope, but I have a premonition that he will be coming to find trouble with you soon. Qin Xiaoyu and Guan Shui both fought their way into the top 20 of the Tower of Tribulations. Under such circumstances, it was easy to get overconfident. What's more, Li Fuchen was too low profile. So low profile that everyone thought he was out of ideas. Li Fuchen laughed. If he dares to come, I will give him an unforgettable memory. Li Fuchen, get your ass out here. Just as Li Fuchen finished his sentence, a thunderous voice came from outside the courtyard. Who else could it be but Qin Xiaoyu? Outside the courtyard, Qin Xiaoyu's expression was cold and murderous. Qin Xiaoyu could allow himself to fail, but he would never allow himself to fail in front of a woman. The last time Li Fuchen humiliated him in front of Zhu Hongxiu, he had always kept this grudge in his heart. Now, he wanted Li Fuchen to return it tenfold. What a coincidence! Li Fuchen raised his brows. Zhu Hongxiu frowned. Li Fuchen, be careful. Even though she knew Li Fuchen's ability was exceptional, but she didn't know anything about Qin Xiaoyu's background and couldn't help but worry. It's nothing. Li Fuchen walked forward and opened the courtyard door. As the courtyard door opened, Li Fuchen appeared in front of Qin Xiaoyu's eyes. But soon enough, Zhu Hongxiu appeared too, which made him burn with anger. He thought Zhu Hongxiu was already together with Li Fuchen. If not, why would she come to his courtyard in broad daylight? Good, very good. Zhu Hongxiu, you slut. I thought you were pure and innocent. Who would have thought you were just a little slut? Qin Xiaoyu gritted his teeth. Hearing this, Zhu Hongxiu's face turned ashen and her almond eyes were spitting fire. Li Fuchen coldly said, watch your words. Li Fuchen, today I want you to lick my shoe. The more Qin Xiaoyu thought about it, the angrier he got. The woman he chased for so long, ended up with someone else without a word. As a self-proclaimed romantic, he couldn't wait to kill the both of them. Qin Xiaoyu's voice was too loud. Unknowingly, a circle of first-grade outer sect disciples surrounded them. This Li Fuchen sure knows how to stir up trouble. Wasn't it enough to provoke Fang Lihai, now he provoked Qin Xiaoyu. Qin Xiaoyu is ranked 18 in the Tower of Tribulations. Li Fuchen is out of luck. It isn't as simple as being out of luck. Didn't you hear? Qin Xiaoyu's female disciple, Zhu Hongxiu, seems to have been snatched away by Li Fuchen. Damn, snatching a prodigy's woman. No wonder Qin Xiaoyu is so angry. If it was me, I would kill them. Chapter 67. There were more and more onlookers, and everyone started talking at once. However, most of them sided with Qin Xiaoyu. First-grade outer sect disciples were basically all 3-star bone frames or even 4-star bone frames. They had always looked down on those below the 3-star bone frame. Li Fuchen, who was a normal bone frame, was naturally a target that they looked down on. However, Li Fuchen's progress was too terrifying. Even if they looked down on him, they didn't dare to provoke Li Fuchen. Now that they knew that Li Fuchen stole Qin Xiaoyu's woman, they were all filled with righteous indignation, as though they were the ones who had their women stolen. Especially since Zhu Hongxiu was one of the 4 beauties of the outer sect. She had countless admirers. If she were to walk together with Qin Xiaoyu, they wouldn't say anything. A beauty paired with a prodigy, it was only natural. What they couldn't understand was why Zhu Hongxiu chose Li Fuchen. Was it just because of Li Fuchen's valiant performance? Did she not value potential? It was like seeing a beautiful woman in the arms of an ugly man on the street. His heart ached. Junior sister Guan Shui, this fiancé of yours is truly a troublemaker. If he was a 3-star bone frame, no, even a 2-star bone frame, how good would it be? On a small path not far away, 3 graceful female disciples stood side by side. The peerlessly beautiful female disciple in the middle was Guan Shui. On her left was a tall female disciple with phoenix eyes, and on her right was a petite female disciple who was shorter than 2 people by half a head. The female disciple with phoenix eyes was called Tong Yuemeng. She shook her head and said to Guan Shui. Guan Shui didn't like Tong Yuemeng's joke. Senior sister Tong, I've already told you that I have nothing to do with him. This joke isn't funny at all. Senior Tong, why are you so concerned about Li Fuchen? Could it be? The delicate female disciple called Guan Xiaoye giggled. Tong Yuemeng raged, you little girl, how dare you tease your senior sister Tong? Sweeping a stern glance at Qin Xiaoyu, Li Fuchen walked out of the courtyard and said slowly, one fist. What did you say? The 9th level of the purple qi manual circulated to its limit. Qin Xiaoyu's body emitted an incomparably domineering aura. Even his eyes were purple. After enduring for a few months, the current him was no longer the same as before. So he didn't understand the meaning of Li Fuchen's fist. One punch to decide the outcome? Or defeat him with one punch? Either way, he could not bear it. I only need one punch to deal with you. 5 steps away from Qin Xiaoyu, Li Fuchen stopped. Clenching his right fist, a pale red qi was produced, like a blazing flame. Arrogant. It wasn't just Qin Xiaoyu, everyone else felt that Li Fuchen was too arrogant. Who does he think he is? Defeating Qin Xiaoyu in one punch? Even Fang Lihai and Gao Changtian might not be able to do that. Of the outer sect's 10 prodigies, there are no more than 4 who can do this. I finally know why he's so good at stirring up trouble. He's simply too arrogant. He doesn't even care about the geniuses. Just you wait. Qin Xiaoyu will humiliate him. The indignant crowd couldn't wait to see Qin Xiaoyu defeat Li Fuchen. You don't have absolute strength, yet you dare to speak with such an absolute tone. There's nothing else to see. Let's go. Guan Shui frowned. Tong Yuemeng said, what's the rush, there might really be a miracle, it won't take much time anyway. Yeah, senior sister Guan Shui, let's wait and see. Guan Xiaoye was also very curious. How can a miracle happen so easily? You two are too naive. Even though she said so, Guan Shui still stayed behind. Unforgivable. Li Fuchen, just because of those words, I will break 3 of your ribs. Qi and blood surged from the 7 acupoints within his body. Qin Xiaoyu's qi presence increased once again, just like a demon god. With a flash of his body, he turned into a blurry shadow that skimmed towards Li Fuchen. In the blink of an eye, a purple fist was thrown out. 9th rank purple qi technique. Completion rank of 7-star forged body. Peak tier, yellow class fist art, purple qi from the east. The combination of these 3 skills resulted in Qin Xiaoyu's 18th rank in the Tower of Tribulations. Huff, 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 Li Fuchen's hair was blown backwards, as though a whirlwind was blowing. Just as the fist was about to hit Li Fuchen's chest, Li Fuchen punched. It was impossible to describe the speed of this punch. Wrapped in light red true qi, his fist punched out in a simple manner. Due to the extreme speed, even the air seemed to tremble for a moment. But it was actually the distortion of the air caused by the fist. Just as Qin Xiaoyu's fist was 3 inches away from Li Fuchen's chest, Li Fuchen's fist arrived first and landed on Qin Xiaoyu's chest. PFFF. Spurting fresh blood, Qin Xiaoyu flew backwards in fear. 3 crisp sounds could be heard from within his chest. It was obviously the sound of 3 ribs being broken. Ironic. He said he wanted to break 3 of Li Fuchen's ribs, but Li Fuchen broke 3 of his ribs instead. There was nothing more ironic than this. The extreme contrast almost caused him to collapse. He screamed in his heart, why was this happening? Why was Li Fuchen so strong? Why did he always lose face in front of Zhu Hongxiu? Why was the result of his hard work like this? How is this possible? The spectators were flabbergasted and couldn't believe their eyes. He really defeated Qin Xiaoyu in a single punch, without any suspense. Could this all be a dream, an illusion? Does this even make sense? To defeat a prodigy in a single punch, does he want to break the definition of a prodigy? Devil, he must be a devil. Everyone had the same reaction as Qin Xiaoyu, they couldn't accept this fact and felt their worldview crumbling. The moment Li Fuchen executed his punch, Guan Shui's heart trembled. She had never imagined that something like this would actually happen. Defeating Qin Xiaoyu in a single punch meant he could defeat her in a single punch too. Why was this happening? Guan Shui's worldview was crumbling too. Tong Yuemeng and Guan Xiaoye opened their red lips and couldn't speak for a long time. I feel that I am starting to like him. After a while, Tong Yuemeng muttered. Too domineering. Too domineering. This was her ideal partner. At this moment, in her mind, Li Fuchen's figure overlapped with Yuan Tian's figure. equally domineering. Similarly, he was shockingly talented. The only difference was that one was a 5-star bone frame, while the other was a normal bone frame. As for Guan Xiaoye, she let out a kitten-like soft moan. She couldn't control her vocal cords at all. Sweeping a glance at the crowd, Li Fuchen acted as though he did something insignificant. He turned back to the courtyard and closed the door. Outside the courtyard, everyone looked at each other in dismay. Their faces were filled with bitter smiles and shock. They had a faint premonition that 2 months later at the Outer Sect Disciple Tournament, there would be an earth-shattering event. Li Fuchen might become a taboo existence like Yuan Tian. A different taboo existence. Chapter 68. The news of Li Fuchen severely injuring Qing Xiaoyu in a single punch was like a wildfire on the plains, spreading without restraint. Wherever the news spread, it was followed by the gasps of the crowd. They originally thought that prodigies improved at a fast pace and that Li Fuchen was already at his wits' end. Who would have thought that Li Fuchen's improvement was even faster? To be able to severely injure Qing Xiaoyu in a single punch, his ability was at least in the top 10 of the Tower of Tribulations. Li Fuchen didn't care about any of the commotion in the outside world. Whenever he was free, he would go fishing for treasure fish at Sanglan Lake. In the past few months, after purchasing 60 dragon tiger pills, he was left with 29,500 contribution points. During the process of cultivating the interception form Dao, due to his frequent trips to Sanglan Lake, his contribution points once again reached a staggering 90,000. But after redeeming the second batch of 60 dragon tiger pills, Li Fuchen's contribution points were instantly emptied. So for the next 2 months, he decided to spend his time at Sanglan Lake, cultivating and fishing at the same time. 8,500 kilograms. 9,500 kilograms. 9,500 kilograms. 10,000 kilograms. With only a week left until the Outer Sect Disciple Tournament, Li Fuchen finally cultivated the interception form Dao to the completion stage of the second rank. His physical strength reached the 10,000 kilograms class. Originally, with just 60 dragon tiger pills, it was impossible to cultivate the interception form Dao to the completion stage. And Li Fuchen didn't have any more contribution points to redeem dragon tiger pills. Fortunately, Sanglan Lake had nothing but treasure fish. For the past few days, Li Fuchen would eat a few first-tier or second-tier treasure fish every few days. A level 1 treasure fish was worth 100 contribution points per gene. 10 gene would be worth 1,000 contribution points. Eating one was already comparable to a dragon tiger pill. A second-tier treasure fish was worth 1,000 points per kg. Eating one was equivalent to a few dragon tiger pills. As his physical strength reached 10,000 kilograms, Li Fuchen's body weight soared to 60 kilograms. Every inch of his body was unimaginably tough. But at 175 m, he didn't look too muscular. He still had that lean appearance. With a quick glance, he would at most weigh around 130 kilograms, giving off a tough vibe. Body refinement techniques aren't something anyone can cultivate. This body of strength, if converted into gold coins, would be at least 600,000 gold coins. Li Fuchen lamented. From a few hundred kg of physical strength to 10,000 kilograms, Li Fuchen consumed a total of 500 body tempering pills, 120 dragon tiger pills, and a number of treasure fishes. If converted into contribution points, it would be 300,000 plus, or 600,000 plus gold coins. In fact, 600,000 was a fair price. In the outside world, rare elixirs like the body tempering elixir were easily fought over. Therefore, it was not an exaggeration to say that raising a martial artist with the strength of 10,000 gene was enough to bankrupt a clan. Even the Li clan would suffer a great loss and suffer a great loss. And this was only the strength of 10,000 gene. If it was 20,000 gene, 50,000 gene, or 100,000 gene, who knew how many resources it would consume? Most importantly, as his power increased, ordinary resources were no longer of any use. Right now, Li Fuchen needed the high-tier, yellow class body tempering pill, dragon tiger pill. Once the interception form Dao reached the completion rank, he would probably need peak tier, yellow class body tempering pills. A peak tier yellow class body tempering pill was worth 10,000 contribution points, which was about 20,000 gold coins. Just thinking about it gave Li Fuchen a headache. I wonder what the highest grade of elixir in the sect is. Even though the path of body refinement was difficult. Out of 10,000 people, perhaps only one could persevere till the end. But Li Fuchen wouldn't give up on this path. He believed that with his own ability, he would definitely be able to obtain sufficient resources. And with sufficient resources, the path of body refinement would continue to progress. Due to eating too many first-tier and second-tier treasure fishes, Li Fuchen didn't reap much in these 2 months. When he arrived at the mission hall, all the treasure fishes added up to only 4,000 contribution points, which was better than nothing. This was the first time the mission elders saw Li Fuchen reaping so little rewards. He felt much better and thought to himself, so this kid has times of failure too. On the way back to his courtyard, Li Fuchen saw a shocking scene. Wu Qingmei, who was closer to Shang Guanhong, was actually walking together with a youth with a tiger's back. If he didn't guess wrongly, this youth should be the outer sect's top 10 prodigies, Tower of Tribulation's rank 1, Yuan Tian. The outer sect's only 5-star bone frame. This Wu Qingmei isn't simple. Li Fuchen thought to himself. He couldn't be bothered with other people's matters. Withdrawing his gaze, he prepared to leave. Unexpectedly, Yuan Tian saw Li Fuchen and called out to him, "Li Fuchen, wait up." "What's the matter?" Li Fuchen asked. Yuan Tian replied, "My name is Yuan Tian. You should know my name. How about it? Are you interested in becoming my follower?" "Don't worry, I won't take advantage of you, it's purely because I admire you." Li Fuchen replied with a question, "I am just a normal bone frame, I shouldn't have any value to you." Yuan Tian laughed, "Potential is important, but the current situation is just as important. Placing your hopes on potential, in my opinion, is just a cowardly act. To be able to burst out with prodigy class ability, it proves that you aren't a normal person. I am glad to hear your evaluation of me. But I will not be anyone's follower." Li Fuchen shook his head. Wu Qingmei, who was beside Yuan Tian, advised, "Li Fuchen, you better reconsider. Yuan Shixiang is a 5-star bone frame. If he were to redeem anything in the sect, he would get a 30% discount. If you were to become his follower, there would be plenty of benefits in the future." In the Zhanglan sect, the hierarchy was extremely strict. Outer sect disciples were separated into 3rd grade, 2nd grade, and 1st grade. Above the 1st grade were the prodigies. Prodigies may be 1st grade outer sect disciples, but when they redeemed anything in the sect, they were all at half price. As the leader of the prodigies and the only 5-star bone frame, Yuan Tian only required a 30% discount. Li Fuchen was naturally envious. But he couldn't become anyone's follower, hence he rejected Yuan Tian. Looking at Li Fuchen's departing back, Wu Qingmei said, "He sure doesn't know what's good for him." Yuan Tian didn't mind, "It doesn't matter. I am just curious about him and want to understand him better." As a king amongst the outer sect disciples, he didn't put anyone in his eyes, which was why he wouldn't get angry. From afar, a figure hurriedly ran over. "Wu Shimi, now that you have changed your mind, I will forgive you." The person who came was Shang Guanhong with a mournful expression. Wu Qingmei's expression turned cold. "Shang Guan Shixiang, I have never liked you." "What do you mean by changing my mind?" "Wu Shimi, don't lie to me. If you don't like me, why did you get so close to me in the first place?" Shang Guanhong shook his head with a face of heartache. Wu Qingmei replied, "I only treated you as a friend. Please don't overthink it." "Wu Shimi, you sure are heartless. Didn't you abandon me because he is stronger than me?" Shang Guanhong pointed at Yuan Tian. Yuan Tian replied indifferently, "Shang Guanhong, clinging on to others is a foolish action. Since Wu Shimi said she doesn't like you, you better give up. Yuan Tian, just you wait. One day, I will defeat you. Shang Guanhong took a look at Yuan Tian and Wu Qingmei before leaving in anger. Chapter 69. A week passed in the blink of an eye and the outer sect competition began. The outer sect competition was split into two parts. The first part was the challenge competition, and the second part was the ranking competition. All outer sect disciples above the 8th level of the Qi realm would enter the 100 Beasts forest together. Only the first 20 disciples to pass through the forest would have the chance to participate in the actual outer sect disciple ranking competition. On the empty ground in front of the 100 Beasts forest, more than 10,000 outer sect disciples gathered together. In front of them, the outer sect Grand Elder Shao Changfeng had his back facing the 100 Beasts forest as he shouted, "In the 100 Beasts forest, other than killing, there are no other rules. Only the first 20 people to pass through the 100 Beasts forest will have the right to compete in the ranking competition. The rest will be eliminated. Also, I have to remind you that the 100 Beasts forest is very big. The sect has bred over 100 types of Class 1 demonic beasts. Some of the demonic beasts have even mutated and become extremely powerful. Therefore, among you, there might be some who can't walk out of the 100 Beasts forest alive." He was actually just scaring the crowd. Just in case, other than the 10,000 plus outer sect disciples, dozens of outer sect elders and thousands of outer sect deacons would also be entering. Of course, in every outer sect disciple tournament, deaths were very common. After all, accidents were bound to happen, and the sect could only try their best to reduce these accidents. Within the crowd, there were 5 individuals from Yunwu City. They were Li Fuqin, Guan Shui, Zhu Hongxiu, Yang Kai, and Shintu Zhu. Li Fuqin and Guan Shui were at the 9th level of the Qi realm. Zhu Hongxiu, Kai Yang, and Shintu Zhu were all at the 8th level of the Qi realm. Among them, Zhu Hongxiu was at the mid-8th Qi realm, Yang Kai was at the peak 8th Qi realm, and Shintu Zhu was at the early 8th Qi realm. Sneaking glances at Li Fuqin, Yang Kai, and Shintu Zhu had complicated and gloomy expressions. In Yunwu City, they were the pride of the heavens. They got whatever they wanted. Even the leaders of the smaller forces had to be polite to them. But when they came to the Azure Water sect, they were nothing. When they first arrived, because they weren't used to the sect's atmosphere, they were beaten up a few times for putting on airs. But compared to them, Li Fuqin, who was just a normal bone frame, was doing well in the outer sect. Not only did he not get beaten up, he went around beating people up instead. There was no lack of geniuses among them. This made them shocked and jealous. "Alright, everyone enter the 100 Beasts forest." Outer sect Great Elder Shao Changfeng waved his hand and shouted. Hearing this, the 10,000 plus outer sect disciples were like countless little fishes, entering the 100 Beasts forest in a single line. "Elder Shao, it seems like there are quite a few good seedlings in this year's outer sect disciple competition." The outer sect elder at the side turned his head and said to Shao Changfeng. Shao Changfeng nodded. Based on this old man's many years of experience, this year's outer sect disciple competition is catching up to the previous one. 2 years ago, Sword Maniac's generation. An outer sect elder was shocked. Sword Maniac's batch could be said to be a gathering of heroes. Not only was there Sword Maniac, but there was also Sword Tiger and Emotionless Sword. The 3 of them were now direct disciples, and their cultivation had reached the Disha realm. There was a saying in the sect that Sword Maniac's batch was the strongest batch in the past century. Elder Shao said, "This year's top 10 geniuses, Yuan Tian, is comparable to Sword Tiger from back then. Shang Guanhong is slightly weaker than Heartless Sword. In addition, there are 10 geniuses this year, while there were only 8 geniuses the year before that. Therefore, they are still slightly comparable." "That's true." All the outer sect elders nodded their heads. Within the 100 Beasts forest, it was gloomy and gloomy, with demonic chi pervading the air. Over 10,000 outer sect disciples entered the forest, but like a clay ox entering the sea, there wasn't any commotion. On the treetops, on the canopy, or in the bushes, one could vaguely see the silhouettes of the outer sect deacons. The Zhanglan sect had a strict hierarchy. From the lowest to the highest, they were outer sect deacon apprentice, inner sect deacon apprentice, outer sect deacon, inner sect deacon, outer sect elder, and inner sect elder. Outer sect deacon apprentices were naturally at the Qi realm, inner sect deacon apprentices and outer sect deacons were at the origin realm, inner sect deacon apprentices and outer sect deacons were at the earth realm, and inner sect elders were at the heaven realm. Thousands of outer sect deacons were equivalent to thousands of origin realm martial artists. As long as there weren't any accidents, it would be hard for these outer sect disciples to die. Other than that, there were a few dozen outer sect elders that entered the forest. Outer sect elders were at the earth realm. Once they wanted to conceal themselves, even origin realm martial artists wouldn't be able to detect them. Swish 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 swish, in the gloomy forest, shadows were shuttling back and forth at different speeds. Li Fuchen was glad that he cultivated the cyclone kick style. Even though this kick style wasn't very useful in battle, it was still very convenient for traveling. Stepping on a large tree branch, Li Fuchen glanced behind him. If his senses weren't wrong, there should be an outer sect deacon following behind him. Outer sect deacons were at the origin realm, and at the origin realm, one could cultivate light body techniques. Body refinement techniques were at least peak tier, yellow class. Light body techniques were at least mystic class, low tier. After cultivating light body techniques, one's body would be as light as a swallow and wouldn't make a sound while traveling. Had it not been for Li Fuchen's strong soul spirit and acute senses, he wouldn't have been able to detect the presence of an outer sect deacon. Did this kid discover me? On the big tree behind him, a 40-year-old outer sect deacon had a surprised expression. He cultivated the mystic class, low-tier light body technique, cloud goose technique. When he revolved his chi, there wouldn't be any sound of air being pierced. Of course, the prerequisite was that his speed couldn't be too fast. If it was too fast, there would be a sound of air being pierced. After all, his cloud goose technique wasn't at the completion stage yet. Only the completion stage of the cloud goose technique could allow one to move at extreme speeds without making any sound. With the cyclone kick style at the trance stage, Li Fuchen's speed was as fast as the wind. Like a shooting star, he overtook one outer sect disciple after another. Who? All of a sudden, a blue patterned python as thick as a thigh struck at Li Fuchen. Class 1 high-tier demonic beast, blue patterned python. One of the fastest Class 1 high-tier demonic beasts. With a concealed weapon in his hand, the outer sect deacon behind Li Fuchen was ready to lend a hand at any moment. Actually, Li Fuchen had already seen the blue patterned python, but he was too lazy to change his route. Raising his right fist, Li Fuchen's fist struck the head of the blue patterned python ruthlessly. Pang! Blood splattered as the blue patterned python turned into a headless python. Such a fast strike speed and such a ferocious force. The outer sect deacon was in awe. Li Fuchen's strike speed wasn't inferior to a low-level origin realm martial artist, and his force was even more ferocious. It was easy to send the blue patterned python flying with a single punch, but to burst the head of the blue patterned python with a single punch, this wasn't something anyone could do. Be it humans or demonic beasts, the skull was the toughest part of their body. This kid is terrifyingly strong. There is no point in following him. It is better to follow the weaker outer sect disciples. The outer sect deacon's duty was to protect the safety of the outer sect disciples. But Li Fuchen was too strong and didn't require his protection. After all, it was impossible for a Class 2 demonic beast to appear in the 100 Beasts forest. Is he gone? Li Fuchen raised an eyebrow. To be honest, he felt uncomfortable being followed. Bursting the blue patterned python's head with a single punch was mainly to test the waters. Chapter 70. The 100 Beasts forest was very, very big. It was located in the middle of a mountain range, extending all the way into the depths of the mountain range. It would take at least 3 days to pass through the 100 Beasts forest. They set off in the morning, and it was already noon. Li Fuchen wasn't in a hurry to continue on his journey. Instead, he took a short break and ate some rations. No one would be able to endure 3 days of non-stop travel. Rather than that, they would naturally rest when it was time to do so, and try their best to maintain their peak condition. After resting for 1 hour, Li Fuchen continued his journey. If a peerless expert were to float above the 100 Beasts forest and use his powerful consciousness to scan the area, he would discover that the 10,000-plus outer sect disciples were divided into a dozen or so groups. The first batch consisted of Yuan Tian and the rest. They had left the second batch far behind. As Li Fuchen had rested for 1 hour, he was in the 10th batch. As for the 10th batch and beyond, they were just some shrimp soldiers and crab generals. They were completely there to make up the numbers, and they also realized that their strength was low, so they didn't go all out. 1 hour later, Li Fuchen passed the 9th batch. Another 1 hour later, Li Fuchen surpassed the 8th batch of people. Just as Li Fuchen was about to catch up to the 7th group, over 100 people surrounded Li Fuchen. The people in the lead were the 7 experts under Fang Lihai. Nie Ming spoke slowly. Li Fuchen, I know you are very strong. Among us, none of us can withstand a single move from you. But with the strength of 100 of us, even if you are an immortal, you will not be able to pass through. Li Fuchen stood on a tree branch that was a few meters above the ground, looking down at them. Seems like all of you have given up on the stage. That's right. Only 20 people can pass the trial. In any case, we have no hope, Cui Tai said calmly. Li Fuchen replied, I don't understand. What benefits did Fang Lihai give you to make you work so hard? If Li Fuchen didn't have the strength, it wasn't a big deal to offend him. But Li Fuchen had already displayed horrific strength and these people still dared to do this. There must be a reason. Mei Ruolong said, you don't need to know this. Actually, the reason they followed Fang Lihai was for the future. As one of the Heaven's Chosen, Fang Lihai would definitely be able to reach the Heaven Star Border realm in the future. Following a Heaven Star Border realm cultivator would bring great benefits to both his family and himself. As for Li Fuchen, it didn't matter if they offended him. Li Fuchen was just a normal bone frame and could at most reach the Earth realm. He couldn't be compared to prodigies. Li Fuchen, I advise you to stay here and not force us to make a move. That's right. With the strength of more than 100 of us, even if you were made of iron, you would still be severely injured on the spot. You are a wise man. You know how to choose. Fang Lihai's underlings shouted. Li Fuchen chuckled, no matter how many wolves there are, how can they compare with a divine dragon? All of you aren't qualified. Finished speaking, Li Fuchen jumped down from the tree, flashed and rushed forward. Stop him. Beat him to death one by one. His body's defense is very strong anyway. Don't worry about killing him. Cui Tai shouted. So, more than 100 outer sect disciples of the 8th and 9th level of the Qi realm intercepted a single person. It was a grand sight, like a tidal wave. A mantis trying to block a chariot. Li Fuchen let out a disdainful laugh and opened up his arms. Like an eagle spreading its wings, he dived towards the oncoming crowd. Peng, 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 a horrifying scene happened. The tidal wave of disciples couldn't stop Li Fuchen's momentum. They were all knocked away and sent flying, spitting out fresh blood and broken bones. Since you have decided to offend me, then be prepared to offend me. Li Fuchen's speed was too fast. Wherever there were more people, he would rush. Wherever he went, people would be thrown off their feet and blood would mix together. Li Fuchen, don't you dare be presumptuous. With Cui Tai as the leader, the 7 experts worked together to attack Li Fuchen. Their sword shadows were like an inescapable net, impenetrable. Get lost. With a spin, Li Fuchen executed the Cyclone Kick Style's Tornado Cloud Remnant. Dense shadows of his kicks shot out in all directions. PFFF, 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 the 7 experts spat out blood as they retreated, overwhelmed with shock. Too strong. Li Fuchen's ability could no longer be described as the Qi realm. Even a low-level Origin realm martial artist wouldn't be this insane. It wasn't that low-level Origin realm martial artists weren't strong enough. It was mainly because the physical defense of a low-level Origin realm martial artist was far inferior to Li Fuchen. In that instant, Li Fuchen executed a dozen kicks, but also suffered a dozen swords. Li Fuchen was unscathed, but they spat out blood and retreated. His defense is even stronger, almost twice as strong. Cui Tai took in a deep cold breath. I don't believe he can withstand so many attacks. The one who spoke was Mei Ruolong. He was shocked and angry at the same time. No matter what body refinement technique, after receiving countless attacks, one's blood would boil. Just like a rock, a hammer might not be able to smash it, but after being smashed many times, even the hardest rock would shatter. Those who can still stand, attack. Mei Ruolong bellowed. With the sound of the wind, a dense group of figures rushed at Li Fuchen in waves. Li Fuchen's expression turned cold. Since you don't know what's good for you, then don't blame me. A domineering and blazing Qi presence was emitted from Li Fuchen's body. Li Fuchen's figure flashed and his kicks poured down like a torrential rain. His kicks were as fierce as a violent gale. Those who got hit had their bones shattered and fainted on the spot. Previously, Li Fuchen was still controlling his strength. Even though he didn't use his full strength, but he increased his strength to the point where it could instantly inflict serious injuries. It was normal for him to accidentally kill someone. But he couldn't be blamed. Anyone else would be enraged after being surrounded by hundreds of people. He believed that even if he killed someone, the sect wouldn't blame him. In a chaotic battle, who could hold back? Pang! With a kick on Mei Ruolong's shoulder immediately collapsed. With a flash, Li Fuchen kicked Nie Ming's waist, causing him to fall to the ground and bleeding from his 7 orifices. Enough, everyone stop. The outer sect deacons who were hiding in the shadows couldn't bear to watch any longer and rushed out. They were worried that if this carried on, Li Fuchen would kill a few of them. Cui Tai saw his men getting beaten up so badly, his eyes turned red and rushed at Li Fuchen without a care in the world. Courting death. An outer sect deacon's eyes flashed with a cold light. With a palm strike, he sent Cui Tai flying while vomiting blood. Cui Tai's body slid down a tree. Go! Leave this to us. The leader of the outer sect deacons said to Li Fuchen. Taking a deep breath, Li Fuchen tried his best to suppress his growing killing intent and said in a low voice, "Many thanks." Finishing his sentence, he turned and left. What a fiend! A shadow flashed, and an outer sect elder appeared. Elder! All the outer sect deacons bowed their heads. The outer sect elder waved his hand and said, "This child's ability is outstanding and ruthless. Luckily this is the sect. Had it been outside, not more than half of these people would still be alive. 1 against 100. Within the outer sect, there aren't many who can do it." Chapter 71. After a while, Li Fuchen's murderous aura completely dissipated. If my defense wasn't strong enough, even if my strength was twice as strong, I'm afraid I would still be lying there. This encounter had strengthened Li Fuchen's determination to walk on the path of body refinement. The path of martial arts was extremely dangerous. Now that Li Fuchen was an outer sect disciple, he didn't have to go out for missions. After becoming an inner sect disciple, they would need to complete at least one sect mission every year. During the mission, it would be fine if everything went smoothly, but if it didn't, it would be very easy to encounter danger. There were many kinds of dangers, and some of them couldn't be dealt with just because you were strong. For example, in the situation just now, it was impossible to not have any defense. No matter how powerful one was, as long as one was hit, one would still be injured. Once one was injured, one's condition would decline, and the further one went, the harder it would be for one to hold on. The 6th batch. The 5th batch. When evening came, Li Fuchen overtook the fifth group and was now in the same camp as the fourth group. Of course, Li Fuchen didn't know. Running in the increasingly gloomy forest, Li Fuchen's ears suddenly twitched and heard a voice that didn't belong to him. Walala! The bushes on the side parted, and an exceptionally ferocious blood-red demon beast rushed out. It was a blood-bone leopard. No, the blood-boned leopard wasn't that ferocious, and its eyes weren't purplish-red, but red. Could it be a mutated demon beast? Li Fuchen thought to himself. Demonic beasts were different from humans. Their bloodlines were very heterogeneous. For example, a leopard demonic beast might contain the bloodlines of dozens of different demonic beasts. Therefore, if a demonic beast wanted to become stronger, there were only two paths. One was mutation, and the other was evolution. Mutation was the fusion of bloodlines, producing a new bloodline. Evolution, on the other hand, was to choose a stronger bloodline and purify one's own bloodline. It was obvious that this was a mutated blood-boned leopard, and its strength was several times stronger than an ordinary blood-boned leopard. Roar! The mutated blood-boned leopard arched its back and shot towards Li Fuchen. With a flash, Li Fuchen dodged the attack of the mutated blood-boned leopard. The blood-boned leopard was a Class 1 high-tier demonic beast and its speed was already extremely fast. The mutated blood-boned leopard's speed increased by at least 2 folds, even Li Fuchen would find it hard to dodge. If it were anyone else, they would definitely be killed instantly. It could be said that this was an accident. And accidents could easily lead to death. Missing its first strike, the mutated blood-boned leopard used its front limbs to support itself on the ground. Raising its long tail, it swept at Li Fuchen like a rod. Bang! Finally, Li Fuchen couldn't dodge and could only use his left arm to block. The body flew out horizontally, and Li Fuchen was shocked. Even with his current strength, he still suffered a loss at the hands of the mutated blood-skeletal leopard. Fortunately, the mutated blood-boned leopard's forte was its speed, but it lacked in strength. Li Fuchen's left arm merely felt numb and didn't suffer any damage. While in mid-air, Li Fuchen drew his wooden sword. The moment he landed, he cleaved at the mutated blood-boned leopard. Clang! The mutated skeletal blood leopard was the same as the skeletal blood leopard. However, the blood-boned leopard's bones were blood-red in color, while the mutated blood-boned leopard's bones were purplish-red in color. The wooden sword struck the purplish-red blood bone, instantly shattering the blood bone. Streams of purplish-red blood sputtered out. Die! Cleaving apart the mutated blood-boned leopard, Li Fuchen gripped his sword with both hands and with a burst of speed, he thrust it into the throat of the mutated blood-boned leopard. Death of the Red Jade. Withdrawing the sword, the mutated blood-boned leopard slumped to the ground without any signs of life. Even if the mutated blood-boned leopard's ability isn't that far off from a Class 1 demon. Among the mutated life forms, demons were the rulers. A Class 1 demon's physical strength was around 10,000 kilograms. Complemented with the demonic chi that reeked of blood, it was an invincible existence amongst Class 1 demons. There was once a Class 1 demon that appeared in the vicinity of Yunwu City. It took a dozen Origin Realm martial artists to kill it. The materials from the mutated blood-boned leopard were valuable, but the most valuable was the demon core within its body. Most mutated demonic beasts had a demon core within their bodies. Slicing open the mutated blood-boned leopard's body, Li Fuchen searched carefully and found a purplish-red crystal within. A Class 1 high-tier demon core was worth around 1,000 gold coins. A Class 1 high-tier mutated demon core was worth around 5,000 gold coins. In the sect, I don't lack contribution points, but I do lack gold coins. Wiping off the bloodstains on the demon core, Li Fuchen kept it in his pocket. The sky gradually darkened. Within the 100 Beasts forest, the demonic chi was getting more and more horrifying. Strange noises could be heard from all directions. Many of the outer sect disciples who wanted to rest were frightened and didn't dare to do so. Just like that, the night passed. After a day and night of traveling, everyone was exhausted. While others were exhausted, Li Fuchen was full of energy and maintained a high speed on his journey. In the morning, Li Fuchen finally arrived at the front lines. Fang Lihai, I hope you don't meet me. As Li Fuchen traveled, he scanned his surroundings. Fang Lihai sent men to obstruct his path. If he didn't take revenge, he would be too useless. Swish! Passing through a relatively dense forest, Li Fuchen saw a graceful figure. It was Wu Qingmei. Li Fuchen. Wu Qingmei approached. Li Fuchen asked, have you seen Fang Lihai? Wu Qingmei shook her head, nope. Many thanks, I shall make a move first. Li Fuchen increased his speed and soon left behind Wu Qingmei, whose mental state was on the decline. Looking at Li Fuchen's departing back, Wu Qingmei had a strange look in her eyes. The Li Fuchen that she didn't think much of at first, was now one of the outer sect's most influential figures. Some even compared him to Yuan Tian. With his valiant physical strength, Li Fuchen was full of energy. At noon, Li Fuchen didn't rest and continued on his journey. But other than Wu Qingmei, he didn't see anyone else in the top 20 of the Tower of Tribulations. He reckoned that the others didn't take the same route as him. Since the 100 Beasts forest was huge, it was impossible for everyone to take the same route. On the evening of the second day, Li Fuchen coincidentally met Gao Changtian. Gao Changtian was surprised, I thought you were ahead of me. Towards Li Fuchen, his heart was filled with emotions. Who would have thought that a normal bone-framed disciple could explode with such strength? Even he couldn't injure Qing Xiaoyu with a single punch. Have you seen Fang Lihai? Li Fuchen asked. He should have chosen another route. Why are you looking for him? To settle a personal grudge with him. Li Fuchen didn't elaborate further. Gao Changtian thought for a moment and said, the deeper you go into the 100 Beasts forest, the narrower the entrance. You might just meet him up ahead. Is that so? Many thanks. Finishing his sentence, Li Fuchen gradually pulled away from Gao Changtian. Gao Changtian let out a bitter laugh. For this type of long-distance running, those with a strong physique would have the absolute advantage. His physical strength wasn't weak. After cultivating the 7-star forged body to completion, he chose a low-tier, mystic-class body refinement technique, the Celestial Cloud Battle Body. Chapter 72. On the third morning, Li Fuchen found Fang Lihai in front of a small stream. Fang Lihai. Li Fuchen. The two of them looked at each other from a distance. Under the influence of their qi, a gust of wind blew over and blew up dozens of fallen leaves. They actually caught up to me, seems like they failed. Fang Lihai spoke with some regret. Li Fuchen replied coldly, you are a prodigy, yet you resort to such underhanded methods. You have really opened my eyes. Fang Lihai grinned, in the 100 Beasts forest, there are no other rules except killing. I am just using my advantages to my advantage. Li Fuchen didn't intend to reason with his opponent. He revolved his qi and spoke slowly, I wonder if the heavily injured you can still be in the top 20. Li Fuchen, do you think I am still the same as I was half a year ago? Now, I'll let you see what level my strength has reached. Fang Lihai's qi presence exploded as the fallen leaves flew into the sky. With a loud roar, Fang Lihai rushed at Li Fuchen like an arrow and sent a punch over. After half a year of cultivation, Fang Lihai's iron armor art had already reached the pinnacle of the 9th level. Circulating his Jinqi, he was able to cover his entire body in an instant. Especially the Jinqi on his fists, it was a level denser than before. Apart from that, his Iron Dipper form was also at the 3rd rank, giving him a physical strength of 7,000 kilograms. There is an improvement, but it is still too little. Fang Lihai had a huge improvement, but Li Fuchen had an even bigger improvement. Stepping forward with his left leg, Li Fuchen's fist collided with Fang Lihai's. Crack! The sound of bones cracking could be heard. Fang Lihai was sent flying as though he was struck by lightning. He fell into the stream like a drowned rat. Fang Lihai, we originally didn't have any grudges between us. But you didn't know when to back off. This is your outcome. Li Fuchen didn't intend to let Fang Lihai off so easily and walked over step by step. Impossible, this is impossible. The stinging pain on his fist caused Fang Lihai's face to turn pale. He looked at the approaching Li Fuchen with fear and screamed out. He couldn't be blamed for panicking. Li Fuchen's performance was just too bizarre. Half a year ago, he was still able to fight with Li Fuchen for a long time. Half a year later, he actually couldn't even withstand a single fist from Li Fuchen. How could he accept this? It was as if you were originally only slightly weaker than your opponent, but after a period of time, your strength had greatly improved and you wanted to take revenge, but you were instantly killed by your opponent. No one could stand the sharp contrast. Seeing that Li Fuchen was right in front of him, Fang Lihai was frightened. He leapt up and frantically escaped, splashing water everywhere. But Li Fuchen's speed was even faster than him. An afterimage appeared as Li Fuchen caught up to Fang Lihai. No! Fang Lihai roared with rage, his uninjured left hand drew his wooden sword and turned around to face Li Fuchen. Bang! With a kick, Li Fuchen sent Fang Lihai flying a dozen meters away. Then, he once again walked towards Fang Lihai. Fang Lihai was on the verge of collapse. His eyes were filled with hatred and fear. Little bastard, scram! All of a sudden, a figure assaulted Li Fuchen with ghostly speed. Li Fuchen quickly countered with a punch. Puff! Spitting out a mouthful of fresh blood, Li Fuchen was sent flying and crashed into a tree, splitting it into two. Origin Realm Martial Artist. The attacker was an Origin Realm martial artist, if not Li Fuchen wouldn't have been able to withstand a single blow. Looking up, Li Fuchen saw a buff-looking man wearing an outer sect deacon attire standing at the side of the stream, staring at him with a cold gaze. With 10,000 kilograms of physical strength, Li Fuchen's physical defense was extremely tough. Complemented with his scarlet fire chi, he could withstand close to 20,000 kilograms of force. What's more, he didn't take the blow head-on, but used his fist to receive the blow. Which was why he only suffered some light injuries. As an outer sect deacon, to interfere in the competition, isn't that too much? Suppressing his boiling blood, Li Fuchen stood up and spoke in a low voice. The buff-looking man replied, so vicious at such a young age. Didn't your parents teach you manners? Don't change the topic. I want to ask, did you get the approval of the outer sect Grand Elder for interfering in the competition? Li Fuchen continued to question. After helping Fang Lihai up, the muscular man still didn't answer his question. He said indifferently, if I wanted to kill you, I wouldn't have used 10% of my strength. I would have used 100% of my strength. You should be glad that I showed mercy. He was a member of the Fang clan and in terms of seniority, he was Fang Lihai's uncle. Since the start of the competition, he followed behind Fang Lihai to ensure his safety. When Fang Lihai fought with Li Fuchen, he thought Fang Lihai would be able to handle it with his ability. He didn't expect Fang Lihai to be defeated in a single punch. If Li Fuchen had stopped, he wouldn't have made a move. But Li Fuchen was too vicious and he had no choice but to teach Li Fuchen a lesson. What a show of mercy! I will report this matter to the outer sect first elder. Li Fuchen spoke in a gloomy tone. Kid, don't go overboard. If not, you won't be able to bear the consequences. The buff-looking man had a murderous intent. Why? Do you want to silence me? Li Fuchen seemed to have sensed something and replied calmly. If you want to die, I can grant your wish. Circulating his chi, the buff-looking man bent his knees, ready to launch a fatal attack at any moment. Fang Dai, what are you trying to do? A loud shout caused the water in the stream to jump up and the dancing leaves to dust. Elder Chiu. The buff-looking man turned around with an unpleasant expression and looked at the elder on the tree branch. The elder was wearing an outer sect elder attire and spoke coldly. During the outer sect disciple competition, you openly interfered with the competition. What punishment do you deserve? Fang De quickly replied, Elder Chiu, Fang De was just joking. I hope Elder Chiu can forgive me. Joking? Is there a need to joke like this? Elder Chiu's expression calmed down. When you return, apologize to Elder Xiao yourself. Yes. Fang De lowered his head and replied. Shifting his gaze to Li Fuchen, Elder Chiu said, Li Fuchen, don't worry. The outer sect Grand Elder will handle this matter. Many thanks Elder Chiu. Li Fuchen's expression was respectful, but his heart was ice cold. Seeing Elder Chiu's attitude, it seemed like he didn't want to pursue Fang De's crime. Thinking back to the fact that Fang De and Fang Lihai were backed by the Shanghai City Lord, and that the Shanghai City Lord wasn't just any city lord, but one of the main cities. His status was comparable to an inner sect elder. Li Fuchen knew that this matter would most likely be left unsettled. Waiting for Li Fuchen to leave, Elder Chiu threw a pill to Fang De. This bone-altering pill can speed up the healing of his bones. Finishing his statement, Elder Chiu's figure flashed and vanished without a trace. Uncle De, how will the outer sect Grand Elder punish you? Fang Lihai asked with concern. Fang De laughed, don't worry, the punishment won't be too severe. After all, your father is the Shanghai City's city lord and is on good terms with many of the inner sect elders. If not, Elder Chiu wouldn't have given you the bone-altering pill. That's good. Fang Lihai let out a breath of relief and felt a sense of pride in his heart. Chapter 73. With the Fang family's status, the outer sect Grand Elder probably won't do anything to Fang De. At most, he will punish him. Li Fuchen wasn't happy, but he wasn't too agitated. This was how the world worked. You either had strength or background. There were countless cities in the Tsanglan region, but there weren't many main cities. If a regular city's city lord was equivalent to an outer sect elder, then a main city's city lord would be equivalent to an inner sect elder. Their status and prestige were definitely top-notch in the Tsanglan region. If I want to establish myself in the Azure Water sect, I need to display my worth and not be too low profile. At this moment, Li Fuchen decided that in the following years, he would burst out with his own brilliance and become the focus of the sect's nurturing. As such, anyone who wanted to deal with him would have to think twice before acting. Take Yuan Tian for example. If Fang De dared to do anything to him, he would most likely be sentenced to death by the sect. Even the city lord of the main city would not dare to plead on his behalf. Anyone who faced a sect was extremely weak. Above the inner sect elders were the protectors and grand elders, as well as the supreme sect leader. In the gloomy forest, Li Fuchen was bouncing like a star, his speed was even faster than 2 days ago. Puff! A bat-like demonic beast attacked and was split in half by Li Fuchen's sword. A silver-patterned tiger that was hiding in the bushes scurried out and was trampled into the mud by Li Fuchen, crushing all its bones. An iron rhinoceros with a strong defense came at him. After getting kicked by Li Fuchen 3 to 4 times, half of its body collapsed. After a bloody journey, Li Fuchen finally saw the end of the 100 Beasts forest. Someone was already waiting at the end. As expected by Li Fuchen, it was Yuan Tian. Seeing Li Fuchen, Yuan Tian was a little surprised, but just nodded lightly and didn't say anything. Not bad. This kid is actually the second person to pass through the 100 Beasts forest, even faster than Shang Guanhong. The outer sect elders nodded their heads in approval. It seems like I have underestimated him. Chen Zongming was also in the crowd. When he saw Li Fuchen, his pupils involuntarily shrank. Being the second person to clear the 100 Beasts forest did not mean that he was the second strongest, but his strength was at least in the top 10 or 20. Not to mention a normal bone frame, even a 3-star bone frame couldn't do it. But Li Fuchen did it. An hour later, Shang Guanhong came out. Looking at Yuan Tian, Shang Guanhong had a look of hatred. But when he saw Li Fuchen, his expression completely changed. He could understand why Yuan Tian could get first place. Whether he admitted it or not, Yuan Tian was stronger than him. But who was Li Fuchen to actually be the second to pass the 100 Beasts forest? Damn it, how can I be ranked third? He must have been lucky and didn't encounter any demonic beasts along the way. Shang Guanhong concluded that Li Fuchen relied on his luck to be ranked ahead of him. Brushing past Li Fuchen, Shang Guanhong snorted with a look of disdain. The fourth to arrive was a slightly plump youth called Hong Feng. Even though he wasn't one of the outer sect's top 10 geniuses, he was 1 or 2 years older. He was 18 years old this year and was ranked third in the Tower of Trials. The fifth was Gao Changtian. He was supposed to be behind Fang Lihai, but Fang Lihai was beaten up by Li Fuchen and needed some time to recuperate. The sixth was Sun Jun, one of the outer sect's top 10 prodigies. The seventh was one of the outer sect's 4 great beauties, Zhao Mingyue. If Guan Shui was cold, Wu Qingmei was bright, Zhu Hongxiu was beautiful, and Zhao Mingyue was stunning. In terms of aura, Zhao Mingyue was a notch above the other 3. No wonder she is the granddaughter of the inner sect Grand Elder. Li Fuchen praised in his heart. Zhao Mingyue had an esteemed status and was the granddaughter of the inner sect Grand Elder. Compared to Zhao Mingyue, Fang Lihai, who was the young city lord of Shanghai City, paled in comparison. Seeing Zhao Mingyue, be it Yuan Tian, Shang Guanhong, Hong Feng, or Sun Jun, their eyes lit up with a faint desire. Not only was Zhao Mingyue beautiful, her talent and background were also top-notch. Who wouldn't want to be her partner? A pity that Zhao Mingyue had high standards. There were rumors that Yuan Tian pursued Zhao Mingyue, but was rejected by her. The eighth to pass the 100 Beasts forest was Guan Shui. Like an elegant shadow, Guan Shui's appearance made the end of the 100 Beasts forest a beautiful sight. She and Zhao Mingyue each had their own beauty. The ninth was another one of the 10 prodigies. The 10th was Wu Qingmei. The slightly fatigued Wu Qingmei didn't lose any of her charm, but instead became even more alluring, causing Yuan Tian's heart to burn with passion. In contrast to Yuan Tian, Shang Guanhong had a face of unwillingness and anger. Only after the 14th person did Fang Lihai appear. He viciously stared at Li Fuchen. If looks could kill, Li Fuchen would have died dozens of times over. Among the crowd, which one of them wasn't a shrewd person with sharp eyes? They could feel that Fang Lihai seemed to hate Li Fuchen. But they didn't know what happened between the two in the 100 Beasts forest. The 16th. The 18th. The 20th. Finally, there were 20 people who passed the 100 Beasts forest. Very good. To be able to pass the 100 Beasts forest so quickly, it means that your abilities are not bad. The tournament will start in 3 days. During this period of time, prepare well and be in peak condition for the tournament. Xiao Changfeng had a face of anticipation. 3 days later, Zhanglan Sect Outer Sect Disciple Region. There was a giant martial arts stage here, with enough spectator stands to hold tens of thousands of people. I heard that this year's Outer Sect Disciple Tournament is extremely strong, almost on par with Sword Maniac Shixiang's batch. I wonder if it is true. It must be an exaggeration. This year's Outer Sect Disciple Tournament has Yuan Tian, who is a 5-star bone frame. But the previous tournament also had Dominion Sword Shixiang. Whether it is true or not, we will know once we see it. The 100 Beasts Forest stage should be over, right? In the spectator stands, there were plenty of inner sect disciples who came to spectate. They were all promoted to inner sect disciples in the recent years and paid more attention to the outer sect. Apart from them, a majority of the outer sect disciples came too and sat at the back. Look, Yun Jian Shixiang is here. He became an inner sect disciple 2 years ago and reached the 3rd level of the origin realm in just 2 short years. That's normal. Yun Jian Shixiang was an outer sect prodigy. How can we compare? Mei Jian Shiji is here too. Strange, she is only at the 5th level of the origin realm. Why would she be interested in the outer sect disciple tournament? Maybe she has a relative in this year's outer sect disciple tournament. The inner sect disciples in the front row would glance at the spectator stands from time to time. Once they spotted a famous person, they would immediately start a discussion. As for Yun Jian Shixiang and Mei Jian Shixiang, Yun Jian and Mei Jian were just titles. Only outstanding individuals would have titles. Those who made a name for themselves in the outside world would also have their own titles. Just as the crowd was in a heated discussion, a 1.9-meter tall, muscular youth walked in from the entrance. He was rather tall and had an imposing aura. He was obviously at the bottom, but he was like a mountain towering in front of the inner sect disciples, unreachable. It's Dominion Sword Shixiang. Chapter 74. So many people. As soon as Li Fuchen entered the martial stage, he was shocked by the dense crowd of spectators. Yunwu City's stage could only hold a few thousand people, but the Tsanglan sect's outer sect stage could hold tens of thousands of people. As the saying goes, if there were tens of thousands of people, it would be a spectacular sight. All of you go up and draw your lots. Xiao Changfeng said to the 20 participants of the tournament. Yes. Li Fuchen and the rest walked up the stage and reached into the box to draw a lot. Li Fuchen got lot 3. Even though the outer sect disciple tournament was a grand event, there wasn't any complicated procedures. No one went up on stage to speak either. The inner sect elders and other upper echelons sat on the rostrum and nodded at Xiao Changfeng, indicating the start of the tournament. When the tournament started, the first 2 contestants who drew lot 1 went up on stage. They were Guan Shui and Wu Qingmei. Boom! Once the 2 of them went up on stage, the spectators were in an uproar. Especially those inner sect disciples, many of the male disciples even whistled. Guan Shui shimmy, I will not go easy on you. Wu Qingmei drew her wooden sword and gave a sweet smile. Guan Shui replied with an emotionless face, I don't need you to go easy. Be careful. Carrying her wooden sword, Wu Qingmei's body floated. Layers of sword shadows fell on Guan Shui with increasing speed. Peak tier, yellow class sword art, violent wind quick sword. Guan Shui raised her arm and with a flick, layers of sword flowers resembled plum blossoms, blocking Wu Qingmei's violent wind quick sword. Peak tier, yellow class sword art, plum blossom sword style dang 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 dang. Their movements were graceful, like butterflies flying through flowers, pleasing to the eye. But their attacks were merciless, each sword was filled with killing intent, merciless and swift. Wu Qingmei's cultivation level and technique rank are slightly higher, but Guan Shui's physical fitness is superior. Below the stage, Li Fuchen observed the battle between the 2. He could see that Wu Qingmei's physical strength was weaker than Guan Shui's and was at a disadvantage in this aspect. But in other words, Wu Qingmei entered the Tsanglan sect earlier than Guan Shui and cultivated longer than Guan Shui. This was Guan Shui's disadvantage. After 100 moves, Wu Qingmei was the first to execute her killer move. 100 changes of gale. Wu Qingmei's frenzied wind-fast sword was already at great accomplishment realm. Once the killer move was used, the dense sword force was like 100 arrows shooting out at the same time. Those with weaker sword path cultivation would be full of openings when facing this move. 1,000 plum blossoms. Unfortunately, Guan Shui's talent in the way of the sword seemed to be above Wu Qingmei's. As soon as she displayed her sword technique, sword flowers blossomed like plum blossoms, instantly spreading out and dispersing Wu Qingmei's killer move. He outshines others. Without waiting for Wu Qingmei to change her move, Guan Shui's sword momentum changed, from the last move to the first move of the plum blossom sword style. The plum blossoms vanished, and Guan Shui's sword pressed against Wu Qingmei's throat. You lost. Guan Shui said lightly. Wu Qingmei was a little disappointed. Junior apprentice sister Guan Shui has good sword skills. If it wasn't for the fact that her physical strength was slightly weaker than Guan Shui's and her agility wasn't as great as Guan Shui's, she might not have lost to Guan Shui. However, she had to admit that Guan Shui's talent in the way of the sword was higher than hers, and Guan Shui's comprehension of the way of the sword was deeper than hers. What a good plum blossom sword art! In the spectator stands, a snow-white female inner sect disciple raised an eyebrow. She was the plum sword that everyone was talking about. Plum Sword, Chen Fanghua. She was given the title of Plum Sword because her sword style was related to the plum blossom. When she was an outer sect disciple, she cultivated the plum blossom sword style. After becoming an inner sect disciple, she cultivated the myriad blossom sword style. Which was why she paid extra attention to Guan Shui, who cultivated the plum blossom sword style. The violent wind quick sword isn't bad, but it is a pity that her adaptability is lacking. Cloud Sword, Lu Qianhe commented on Wu Qingmei's sword style. As the match between Guan Shui and Wu Qingmei ended, the contestants who drew lot number 2 went on stage. They were Hong Feng and Shang Guanhong. Shang Guanhong won. Lot number 3, come on stage. The referee announced loudly. It's my turn. Li Fuchen's body flashed and jumped onto the stage. On the opposite side, a figure instantly went on stage. Taking a closer look, it was one of the 10 prodigies of the outer sect. Sun Jun heard of Li Fuchen's infamous name and was cursing his bad luck. Among the 19 contestants, there were only 3 or 4 that he didn't want to meet. But Li Fuchen was one of them. Severely injuring Qing Xiaoyu with a single punch, Sun Jun didn't think he could do it. However, it was impossible for him to admit defeat. He was very confident in his own sword Dao cultivation. Li Fuchen, take this. Sun Jun made the first move. With a flash of his sword, like a venomous snake, the speed of his sword was extremely fast. Peak tier, yellow class sword art, snake eye sword style. Cool breeze sword style. The trance stage cool breeze sword style in the hands of Li Fuchen had the ability to turn something rotten into something magical. It was just a single blade, but Sun Jun felt as though Li Fuchen executed at least 20 blades. Every blade could be real and every blade could be fatal. Dang 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 dang, Sun Jun made the first move, but he was the first to retreat. He had no choice but to retreat. If he didn't, he would be instantly defeated. I have to defeat my opponent in terms of sword skills. Li Fuchen didn't use his physical strength to his advantage. Since he wanted to burst forth with his own brilliance, he had to first let others see his sword Dao cultivation. After a dozen moves, Li Fuchen broke Sun Jun's snake eye sword style. You are strong, I concede defeat. Sun Jun laughed bitterly. He thought his sword skills were strong, but Li Fuchen's sword skills were even stronger. Every move and stance was executed according to Li Fuchen's will, like a heavenly steed soaring through the sky. Sun Jun couldn't even keep up with Li Fuchen's rhythm. Thanks for letting me win. Li Fuchen cupped his fist. The one who drew the number 4 lot was Yuan Tian. With just a single blade, he defeated his opponent. With his dominating ability, he had a lot of support. Everyone had already determined that he would be the champion of this year's Outer Sect Disciple Tournament and no one could stop him. The 5th to go up was Zhao Mingyue and Fang Lihai. Fang Lihai's ability was strong, but Zhao Mingyue was even stronger. When the Raging Wave sword style met the Bright Moon sword style, it was as though it met its nemesis. Once the killer move, Bright Moon over the Sea, was executed, Fang Lihai vomited blood and fell off the stage. Mingyue Shimi is indeed the Grand Elder's granddaughter. Her talent is incredible. In the outer sect, other than Yuan Tian, the only one who can match up to Mingyue Shimi is probably Shang Guanhong. Shang Guanhong is Elder Shangguan's grandson, his talent is also incredible. Next up, Gao Changtian went up against Qing Xiaoyu. Gao Changtian won. Soon enough, after the first round of matches, the top 10 were decided. The top 10 represented the top 10 outer sect disciples and were rewarded with large amounts of contribution points. First place would be rewarded with 100,000 points, second and third place would be rewarded with 80,000 points, fourth and fifth place would be rewarded with 60,000 points, and fifth to 10th place would be rewarded with 30,000 points. It could be said that in the Tsang Lan sect, only disciples would receive the best treatment. Outer sect elders might have a high status, but in terms of earning points, they might not be able to match up to Tsang Lan sect disciples. The main reason was because disciples often received rewards. Cultivation techniques that were cultivated quickly would be rewarded. Placing in the tournament would also be rewarded. Chapter 75. Outer Sect Top 10 Disciples, Damn it. Guan Peng was among the audience. Back in Cloud Mist City, he looked down on Li Fuchen. During the genius contest, he might have been defeated by Li Fuchen. But he still looked down on Li Fuchen and thought he was just a normal bone frame with no potential. Now that Li Fuchen became one of the top 10 Outer Sect disciples, Guan Peng wavered. He didn't know if he still had the confidence to despise Li Fuchen. I will not bother with you for now. Once I break through to the origin realm, I will definitely catch up to you. Guan Peng clenched his fist tightly. In the front row of the audience, Guan Hong and Guan Yen sat side by side. After a year, Guan Hong had advanced to the second level of the origin realm while Guan Yen had advanced to the third level of the origin realm. Advancing one stage in over a year was considered average in the inner sect. A mere disciple of the Li clan can actually become one of the top 10 outer sect disciples. Unforgivable. Guan Hong frowned, his expression extremely displeased. Guan Yen snorted, it's just temporary glory. With his bone frame, it's impossible for him to advance to the origin realm before 18 years old. The lower the star grade of the bone frame, the longer one would be stuck at the peak of the 9th level of the Qi realm. And this was only the first hurdle. Once one reached the peak of the 9th level of the origin realm, it was normal to be stuck for 10 to 20 years. After the top 10 were decided, it was time to decide the top 5. It was still drawing lots, and Li Fuchen drew lot number 4. Lot number 1, Yuan Tian vs Gao Changtian. Even though Gao Changtian had tried his best, the gap between him and Yuan Tian was too big. Whether it was physical strength, cultivation, skill level, sword skill level, he was weaker than Yuan Tian in every aspect. Gao Changtian was defeated in 2 moves. Yuan Tian is too strong. Everyone secretly exclaimed. Lot number 2, Zhao Mingyue won. The third lot, Sheng Guanhong vs Guan Shui. Shang Guanhong was 17 this year. She had cultivated for 2 more years than Guan Shui. With these 2 years, Shang Guanhong defeated Guan Shui without any mishaps. Lot 4, Li Fuchen also defeated his opponent with ease. With the end of the 5th round, the top 5 were born. They were Yuan Tian, Zhao Mingyue, Shang Guanhong, Li Fuchen, and one of the 10 prodigies called Chao Yun. 2-on-1 duel. The first match was between Yuan Tian and Chao Yun. Second match, Li Fuchen against Zhao Mingyue. Shang Guanhong had a bye. There was no suspense in the first match. Yuan Tian easily won. In the second match, Li Fuchen and Zhao Mingyue immediately engaged in an intense battle. Zhao Mingyue was much stronger than what everyone had imagined. As soon as they exchanged moves, Li Fuchen could feel that Zhao Mingyue's foundation was extremely terrifying. This fear did not originate from his physical strength, but from his Xinqi. The 8th level of the Bright Jade Mysterious Art? Li Fuchen thought of a possibility. The Bright Jade Mysterious Technique was an advanced version of the Enchanting Jade Technique. The 7th level was already comparable to the 9th level of the Enchanting Jade Technique. It was obvious how powerful the 8th level would be. How would Li Fuchen know that the reason why Zhao Mingyue was able to advance the Clear Jade Mystic Technique to the 8th rank was because she consumed a cultivation pill, the Clear Jade Pill. As the granddaughter of the Inner Sect Grand Elder, she had access to such resources. On the opposite side, Zhao Mingyue was even more surprised than Li Fuchen. She had already tried her best but couldn't do anything to Li Fuchen. Instead, she was forced to defend. Be careful. Li Fuchen suppressed his strength to the same level as his opponent and purely used his sword Dao cultivation to suppress his opponent. Li Fuchen, you are strong, but this is still not enough. Zhao Mingyue's sword presence rose abruptly. The qi that covered the wooden sword had a slight change in color. Under the sunlight, it emitted a rainbow glow, as though it was the sunset. Mystic class, low-tier sword art, sunset sword style. Squinting his eyes, Li Fuchen's vision was filled with the sunset sword style. Li Fuchen, against the sunset sword style, you cannot win. Admit defeat now. With the help of the sunset sword style, Zhao Mingyue not only turned the tables, but also suppressed Li Fuchen for the first time. It is the mystic class, low-tier sunset sword style. How did Mingyue shimmy cultivate? A Qi realm martial artist shouldn't be able to execute a mystic class, low-tier sword art, right? Normally speaking, a Qi realm martial artist would find it hard to execute a mystic class, low-tier sword art. But Mingyue shimmy is different. How is it different? Mingyue shimmy has already cultivated the bright moon mystic technique to the 8th rank. Her qi is much stronger than a regular 9th level qi realm martial artist. To a certain extent, her qi isn't any weaker than those who just entered the origin realm. Now that you mention it, it does make sense. Dominion Sword Shixiang, Sword Maniac, Sword Tiger, and Emotionless Sword Shixiang from the previous tournament, all cultivated a mystic class, low-tier sword art at the Qi realm. You didn't hear about it, that's why you have such doubts. The inner sect disciples in the front row whispered to each other and discussed softly. Below the stage, Yuan Tian saw Zhao Mingyue execute the sunset sword style. He let out a light laugh and wasn't too surprised. So this is a mystic class, low-tier sword art. It isn't much. Li Fuchen changed his sword stance and executed the peak tier, yellow class, scarlet fire sword style for the first time. Blaze. Like a raging inferno, like a volcano eruption. Li Fuchen's sword stance was unprecedentedly hot and domineering. If Zhao Mingyue's sunset sword style was like rays of sunset, then Li Fuchen's scarlet fire sword style was like a soaring fire wave, incinerating everything in its path. Zhao Mingyue turned pale with fright. Against Li Fuchen's scarlet fire sword style, her sunset sword style was like the winter snow meeting the blazing sun, melting and disintegrating. Impossible, the scarlet fire sword style is only a peak tier, yellow class sword art? Zhao Mingyue bit on her lips. This child's perception is truly terrifying. He actually cultivated the scarlet fire sword style to the trance stage. He is obviously the second sword maniac. On the rostrum, an inner sect elder exclaimed. It is indeed at the trance stage. How did he do it? Perception is something that is too abstract. It is related to the bone frame, but it isn't an absolute relationship. Back then, Sword Maniac used his 4-star bone frame to firmly suppress the 5-star bone frame Sword Tiger and Emotionless Sword because of his outstanding perception. The layman just enjoys the show, while the connoisseur recognizes the artistry. Be it the outer sect disciples or inner sect disciples, they only knew that Li Fuchen's sword arts were incredible, but they didn't know what rank Li Fuchen's sword arts were at. But the Tsang Lan sect elders could tell with a single glance. Generally speaking, it was considered good for an outer sect disciple to cultivate a peak tier, yellow class sword art to the subcompletion stage. Only prodigies could push a peak tier, yellow class sword art to the completion stage. But most of the prodigies would only stop at the subcompletion stage, sub-perfection. Very few prodigies could push a peak tier, yellow class sword art to the second completion stage when they were at the Qi realm, the perfection stage. Not to mention the third stage, the trance stage. But Zhao Mingyue's sunset sword style wasn't even at the subcompletion stage. It naturally couldn't be compared to Li Fuchen's trance stage scarlet fire sword style. Sword presence like fire, sword style like fire. After 3 blades, Li Fuchen used a single blade to force Zhao Mingyue off the stage. You win this time. Let's see who wins next time. Zhao Mingyue frowned and left. Li Fuchen's expression was indifferent, as though he did something insignificant. Chapter 76. With the birth of the top 3, it was time for the most crucial moment. As the saying goes, there is no first in literature and no second in martial arts. The outer sect's top 10 disciples were impressive, but no matter how impressive they were, they couldn't compare to the outer sect's number 1 disciple. Every year, the outer sect's number 1 disciple would be recorded and carved on a mountain wall in the outer sect. It was a symbol of glory and strength, and no one could take it away from them. When the lots were drawn, it was Li Fuchen's turn to draw. Yuan Tian, I won't let you get first place so easily. Shang Guanhong took a deep breath, his body tensed up and his muscles contracted. The next moment, a terrifying and overbearing aura burst out, and the wooden sword in his hand was instantly covered with a layer of dense light purple Zhenqi. This Zhenqi was so strong that it extended all the way from his forearm to the tip of the sword. At first glance, it seemed as if he was holding a light purple mist sword. Yuan Tian, take this. Shen Guanhong's footwork was extremely fast, and in just a few blinks of an eye, she had already arrived a few meters away from Yuan Tian. She waved her light purple mist sword, and a fan-shaped sword light burst out, dazzling and resplendent. The 8th layer of the purple extreme profound art. Low-tier profound level sword art, radiant sword art. No one had expected that Shang Guanhong had also cultivated an advanced cultivation technique and a profound rank low-tier sword art. But it was very obvious that Shang Guanhong's sword Dao cultivation surpassed Zhao Mingyue by quite a bit. Zhao Mingyue's mystic class low-tier sword art had yet to reach initial success, but Shang Guanhong's mystic class low-tier sword art had already reached initial success. Other than that, Shang Guanhong's physical strength was also rather terrifying. Before the outer sect disciple competition started, there were insiders who said that Shang Guanhong's physical strength exceeded 7,000 caddies. Now, he was probably even stronger. Shang Guanhong, who had an incomparably strong foundation, unleashed her full power right from the start, slashing towards Yuan Tian. Just as many people were worrying for Yuan Tian, he made his move. The clothes on his right arm were torn apart, revealing his frighteningly strong muscles. Yuan Tian raised his sword, and a peerlessly overbearing sword aura soared into the sky, accompanied by a brilliant sword light. Kacha! Shang Guanhong's sword light crumbled in an instant. Following that, the wooden sword shattered inch by inch, turning into countless fragments that shot out in all directions. Shang Guanhong was rooted to the spot, unable to say a single word. At this moment, the entire place was silent. Everyone stared blankly at Yuan Tian. Very strong. He was terrifyingly strong. He was freakishly strong. Even the former number 1 disciple of the outer sect, Overlord Sword Lu Wuhuang, was a little moved at this moment. His eyes narrowed, and no one knew what he was thinking. Dominating strength, this is a true heaven's chosen. There is no need to compete in the next match. No matter how strong Li Fuchen is, he is not a match for Yuan Tian. Is this Yuan Tian's strength? In my opinion, a regular first-level origin realm inner sect disciple might not even be a match for him. In the outside world, a regular second-level origin realm martial artist wouldn't be a match for Yuan Tian. Endless praises and praises came from the mouths of the crowd. As for Shang Guanhong, she had long been forgotten by the crowd. Yuan Tian's lips curled upwards. He liked the feeling of being worshipped and revered by others. In the endless starry sky, he wanted to be the only sun, causing the other stars to lose their splendor. Only he alone shone brightly. Li Fuchen, come up. Yuan Tian looked at Li Fuchen and spoke in a clear voice. Li Fuchen let out a faint smile and walked towards the contest stage step by step before stopping 10 steps in front of Yuan Tian. Make your move. I'll give you the chance to make your move. Yuan Tian stood proudly with the wooden sword in his right hand resting on the ground. Such a disgrace, he probably can't even withstand a single blade. Below the stage, Fang Lihai had a face of mockery, as though he could see Li Fuchen's soulless expression. Guan Shui stared at Li Fuchen, trying to read his expression. But she couldn't see anything. If Yuan Tian was said to be extremely confident, like the sun in the sky, radiating brilliance, Li Fuchen was like the vast ocean, unfathomable. Once I make my move, you will definitely give it your all. As he spoke, Li Fuchen drew his wooden sword and with a flash, he slashed at Yuan Tian. In your dreams. Yuan Tian repeated the same move. With a swing of his sword, a domineering sword presence soared into the sky, intending to break Li Fuchen's wooden sword. Boom! A ripple-like chi force spread out, causing the clothes and hair of the duo to flutter. On the contest stage, dust flew and formed a dust tornado. Yuan Tian didn't take a step back. Li Fuchen didn't take a step back either. The wooden sword didn't shatter. It really didn't shatter. Shouts of astonishment could be heard. Everyone's interest was piqued, they wanted to see how many moves Li Fuchen could block from Yuan Tian. Interesting. Alright then, I shall play with you. Yuan Tian made his move, the wooden sword in his hand spun in a circle. The dense sword presence was like a golden snake scuttling out. It was ever-changing, precise and ruthless, yet it had an indescribable dominance. Peak tier, yellow class sword art, golden snake sword style. The Yang clan had a sword art called the silver snake sword style, which was a high tier, yellow class sword art. But when compared to the golden snake sword style, it was lacking in presence and wasn't as dominant as the golden snake sword style. Blaze. Vaguely, Yuan Tian seemed to see a huge fireball expanding. His sword momentum instantly melted and disintegrated. Both were peak tier, yellow class sword arts, but his golden snake sword style was only at the perfection stage, while Li Fuchen's scarlet fire sword style was at the trance stage. It could be said that the scarlet fire sword style's power was much stronger than what Yuan Tian imagined. Even the spectators didn't have such an intense feeling. Since that is the case, don't blame me. A powerful chi presence exploded from Yuan Tian's body. 8th rank of the Vajra mystic technique. Since Xiao Mingyue and Shang Guanhong cultivated advanced techniques, Yuan Tian naturally cultivated advanced techniques too. The former two relied on technique pills to advance their technique ranks, but Yuan Tian relied on himself. Although technique pills could save a lot of time, but to fully adapt to it, it required a period of time. But it wasn't so much of a problem for himself, as he was able to fully utilize the power of the first rank technique. Revolving the 8th rank Vajra mystic technique, Yuan Tian's physical strength burst forth. A valiant iron blood chi presence was emitted from his body, it was the chi presence of his physical strength. Lose! Yuan Tian yelled out, the pale golden chi on his wooden sword expanded as he cleaved at Li Fuchen. With this blade, he wanted Li Fuchen to fly off the stage, not giving his opponent any chance. Just in time. Just as Yuan Tian made his move, Li Fuchen's chi presence burst forth. 8th rank of the Scarlet Flame Mystic Technique. At the same time, Li Fuchen's slightly skinny body swelled up. Stepping out with his left leg, he welcomed Yuan Tian with his sword. Boom! This exchange was like a lightning strike that ignited the flames of the earth. The wooden swords in their hands couldn't withstand this terrifying force and instantly shattered. The broken pieces shot out in all directions as if they were hidden weapons. What? The clash between the two had shocked everyone. Especially Li Fuchen's performance, it was even more shocking. Good. The outer sect Grand Elder's eyes lit up as he cheered loudly. To the upper echelons of the sect, it would never be better to have two tigers fighting. After all, who would complain about having more prodigies in their sect? You dare to conceal your ability in front of me? Yuan Tian was enraged. Li Fuchen replied indifferently, same to you. Catch my sword. Xiao Changfeng took out two real swords from nowhere. With a swing, they turned into two streams of light that shot at Li Fuchen and Yuan Tian. Don't even think about catching my sword. Chapter 77. Peng, 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 as the two of them fought with bare fists, it was even more violent than a sword fight. Every punch landed on flesh. Clang! Two swords stabbed into the stage, but the two of them didn't care and continued to fight. Impossible, my 10,000 kilograms of strength can't even suppress my opponent. Yuan Tian got angrier as the fight went on. As the fight progressed, he was on the verge of insanity. Li Fuchen was also wantonly displaying his strength. Yuan Tian was similar to him. Their physical strength, cultivation technique rank, and combat ability were similar as well. Exhilarating. Li Fuchen's eyes were getting brighter. It has been a long time since he went all out in a fight. Suppressing the opponent was exhilarating, but it wasn't satisfying enough. Experts were always lonely. Only when they met a true opponent would the value of an expert be revealed. Crackle. The outer sect stage was made with the toughest rocks. But under the ravages of the two, the rocks started to crack and fist-sized rocks were sent flying with chi forces. Are these two still humans? Even demonic beasts aren't as violent as them. They are comparable to demons. Everyone held their breaths and watched without blinking. Thunderbolt kick. Yuan Tian's martial arts were more comprehensive than Li Fuchen's. With a yellow class, peak tier kick art, a crack that was over a meter long appeared on the stage. Storm flash. When executed by Li Fuchen, the cyclone kick art couldn't be considered a simple, yellow class, mid-tier kick art anymore. It was as though it was fused into Li Fuchen's bloodline and became his instinct. Swish, 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 Li Fuchen's figure darted around, leaving behind a series of afterimages. Just as Yuan Tian was feeling jealous, Li Fuchen attacked. A black mass of leg shadows shrouded over. Even though Yuan Tian was well versed in both offense and defense, he still couldn't block Li Fuchen's attacks. In just a few blinks of the eye, he got kicked 3 to 4 times and was sent flying. Clang! Yuan Tian's luck wasn't bad, there was a real sword along the way. Pulling out the real sword, Yuan Tian took a deep breath and landed heavily on the ground with a 1,000-kilogram drop. Eat my blade. With the real sword in hand, Yuan Tian's ability increased by an unknown amount. The dazzling sword light was directed at Li Fuchen. Li Fuchen hurriedly retreated. As he retreated, he constantly kicked the gravel on the stage towards Yuan Tian. Li Fuchen, do you only know how to escape? Yuan Tian smashed piece after piece of gravel. With these gravel obstructing, he couldn't catch up to Li Fuchen and couldn't help but say coldly. Unknowingly, Li Fuchen arrived at the side of the other true sword. Clang! Drawing his real sword, Li Fuchen said, escape. You overestimate yourself. If I don't defeat you today, I won't rest. Yuan Tian bellowed, the pale golden chi on the true sword surged, turning into a giant pale golden mist sword, cleaving at Li Fuchen. I'm afraid you don't have the ability. Li Fuchen didn't retreat or give way. He wielded the pale red mist sword and brazenly welcomed the attack. Clang! This time, they were real swords, not wooden swords. None of the swords were broken. However, the two swords collided with each other with greater force. Faint golden and faint red mist erupted and dispersed, covering more than half of the arena in an instant. On the battling platform, some fine stones floated up and shot out. Just how profound is the true chi of these two people? The outer sect disciples at the back row were flabbergasted. 5-star bone frame is indeed worthy of being called a 5-star bone frame. Li Fuchen sighed to himself, the battle intent in his eyes intensified. The two of them battled for 300 rounds, but still couldn't determine the victor. But those with discerning eyes could see that Li Fuchen had a greater advantage. Yuan Tian's sword art was dominant, but it wasn't agile enough. But Li Fuchen's sword art wasn't just sharp, it had a bold and unconstrained imagination. Yuan Tian was still limited by the sword art's routine, but Li Fuchen had already surpassed it and added in his own elements. This was the difference in perception. Prairie fire. On the 398th round, Li Fuchen suddenly executed the finishing move of the scarlet fire sword art. Once the sword was brandished, the pale red sword light was like a spark. When it clashed with Yuan Tian's sword art, it instantly exploded and turned into a prairie fire that engulfed everything. PFFF, 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 Charred holes appeared on Yuan Tian's clothes as he retreated pathetically. This is the moment. Li Fuchen's eyes lit up, the sword in his hand drew a perfect arc from left to right. The pale red arc was like a waning moon, illuminating the stage. Yellow class, low-tier sword art, crescent sword style. Clang! Yuan Tian's sword flew out of his hand and landed below the stage. Do not underestimate low-tier sword arts. In a duel between experts, the timing was fleeting. Low-tier sword arts could save a lot of time to accumulate energy, allowing for an immediate burst. Despicable. Yuan Tian paused for a moment and growled. I won fair and square, how is this despicable? His opponent without his sword was like a tiger without its claws and teeth. Li Fuchen didn't bother to attack and replied indifferently. Yuan Tian replied, with a sword in hand, you cannot defeat me. My apologies, your sword was sent flying by me. If another sword comes, I will send it flying too. You are ultimately not a match for me. Whatever you say. Yuan Tian walked off the stage with a gloomy expression. How can you win like this? Is there any justice in this world? Guan Peng was flabbergasted. Guan Hong and Guan Yen were flabbergasted too. There were too many dumbfounded people. Shen Guanhong, Fang Laihai, Qin Xiaoyu, none of them wanted to believe this reality. He actually won. For a moment, Wu Qingmei felt as though she was dreaming. Everything was too surreal. When she first met Li Fuchen, she didn't even put him in her eyes and only treated him as an outer sect disciple with some ability. Only a short period of time had passed and he had already defeated Yuan Tian. Forget it, after entering the origin realm, there should be some changes. Wu Qingmei didn't want to think about these messy things anymore. Interesting. Zhao Mingyue developed a trace of interest towards Li Fuchen. On the rostrum, the inner sect elders were in a heated discussion. This year's batch isn't bad. In terms of overall ability, it is close to Sword Maniac's batch. Yes, Yuan Tian is on par with Sword Tiger, while Li Fuchen's Sword Dao Perception is on par with Sword Maniac. Even though Dominion's sword from the previous batch wasn't bad, but he was the only outstanding one. Let's wait and see. If he is still this outstanding after entering the inner sect, it wouldn't be a problem to give him the identity of an inner sect prodigy. This is a good suggestion. Let's observe first. As the stage was in an uproar, a figure flashed onto the stage. It was Xiao Changfeng. Next, he started to announce the rankings of the outer sect's top 10 disciples and their rewards. There were 2 rewards, contribution points and the qualification to redeem a mystic class martial arts manual. Li Fuchen was first place and was rewarded with 100,000 contribution points. 100,000 contribution points would take an outer sect elder at least 6 to 7 years to earn, which was the envy of others. Of course, outer sect elders earned their position contribution points. In the Zhanglan sect, outer sect elders were considered as the 6th class position and were given at least 15,000 contribution points every year. This way, they would be able to manage the outer sect without any distractions. Chapter 78. Outer Sect Number 1 Disciple, Congratulations. The fact that Li Fuchen became the Outer Sect's number 1 disciple made all the Outer Sect disciples flabbergasted, including Zhu Hongxiu. They knew that Li Fuchen was strong, but they didn't expect him to be so strong that even Yuan Tian was pulled down from his high horse. This could no longer be described as a dark horse, but a hidden dragon. The hidden dragon rose from the abyss and shocked the world with a single brilliant feat. The second day after the ranking tournament ended, Zhu Hongxiu specially came to Li Fuchen's courtyard to congratulate him. Looking at the exquisite and beautiful Zhu Hongxiu, Li Fuchen laughed, just an outer sect number 1 disciple, not the inner sect number 1 disciple. What? You still want to become the inner sect's number 1 disciple? Zhu Hongxiu was shocked. Li Fuchen replied, why not? Zhu Hongxiu spoke in a serious tone. If it was any other ordinary bone frame who said this, I would definitely think that he was boasting. But you are different, I believe you. Thank you. Go rest first. I'll go challenge the Tower of Trials. Li Fuchen was just about to head out. Alright, seems like the first rank of the Tower of Tribulations will belong to you. Zhu Hongxiu was indeed a little tired. After bidding farewell to Li Fuchen, she entered her courtyard. Back at the Tower of Tribulations, Li Fuchen had a completely different mindset. Previously, he had the attitude of giving it a try. Now, he wanted to get first place. According to the Tsang Lan sect's rules, before being promoted to an inner sect disciple, being in the top 10 of the Tower of Tribulations would also be rewarded with contribution points. The prize for first place was 50,000, the prize for second and third place was 30,000, and the prize for fourth to 10th place was 20,000. Even though it wasn't as much as the rewards of the outer sect top 10 disciples, it wasn't small either. Li Fuchen wouldn't let go of this opportunity. It's senior brother Li. Everyone, make way. The current Li Fuchen could be said to be a celebrity amongst celebrities. If anyone from the outer sect said they didn't know Li Fuchen, they would definitely be despised. It didn't matter what Li Fuchen's bone frame was. At the current stage, Li Fuchen was the outer sect's #1 disciple. He was like the sun in the sky, undefeatable. As for what would happen after becoming an inner sect disciple, no one thought that far ahead. Is this what fame is? Li Fuchen didn't reject this feeling and walked to the front of the crowd. Without the need to ring the Tower of Tribulations, the outer sect deacon in charge of the Tower of Tribulations allowed Li Fuchen to attempt the Tower of Tribulations. What a joke, would the outer sect's #1 disciple not be able to ring the bell? Entering the first floor of the Tower of Tribulations, Li Fuchen used a single blade to instantly kill an energy demonic beast. The second level was still an instant kill. On the third floor, Li Fuchen expended some energy. Yuan Qi demonic beasts were different from other demonic beasts. They were not made of flesh and blood. If one could not continuously attack their weak spots, they would not die no matter what. Of course, with Li Fuchen's ability, 2 consecutive strikes would be enough to defeat his opponent. As the array patterns on the third floor of the Tower of Trials lit up and then extinguished, the outside of the Tower of Trials was in an uproar. 9 ticks, surpassing Yuan Tian. No wonder he's the outer sect's #1 disciple. Each time he makes a move, it's getting more and more extraordinary. Yuan Tian must be depressed. He lost the #1 outer sect disciple, and now he lost the #1 position in the Tower of Tribulations as well. He lost 40,000 contribution points in one go. Yuan Tian probably won't be satisfied. Walking out of the Tower of Tribulations, Li Fuchen found out that his result was 9 ticks. Li Fuchen nodded to himself as this result wasn't too bad. In this way, the wooden plaque with Li Fuchen's name was hung in the first position on the stone wall, and Yuan Tian was moved to the second position. In less than half a day, the news of Li Fuchen obtaining first rank in the Tower of Tribulations was spread across half the outer sect. In Yuan Tian's courtyard, Yuan Tian was expressionless and the atmosphere in the courtyard was heavy. After a long time, Yuan Tian muttered to himself, "What belongs to me, I will take it back. No one can take it away from me. I am now at the middle stage of the 9th level of the Qi realm. I will need at least a year to progress to the first level of the Origin realm." On top of the fake mountain, Li Fuchen opened his eyes and stopped his cultivation. The breakthrough from the 9th level of the Qi realm to the first level of the Origin realm wasn't a small hurdle. This hurdle could be passed by many, but the time needed to do so was as different as heaven and earth. In general, a normal bone frame would need at least 5 years to pass. If one's perception was too weak, it was normal to be stuck at this stage for life. A 1-star bone frame would need at least 3 years. A 2-star bone frame would need at least a year. Only those with a 3-star bone frame could pass the hurdle within a year. But there was a precondition. First, one had to reach the peak of the 9th level of the Qi realm. After all, a lot of time was required to advance from the initial stage of the 9th level of the Qi realm to the peak. The reason why Li Fuchen was so confident was because he was certain that he could attain the 9th rank of the Scarlet Mystic Flame technique within a year. By then, his cultivation speed would increase tremendously. With his current body's toughness, he would be able to withstand the dominance of the Scarlet Mystic Flame technique. With 100,000 contribution points, Li Fuchen had a lot of money on hand. He redeemed another 60 Dragon Tiger pills in one go. He hoped to attain the 3rd rank completion stage of the Interception Form Tao before he became an inner sect disciple. Either he didn't do it at all, or he would do it at his strongest. Strong enough to crush the 2nd place disciple. At the current stage, the difference in ability between him and Yuan Tian was very small. Yuan Tian could surpass him at any time, and this wasn't something he wanted to see. The 3rd rank of the Interception Form Tao was much harder to cultivate than Li Fuchen imagined. It wasn't just about resources, but also the essence of the Interception Form Tao. Fortunately, Li Fuchen was lacking in everything except for his terrifying perception. 10,500 kilograms. 11,500 kilograms. 11,500 gene. 12,000 kilograms. After 60 body-tempering pills were consumed, Li Fuchen's physical strength increased to 12,000 kilograms. Other than the cultivation of the Interception Form Tao, Li Fuchen's Sword Tao was also in progress. Instead of redeeming a Mystic class, Low-tier Sword Art, Li Fuchen redeemed 3 Yellow class, Peak-tier Sword Arts, which cost him almost 4,000 contribution points. They were the Tripart Sword Style, Dripping Sword Style, and Soaring Dragon Sword Style. Li Fuchen didn't want to cultivate 2 high-tier sword arts in one go, he wanted to build a solid foundation. The cultivation of the Sword Tao was all about the foundation. A Sword Tao without a foundation was like a house without a foundation, it could collapse at any moment. Tripart Sword Style, 1 blade into 3 blades. Once cultivated to the highest rank, a single blade is enough to poke 3 bloody holes on the enemy's body. Dripping Sword Style, with the thrust as the main focus, condensing the force. Specialized in breaking body refinement techniques. Soaring Dragon Sword Style, the most dominant and vigorous sword art. But it consumes a lot of chi. The stronger the chi, the stronger the Soaring Dragon Sword Style. Each of the 3 yellow class, Peak-tier sword arts had their own specialties. Li Fuchen concentrated on cultivating them. Unknowingly, 2 months had passed since the Outer Sect Disciple Tournament. Tower of Tribulations, Yuan Tian's result has increased to 9 ticks. Same as Li Fuchen, tied for first place. There is no such thing as a tie for first place in the Tower of Tribulations. Whoever finishes first will be first. Walking out of the Tower of Tribulations, Yuan Tian clenched his fist after seeing his own result. Just a little bit more and he would have reached 8 ticks. In order to get first place in the Tower of Tribulations, he even suppressed himself from breaking through. 1 week ago, he could have broken through to the first level of the Origin Realm. First place, I will definitely get first place. Chapter 79. 3-part Sword Art, 1 sword becomes 3. Li Fuchen first studied the Tripart Sword Style. The Tripart Sword Art was one of the top 10 peak-tier, yellow-class sword arts in the Azure Water sect. It wasn't a simple quick sword art, but similar to the Soaring Dragon Sword Art, it required a greater amount of chi. The stronger one's Shen Qi was, the more power one could unleash. If one did not have enough Shen Qi, the 3-part sword art would be no different from an ordinary sword art. Raindrop Sword Technique, condensing the sword energy into a single point, raindrop pierces stone. Compared to the 3-part sword art, the raindrop sword technique did not have so many external requirements. What it required was extreme control. The stronger one's control was, the finer the sword force would be. With a single strike, even metal armor would be pierced through. Soaring Dragon Sword Technique, the sword is like a swimming dragon, the most important thing is sword force. There's an old saying that goes, a strong man can defeat 10 skilled men. The flying dragon sword art consumed Jin Qi several times faster than the raindrop sword art and twice as fast as the three-part sword art. Correspondingly, the flying dragon sword technique was extremely terrifying. You could dodge the raindrop sword technique, but you couldn't dodge the flying dragon sword technique. With one sword strike, the sword momentum would first envelop you, making it impossible for you to dodge. Just like the tripart sword style, the soaring dragon sword style was one of the top 10 peak tier, yellow class sword arts in the Azure Water sect. A week later, he achieved initial success in the three-part sword art, raindrop sword technique, and flying dragon sword art. A month later, he mastered the tripart sword art, the raindrop sword technique, and the flying dragon sword art. 2 months later, the tripart sword art had reached the perfection stage, the raindrop sword technique had reached the perfection stage, and the flying dragon sword technique had reached perfection. 8 ticks. Unbelievable. Yuan Tian actually completed the reverse and surpassed Li Fuchen. With pressure comes motivation. Previously, Yuan Tian didn't have an opponent, therefore, he was rather lax. But with Li Fuchen's existence, he felt a sense of crisis. His potential has unknowingly been stimulated to the limits. A result of 8 scales is already heaven-defying. I'm afraid no one in the outer sect can surpass this result. There shouldn't be anyone else. At most, his results would be on par with Yuan Tian's. It's impossible to surpass him. On this day, the Tower of Trials area was once again bustling with activity. Looking at his wooden tablet being put back in first place, Yuan Tian revealed a cold smile. Li Fuchen, it is impossible for your results to surpass mine. At best, you will be on par with me. Your title as the outer sect's #1 disciple doesn't live up to your name. Muttering to himself, Yuan Tian left the trial tower area. Li Fuchen, your results have been surpassed by Yuan Tian. After receiving the news, Zhu Hongxiu specially came to Li Fuchen's courtyard. Li Fuchen replied, "Oh. Had he surpassed it? It's within my expectations." Yuan Tian had a 5-star bone frame after all and was able to cultivate everything quickly. A few months was enough for Yuan Tian's strength to increase by 1 level. Aren't you surprised? Li Fuchen said, what's there to be surprised about? Oh right. What are his results? 8 scales. 8 scales, not bad. Li Fuchen nodded. If it was 8 scales, he was confident that he could surpass it. Come, follow me to the Tower of Trials. Li Fuchen reckoned that Yuan Tian was about to advance to the origin returning realm. Since he had already offended the other party, Li Fuchen wouldn't show mercy. He wanted the other party to have regrets and advance to the true realm. A short moment later, Li Fuchen and Zhu Hongxiu arrived at the Tower of Tribulations. Look, Li Fuchen is here. Li Fuchen's appearance immediately became the focal point of everyone. I reckon he can't sit still anymore. Everyone knows that Yuan Tian Shixiang is about to advance to the origin returning realm. If he can't surpass him before he reaches the origin returning realm, it will be meaningless. But to surpass 8 scales, it will be difficult. Yes, I wonder what is Li Fuchen's result this time. Everyone held their breaths and stared at Li Fuchen as he entered the Tower of Tribulations. First floor of the Tower of Tribulations, instant kill. Second floor of the Tower of Tribulations, instant kill. Third floor of the Tower of Tribulations, an array pattern lit up and a giant energy wolf appeared. Li Fuchen's body flashed as he brandished his sword at the giant energy wolf. His movement technique was extremely fast and so was his sword speed. As the sword was brandished, 3 sword lights enveloped the giant energy wolf. The giant energy wolf's body flickered with light. Peak tier, yellow class sword art, tripart sword style. Roar. The giant energy wolf let out a furious roar and arched its body before charging at Li Fuchen. Li Fuchen constantly executed the tripart sword style to suppress the giant energy wolf. A few breaths later, Li Fuchen's eyes lit up. Xiao. Visible to the naked eye, a pale red glow congealed at the tip of the sword. Li Fuchen thrust it at the giant energy wolf's ear. Peak tier, yellow class sword art, dripping sword style. PFFF. As the sword entered, the giant energy wolf dissipated. 8 scales, I should have surpassed it. Li Fuchen felt that the speed was much faster this time. It was much faster than the previous time. Exiting the Tower of Tribulations. As expected, seeing everyone's shocked expression, Li Fuchen knew that his result had surpassed Yuan Tian. 7 scales. This time, Li Fuchen's result was 7 scales. Unbelievable, unbelievable. Is he still human? Legend. No matter what happens in the future, Li Fuchen is a legend in the outer sect. No one can surpass him. I think Yuan Tian Shixiang is going to die from anger. There is no first place in literature, no second place in martial arts. There is always a higher mountain. Not taking the praises to heart, Li Fuchen said to Zhu Hongxiu, let's go. If this child can break through the bone frame limit, his future will be limitless. Today was a rare occasion for the Tower of Tribulation's elder to visit. Peng. In the courtyard, a towering tree was forcefully split into 2 by Yuan Tian, sending branches and leaves flying everywhere. Yuan Tian nearly vomited blood. Li Fuchen, you and I are irreconcilable. Yuan Tian's eyes were blood red. Growing up under the halo of a prodigy, he had never obtained second place and could easily obtain first place. He usually looked gentle and polite, but didn't give off a feeling of superiority. Because he disdained to flaunt his prowess. In his opinion, flaunting one's prowess was a very low-class action, a type of false bravado. But at this moment, his state of mind had a change. Unwillingness, anger, jealousy, hatred. All sorts of emotions welled up in his heart, causing his mind to be in a mess. Yuan Shixiang, congratulations on obtaining first place again. Wu Qingmei pushed open the courtyard door and walked in. She received the news in the morning, but didn't receive the news in the afternoon. Hence, she didn't know that within a day, the first place had changed hands again. Get lost. Yuan Tian glared at Wu Qingmei and roared. Wu Qingmei was shocked, but her face immediately turned ashen. She turned and left without any expression. After leaving, Wu Qingmei asked around and found out that in the afternoon, Li Fuchen surpassed Yuan Tian by 7 ticks. There are no 2 suns in the sky. Since there is Yuan Tian, why is there another Li Fuchen in the outer sect? Wu Qingmei sighed. Laughing bitterly, Wu Qingmei muttered, forget it, I have nothing to do with Yuan Tian anymore. Chapter 80. 7 ticks was a heaven-defying result that only Sword Maniac managed to achieve. Sword Tiger, Emotionless Sword, and Dominion Sword only had 8 ticks. Even though the duration didn't represent a person's ability. After all, some were good at playing it safe, some liked to take risks, and some liked to win by surprise. Different people had different battle styles. And with different battle styles, the results would be different as well. As the outer sect was changing, a huge piece of news was released. Yuan Tian broke through to the Origin Realm. Yuan Tian looked like he was 18 or 19 years old, but he was only 15 years old, the same age as Li Fuchen and Guan Shui. But Yuan Tian entered the Zhanglan sect at the age of 13 and was much older than them. A 15-year-old Origin Realm martial artist, there weren't many in the entire history of the Zhanglan sect. In the outside world, to be able to break through to the Origin Realm before the age of 25 was already considered an elite. Big news came wave after wave. 1 month later, Shang Guanhong also suddenly reached the Origin Realm. Followed by Hong Feng and Zhao Mingyue. Among the top 10 outer sect disciples, 3 of them broke through to the Origin Realm. In fact, out of the 30,000 outer sect disciples, there would be thousands of outer sect disciples that broke through to the Origin Realm every year. But they weren't famous and didn't cause any commotion. The Qi Realm was one level, and the Origin Realm was another. No matter how outstanding a Qi realm martial artist was, they would always be inferior to an origin realm martial artist. When an outer sect disciple meets an inner sect disciple, they would have to address them as seniors. If not, they might be taught a lesson if they met a bad-tempered one. Late stage of the Qi realm. On this day, Li Fuchen's cultivation finally broke through from the middle stage of the Qi realm to the late stage of the 9th level. Just one more step and he would be at the peak stage. All three sword styles are at the sub-perfection or perfection stage. I don't have much of a requirement for the location and time. Let's make another trip to Tsanglan Lake. Li Fuchen brought along his fishing gear and rushed towards Tsanglan Lake. Li Fuchen was already prepared to use a large amount of contribution points at all times. A body refinement technique was a resource-consuming technique. Some joke that for a strong body refinement martial artist, every inch of their flesh and every strand of hair were piled up with gold coins. Who knows, a single strand of hair might be worth a few hundred or even 1,000 gold coins. But there was nothing wrong with saying that. Due to body refinement martial artists consuming too many resources, coupled with the changes in their own qi and blood, their bodies were full of treasures. A powerful body refinement martial artist could use his own blood to save a severely injured and dying person. But it was also because of this that body refinement martial artists became top-notch materials in the eyes of many peerless powerhouses. They could use the flesh and blood of body refining martial artists to refine pills, or use it to cultivate and devour the other party's flesh and blood essence. In short, cultivating body refining techniques has its advantages and disadvantages. The benefit was that it could make one stronger. The downside was that he could become the material of a powerhouse at any time, and his fate would be miserable. Therefore, before they grew up, it was the consensus of body refinement martial artists not to completely expose their physical strength. On Tsanglan Lake, time flowed like water. In the Tsanglan sect, one after another outer sect disciples progressed to the origin realm and became inner sect disciples. A few months later, Gao Changtian, Fang Laihai, Sun Jun, Wu Qingmei, and Chao Yun had all advanced to the origin realm. The barrier between the peak of the 9th level of the Qi realm and the origin realm didn't make much of a difference to a 4-star bone frame. At most, it would take a few months. As such, among the top 10 outer sect disciples, there were only 4 left. Is this the power of 15,000 kilograms? In one of the houses on the fishing terrace, Li Fuchen punched into the air. The entire house shook, as though it was going to collapse at any moment. During these few months at Tsanglan Lake, Li Fuchen had consumed all the treasure fish he caught. But now, he had a higher requirement for resources. One first-tier treasure fish a day wasn't enough, he had to eat second-tier treasure fish. Hence, his cultivation speed was slightly slower. He spent a few months to increase his strength from 12,000 kilograms to 15,000 kilograms. Besides reaching the 3rd rank of the interception form Dao, Li Fuchen's tripart sword style and dripping sword style were both at the trance stage. Only the soaring dragon sword style was slightly lacking and was only at the perfection stage. Li Fuchen reckoned that unless he reached the 9th rank of the Scarlet Mystic Flame technique or progressed to the origin realm, the soaring dragon sword style wouldn't be able to reach the trance stage. At the same time, Li Fuchen's cultivation finally reached the peak of the 9th level of the Qi realm. Half a year should be enough. Li Fuchen muttered to himself. In the blink of an eye, he had been at the Tsanglan sect for more than a year and was now 16 years old. At the age of 16, he was 1.8 meters tall and didn't have a strong physique, but his weight was over 180 kilograms. Li Fuchen had a feeling that one day in the future, his body weight would exceed 500 kilograms. But that would be a long time in the future. 1 month later, Guan Shui and Qin Xiaoyu progressed to the origin realm. Within a year, the top 10 outer sect disciples, with the exception of Li Fuchen, all progressed to the origin realm. Among the top 20 outer sect disciples, only Li Fuchen didn't progress to the origin realm. Gradually, there were rumors that Li Fuchen wouldn't be able to progress to the origin realm within 3 years. 3 years later, Li Fuchen would be 19 years old. To progress to the origin realm at the age of 19 was considered a low standard in the Tsang-Lan sect and would waste a lot of time. One had to know that inner sect disciples were completely different from outer sect disciples. Inner sect disciples could cultivate Xian class martial arts manuals more easily, and inner sect disciples could earn contribution points faster. All in all, the earlier one became an inner sect disciple, the better it was. Finally at the 9th rank of the Scarlet Flame Mystic Technique. Inside the wooden hut by the Tsang-Lan Lake, Li Fuchen sat cross-legged on the floor. Half of his body was covered by the scarlet fire qi. The dense pale red qi was like a layer of dense flaming mist, making Li Fuchen look like a god of fire. Li Fuchen extended his hand and used a suction force. A teacup on the table a few meters away was sucked over and shattered into pieces. The suction force moved towards the fish pond, causing the water to ripple. But that was it. Suction through air, this is something only Origin Realm martial artists can do. No wonder it is at the 9th rank of the Scarlet Flame Mystic Technique. Reaching the 9th rank of the Scarlet Flame Mystic Technique, Li Fuchen let out a breath of relief. He was now certain that the difficulty of breaking through was related to one's bone frame. The stronger one's bone frame, the easier it would be to break through. But a normal bone frame, no matter how good one's perception was, it would still be lacking. Of course, if the technique rank was high enough, this lack wouldn't be a problem and could be easily made up for. It's about time to go back. Li Fuchen packed his fishing gear and carried the treasure fish he caught recently back to the Tsang-Lan sect. Chapter 81. In the outer sect, only Li Fuchen hasn't advanced yet. I wonder when he will advance to the origin realm. 16 is out of the question. Probably 17 or even 18. It is also impossible for 17 or 18 years old. The first checkpoint is nothing for 3-star bone frames and above, but for normal bone frames, it is a heavenly moat. Compared to Yuan Tian Shixiang, Li Fuchen is just a shooting star. Have you heard? Yuan Tian Shixiang has already progressed to the 2nd level of the origin realm. I heard. TSK. Progressing from the 1st level of the origin realm to the 2nd level in 5 months. Such talent, 1 in a million. As time elapsed, everyone started to doubt Li Fuchen. Especially when they found out that the inner sect disciple, Yuan Tian, had already broken through to the 2nd level of the origin realm. They were all shocked and no longer compared Li Fuchen to Yuan Tian. Li Fuchen's perception may be better than Yuan Tian, but the path of martial Tao is not only about perception, but also cultivation aptitude. By the time Li Fuchen breaks through to the origin realm, Yuan Tiandu might even be at the 4th or 5th level of the origin realm. Back at the Tsang-Lan sect, after exchanging the treasure fish for contribution points, Li Fuchen immediately headed to the Tower of Tribulations. Since he was the outer sect number 1 disciple and had achieved 7 ticks in the Tower of Tribulations, he could no longer retreat. He might as well make himself more glorious. There were some things that you either didn't do, or once you did, you had to make sure that no one else could surpass you. 6 ticks. It was an incomparably shocking result. Excluding Li Fuchen, Sword Maniac 7 ticks was the first in the Azure Water sect for decades. Li Fuchen's 6 ticks was the first in the Azure Water sect in the past century. Sword Maniac's perception might not be inferior to Li Fuchen, but his willpower wasn't as strong as Li Fuchen's. He was able to cultivate the Mystic Class Mid-Tier Body Refinement Technique, Interception Form Dao, to the completion rank in such a short period of time. Body refining cultivation method was not something that could be cultivated with just a lot of resources. Every time one's physical strength reached a certain level, one would need an extremely strong willpower to control it. If one's willpower was not strong enough, one's qi and blood would be spoiled, and in serious cases, one would die from blood loss. Of course, most of the people wouldn't have such a situation, because there were very few people like Li Fuchen, who progressed at an astonishing speed. If he cultivated slowly, he would be able to raise his physical strength to a very high level. The prerequisite was that one's perception and resources were sufficient. No one has ever done it before, and no one will ever do it again. Li Fuchen might be the strongest outer sect disciple in 100 years. The result of 6 ticks shocked everyone to the point of numbness. How could anyone live like this? How could the future generations surpass such an achievement? Exiting the Tower of Tribulations, Li Fuchen went into seclusion. The process of breaking through to the origin realm was a long process. At the mortal realm, the Zhen Qi in a martial artist's body was only concentrated in the Dantian. And at the origin realm, the Qi would form a Qi whirlpool in the Dantian. The existence of the cyclone made it easier for martial artists to absorb heaven and earth Yuan Qi, and it was easier for them to control their true Qi. Who? Suck. Who? Suck. In the gloomy room, Li Fuchen breathed in and out. At the location of his Dantian, the red ball of light brightened and dimmed. When a martial artist reached the peak of the 9th level of the Qi realm, the Qi in their body could no longer be increased. Even if they consumed more medicinal pellets, it would only be a waste. The excess Qi would automatically dissipate into Yuan Qi and dissipate into the void. However, different people had different amounts of true Qi in their bodies. A person with a good root bone would have a more vigorous amount of true Qi. A person with a higher cultivation technique would have a more vigorous amount of true Qi. With the Scarlet Mystic Flame technique at the 9th rank, Li Fuchen's true Qi wasn't inferior to most people. Li Fuchen estimated that it should be on par with a 3-star bone frame. And the amount of true Qi would determine the time needed to break through. For those with more true Qi, their true Qi would be like a river, forming a Qi whirlpool was easy. For those with less true Qi, their true Qi would be like a small river or even a small stream. It would be difficult for them to form a Qi whirlpool. As Li Fuchen revolved the 9th rank of the Scarlet Mystic Flame technique, the surging true Qi flowed through his meridians and flowed into his Dantian in an attempt to converge and form a Qi whirlpool. 1 cycle. 2 cycles. Unknowingly, a night had passed. Li Fuchen's body was covered in a layer of red, his clothes had long turned to ash and fell on the floor. Closing his eyes, Li Fuchen's consciousness concentrated on his meridians and Dantian. Within the empty Dantian, a pale red stream of Qi flowed in, intertwining and chasing each other like a flowing river. Gradually, a Qi whirlpool formed. This Qi whirlpool was very weak and could collapse at any moment. Li Fuchen had to carefully strengthen the Qi whirlpool without any carelessness or recklessness. 2 hours passed and it was now noon. The Qi whirlpool within Li Fuchen's Dantian was getting bigger, from the size of a thumb to the size of an egg, from the size of an egg to the size of a fist. Finally, the Qi whirlpool took shape. The originally pale red Qi whirlpool had now turned red, like a blazing flame whirlpool, resplendent and fiery. At the same time, a large amount of heaven and earth energy flowed into Li Fuchen's body. Li Fuchen could now continue his cultivation. First level of the origin realm, completed. So this is the first level of the origin realm? Li Fuchen exhaled a breath of turbid air, his eyes shone with brilliance, without a hint of fatigue. The moment he broke through to the origin realm, he felt his body was empty and needed to replenish a large amount of Qi. This was mainly due to the fact that his original Qi had been condensed into a Qi whirlpool, leaving no trace of Qi in other parts of his body. With a flip of his palm, a pill appeared in his hand. This was a high-tier, yellow class, Qi pill. It was used to replenish one's Qi and was worth 1,000 contribution points. Swallowing the Qi pill, Li Fuchen revolved the Scarlet Mystic Flame technique and began to refine the pill. Soon enough, the Qi within Li Fuchen's body surged and an indescribable sense of satisfaction surged into his heart. Once the pill was refined, the emptiness vanished. Standing up, Li Fuchen's body trembled. Red Qi seeped out of his body and turned into a dense red Qi current that enveloped Li Fuchen. In an instant, Li Fuchen seemed to have turned into a flaming man. Qi manifestation. And it was the entire body's Qi manifestation. This meant that Li Fuchen could use his qi to defend his entire body. Even if his body's defense wasn't high, he could still ignore the attacks of regular qi realm martial artists. Revealing a confident smile, Li Fuchen's right hand formed a claw, extending and withdrawing. Creak. A few meters away, the door of the house suddenly opened, allowing the dazzling sunlight to shine in. Walking out of the house, Li Fuchen stood in front of a giant boulder that was as tall as a human. Pang! With a casual palm strike on the giant boulder, the boulder instantly exploded, sending debris flying everywhere. Such a force was much stronger than when Li Fuchen executed his palm arts at the Qi realm. No wonder he is at the origin realm, his Qi is so concentrated. Li Fuchen praised. With the same amount of Qi, a palm strike from an origin realm martial artist would have at least twice the power of a Qi realm martial artist. Chapter 82. After progressing to the origin realm, Li Fuchen first had to report to the Outer Sect Grand Hall. The Outer Sect Grand Hall was the first hall of the Outer Sect. It was presided over by the Outer Sect Grand Elder, Shao Changfeng, but he was rarely around. Today, the one presiding over the Grand Hall was the Outer Sect's third elder, Elder Song. Elder Song. Li Fuchen bowed to the elder. Elder Song was around 60 years old and had a beard. He lifted his head and was about to speak. All of a sudden, his eyes lit up. Li Fuchen, have you progressed to the origin realm? Elder Song inquired. Li Fuchen replied, Elder Song, I am here to apply to become an inner sect disciple. Miracle, this is a miracle. I have never seen or heard of any normal bone-frame disciple progressing so quickly. Elder Song was excited. To be able to progress to the origin realm so quickly, it meant that Li Fuchen's potential was much stronger than expected. He thought that Li Fuchen would need at least 17 or 18 years of age to progress to the origin realm. If he were to progress by then, his value would be minimal and would not be comparable to prodigies. After all, the limit of a normal bone frame was the Earth realm. But the Zhanglan sect had at least 8,000 Earth realm martial artists. No matter how strong an Earth realm martial artist was, he would never be able to defeat a Heaven realm martial artist. As for those prodigies, as long as there were no accidents, they would basically become Heaven realm martial artists. Elite prodigies like Yuan Tian had a high chance of breaking through to the reincarnation realm. A reincarnation realm martial artist was equivalent to tens of thousands of Earth realm martial artists. It was because of them that the Zhanglan sect was as stable as empty Tai. Without a reincarnation realm martial artist, the Zhanglan sect could easily be defeated by other sections. Li Fuchen, well done. Entering the origin realm at the age of 16. If you work hard, you might have a chance of progressing to the Heaven realm. Elder Song had high hopes for Li Fuchen. Excluding his bone frame, Li Fuchen's performance was much more outstanding than elite prodigies Yuan Tian. He was equivalent to the second sword maniac. No, from the results of the Tower of Tribulations, even sword maniac was inferior to him. This is the Inner Sect Preparation Disciple Token. Take it to the Inner Sect Grand Hall. Someone will guide you there. Retrieving a bronze token from the drawer, Elder Song passed it to Li Fuchen. Thank you, Elder Song. Fuchen will not disappoint you. Li Fuchen received the bronze token with both hands and left the Outer Sect Grand Hall. It would be great if his bone frame was a 2-star bone frame or even a 1-star bone frame. Elder Song sighed with a look of pity in his eyes. The Inner Sect Zone was behind the Outer Sect Zone. It was close to the core of the Zhanglan sect and the heaven and earth energy here was much denser than the outer zone. Other than that, the scenery in the Inner Sect Disciple region was 10 times more beautiful than the Outer Sect Disciple region. Along the way, the White Jade Avenue, the pavilions, the Jade Palaces, the majestic halls, and the beautiful mountain peaks were all beautiful scenery. Compared to this place, the buildings and mountain peaks in the outside world were like thatched cottages, dull and tasteless. Is this where I'm going to stay? Li Fuchen took a quick glance and wasn't in a hurry to reach the Inner Sect Grand Hall. That Yuan Tian is indeed a prodigy that is on par with Dominion Sword Shixiang. He is only at the second level of the Origin Realm and was able to defeat Qin Chong Shixiang, who was at the third level of the Origin Realm. I admit that Yuan Tian has talent, but in terms of combat ability, he is still inferior to the outer sect's number 1 disciple, Li Fuchen. Li Fuchen does have some skills. A pity that with his bone frame, he will need at least 1 or 2 years to progress to the Origin Realm. By then, Yuan Tian will probably be at the 4th or 5th level of the Origin Realm. How can he compete? That's right. Yuan Tian is good in all aspects, while Li Fuchen is just good at perception. What's more, the Origin Realm and the Qi Realm are 2 different realms. Once he reaches the Origin Realm, he might not be able to continue to shine. A few inner sect disciples walked towards Li Fuchen. They didn't notice Li Fuchen and were discussing loudly. Just as Li Fuchen brushed past them, one of the inner sect disciples took a glance at Li Fuchen and was stunned. "Hey, why are you not walking anymore?" His companion walked a few steps and noticed that the inner sect disciple wasn't following. The inner sect disciple pointed at Li Fuchen's back. "It's Li Fuchen." Li Fuchen? It can't be. What is he doing in the inner sect zone? Could it be? Impossible. He progressed to the Origin Realm so quickly. Come, let's follow and take a look. Curious, the few of them followed behind Li Fuchen. Sensing that someone was following him, Li Fuchen laughed and didn't bother. Soon enough, Li Fuchen arrived at the inner sect Grand Hall. Seeing Li Fuchen enter the Grand Hall, the few of them were flabbergasted and looked at each other. He really progressed to the Origin Realm. One of them swallowed his saliva. This is definitely big news. Let's go and spread the news. This is the hottest news of the year. Inner Sect Grand Hall, the hosting elder received the bronze token from Li Fuchen and nodded. This is indeed the Inner Sect Preparatory Disciple token. You will stay in the outer sect zone for the next few days. 3 days later, come to the Inner Sect for the Inner Sect trials. If you pass the trials, you will officially become an Inner Sect disciple. If you fail the trials, try again 2 months later. If you fail all 3 trials, you will be demoted to an Inner Sect Deacon Apprentice. Advancing to the Origin Realm didn't mean that one could become an Inner Sect disciple. The Zhanglan sect's Inner Sect disciple selection process was very strict. Of course, it was just a relative term. Generally speaking, the passing rate of the Inner Sect trials was rather high, at least 50%. What's more, there were second and third chances. If you failed all 3 chances, it meant that you weren't the material the sect was looking for. Demoting to an Inner Sect Deacon Apprentice and serving the sect was the natural course of action. Leaving the Inner Sect Grand Hall, Li Fuchen returned to his own courtyard. What Li Fuchen didn't know was that the news of him progressing to the Origin Realm was spreading like wildfire. Towards the end, even those who didn't know him started to understand him. What a slap in the face. A few months ago, we were still discussing how many years Li Fuchen would need to step into the Origin Realm. I didn't expect it to be so fast. You can't blame us. Li Fuchen's advancement is completely illogical. Not only illogical, it is totally against common sense. I really doubt if he really has a normal bone frame. No matter what, he is now at the Origin Realm. This is a fact. The Inner Sect is going to be bustling. Plum Sword Shiji, Chen Fanghua Shiji, Dominion Sword Shixiang, and now Yuan Tian and Li Fuchen. I wonder what will happen to the Inner Sect. Be it the Inner Sect or the Outer Sect, Li Fuchen's name was a hot topic. In the Outer Sect, Guan Peng and Shen Tuju were flabbergasted. Yang Kai was also flabbergasted. In the odd job disciple region, Li Yunhai, who was diligently cultivating, was at a loss when he received the news. It was as if he had lost all his fighting spirit. He didn't know what was the point of continuing to struggle. He painstakingly obtained the status of an odd job disciple. After entering the sect, he thought he would soon surpass Li Fuchen. But not long after, he received news of Li Fuchen's outstanding performance in the outer sect. Not long after, Li Fuchen became an influential figure in the outer sect. Then, Li Fuchen became the outer sect's #1 disciple. But Li Yunhai didn't give up. He believed that with Li Fuchen's normal bone frame, he would need at least 18 years of age to progress to the origin realm. He still had a chance to catch up. Why is this so? Li Yunhai mumbled. Chapter 83. In the inner sect, Fang Lihai and Qin Xiaoyu who received the news were dumbfounded. They all had a grudge against Li Fuchen. If Li Fuchen only progressed to the origin realm a few years later, they would be able to trample on Li Fuchen however they wanted. So what if he had heaven-defying perception? If his cultivation level couldn't keep up, everything was meaningless. But with Li Fuchen stepping into the origin realm so early, it would be hard for them to take revenge and trample on Li Fuchen. There was almost no hope left. When the rest of the prodigies received the news, they all had different expressions. Yuan Tian's eyes were filled with gloominess and battle intent. Zhao Mingyue's eyes were filled with curiosity and interest. Wu Qingmei's eyes were deep in thought. As for Guan Shui, she pursed her lips and was in a daze. 3 days later, Li Fuchen once again arrived at the inner sect Grand Hall. In the inner sect Grand Hall, other than Li Fuchen, there were close to 100 inner sect preparation disciples. Li Fuchen knew many of them. The Zhanglan sect had 30,000 outer sect disciples. On average, there would be 1,000 outer sect disciples who progressed to the origin realm every year. To save manpower and resources, the inner sect exams were held once a month. It didn't mean that once you advanced, you would have to wait. A total of 97 disciples. Since everyone is here, follow me to the 1,000 Waterfall River. The green-robed inner sect elder sized up the crowd and said. The group heading to the 1,000 Waterfall River was rather large. Other than the 97 preparation disciples and an inner sect elder who was in charge of the inner sect exams. There were also 10 inner sect deacons and 97 inner sect deacon apprentices. The 1,000 Waterfall River was rather far. If one were to walk there, it would take at least a few days. Outside the inner sect Grand Hall, a flock of cranes with a wingspan of over 5 meters flew down. In an instant, a violent gale blew on the ground, causing everyone to be unable to open their eyes. Li Fuchen's physique was astounding. Even with the violent gale, his eyes were still open. He realized that these cranes were all Class 1 spirit beasts. The spiritual qi within their bodies was about the same as a Class 1 demonic beast. In groups of a few, everyone got on the back of the cranes. Who? The cranes soared into the sky and carried everyone. So fast. The biting cold gale was like a steel blade, extremely powerful. This was the time to see a person's ability. Some of the inner sect preparatory disciples had no choice but to sit down cross-legged to reduce the wind resistance. There were also some who forcefully stood there, but their bodies emitted different colored air currents to deflect the wind. Only a few people stood there as steady as Mount Tai, as if their feet were rooted to the ground. Especially Li Fuchen, who stood with his hands behind his back with a calm expression, as though he was standing on the ground. No wonder he is the outer sect #1 disciple, Li Fuchen. The other inner sect preparatory disciples said in admiration. But after a long period of time, except for Li Fuchen, the rest of the inner sect preparation disciples couldn't take it anymore. Resisting the gale consumed a lot of true qi. As the true qi in their bodies rapidly decreased, they had no choice but to sit down cross-legged. Seeing that everyone was seated, Li Fuchen didn't want to be too high-profile and calmly sat on the back of the red-crowned crane. Looking at the green-robed inner sect elder who was riding the wind, everyone revealed looks of envy. Each realm of the martial Tao had its own unique characteristics. Qi refinement realm, drawing qi into the body. Origin realm, manifesting qi. Earth realm, true qi release. The heavenly dipper realm was able to walk on air. Zhanglan sect's inner sect elders were all heaven realm martial artists. Heaven Realm martial artists, as the name suggests, were able to ascend to the heavens and enter the earth. They had remarkable abilities and were unparalleled in martial arts. If a clan was able to produce a Heaven Realm martial artist, that clan would immediately become one of the prestigious clans in the Zhanglan region. Fang Liahai's Fang clan, Yuan Tian's Yuan clan, were all prestigious clans in the Zhanglan region. Of course, the inner sect elders' clans were also prestigious clans. But above the prestigious clans were the grand clans. Grand clans had to have a long history and have plenty of Heaven Realm martial artists. In the Zhanglan region, there were only a few grand clans. Every single one of them had the authority to speak within the Zhanglan sect. The red-crowned crane was very fast. At noon, everyone arrived at a spectacular scenic spot. Looking down from the sky, hundreds of white waterfalls were descending like white dragons entering the sea, emitting a rumbling sound. As they got closer, the sound got louder and the white waterfalls gradually appeared in front of everyone. There were hundreds of waterfalls. The shortest waterfall was a few tens of feet in length. The longer ones were 50 to 60 feet, and the longest one was at least 300 feet. It was like a shocking jade dragon, emitting a boundless chi presence. Below the hundreds of waterfalls was a giant river. The river was undulating and had countless whirlpools, giving off an unfathomable feeling of danger. The red-crowned crane descended and landed on the empty ground in front of the thousand-violent river. With a wave of the green-robed inner sect elder's hand, an astonishing scene happened. On the thousand-violent river, an ice road that was emitting endless chilling chi was formed, extending towards the waterfalls. "Follow me." The green-robed inner sect elder led the way on the ice road. How deep is the freezing chi to be able to create an ice road on the river? The inner sect preparatory disciples gasped. "Let's go, what are you waiting for?" One of the inner sect deacons shouted. Hearing the command, everyone started to walk up. Walking on the ice road, Li Fuchen noticed that the ice road didn't have any signs of shaking, even though there were over 200 of them. Out of curiosity, Li Fuchen circulated his chi and seeped it under the ice road. 2 meters. The ice road was 2 meters thick, no wonder it could support so many people. In just a short moment, everyone arrived at the bottom of the waterfall. There were hundreds of waterfalls, and at the bottom of every waterfall, there were dozens of large and small boulders. Under the impact of the waterfall, these boulders were smooth and round, just like pebbles that were 1,000 times larger. The green-robed inner sect elder turned around and said, "Endure for 15 minutes under the 30 feet waterfall. If you can, you will start the next round. If you can't, you will be eliminated and come back for another round 2 months later." Hearing the instruction, everyone gulped. 30 feet of waterfall was 100 meters in height. A large amount of water rushing down from a height of 100 meters would require a lot of force. What's more, the boulders were smooth and round. It wasn't hard to imagine that it would be hard to stand on, which undoubtedly increased the difficulty. Alright, all of you will rely on your own strength to stand on the boulders. If you can't get up after 15 minutes, then you don't have to. Each of you will be in charge of one person and time them. The 10 of you will supervise them. As he spoke, the green-robed inner sect elder instructed the 97 inner sect deacon apprentices and 10 inner sect deacons. Yes. The inner sect deacons and inner sect deacon apprentices bowed their heads and cupped their fists. The 30 feet of waterfall had a rapid flow. Due to the special structure of the waterfall, the force of the water rushing down was very concentrated and there wasn't even a single spot. The 97 inner sect preparatory apprentices tried to stand on the boulder. But the situation wasn't optimistic. Standing on the boulder was much more difficult than they imagined. The person beside Li Fuchen, who just got close to the boulder, was sent flying by the majestic water flow and was in a sorry state. I advise all of you to be more cautious. To a certain extent, standing on the boulder isn't as easy as enduring for 15 minutes. One of the inner sect deacon apprentices reminded. Li Fuchen nodded. In his opinion, standing on the boulder wasn't easy. After all, during the movement process, the center of gravity would be too unbalanced. Even though everyone used all their strength, there weren't many who managed to stand on the boulder in one go. Li Fuqian didn't wait any longer and revolved the Scarlet Mystic Flame technique. Red scarlet fire chi seeped out of his body and enveloped him like a layer of flames. Chapter 84. Once the majestic flow of water met the scarlet fire chi, a large amount of water vapor burst out. Li Fuqian was like a red sharp knife, forcefully breaking through the waterfall and effortlessly stood on top of the smooth boulder. The outer sect number 1 disciple is indeed the outer sect number 1 disciple. Too easy. We tried our best and still couldn't get up, but he did it so easily. Comparing oneself to others is really infuriating. No wonder he is one of the strongest outer sect disciples in history. We can't compare. Everyone was envious and helpless at the same time. The waterfall came crashing down on Li Fuqian. The force must be at least 10,000 kilograms. Li Fuqian felt the force of the waterfall. Don't underestimate the force of the waterfall. The force of the waterfall was continuous. A person could easily lift a 10,000 kilograms boulder, but it didn't mean he could lift it forever. Of course, to Li Fuqian, a force of 10,000 kilograms wasn't much. Even if he didn't revolve his chi, he could still withstand it easily. Time passed by bit by bit. At the bottom of the 30 feet waterfall, rays of light flashed. Every ray of light represented an inner sect preparatory disciple standing there. Other than that, there were still 7 or 8 preparatory disciples who couldn't climb up the boulder and were so anxious that their ears turned red. PFFF. An inner sect preparatory disciple who was standing at the bottom of the waterfall suddenly turned pale. He vomited a mouthful of fresh blood and was sent flying by the waterfall. Right at this moment, the inner sect deacon disciple who was keeping time flashed and caught him. After a period of time, there would be an inner sect preparatory disciple who couldn't withstand it and vomited blood from the waterfall. After 15 minutes, only 80 of them were able to withstand it. Out of the 97, 17 were eliminated. The second trial was also on the 1,000 Waterfall River. This time it was a test of chi usage. Everyone had to rely on their own strength to cross the 1,000 Waterfall River. There were countless whirlpools in the 1,000 Waterfall River. It was already difficult to stand on the surface with chi, but crossing the 1,000 Waterfall River was even more difficult. Everyone has it. Begin. The green-robed inner sect elder suddenly swung his right hand down. Splash, 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 80 inner sect preparatory disciples stepped on the river and sprinted. Ah! One of them let out a shriek as he accidentally fell into a strong whirlpool and got sucked in. At the crucial moment, an inner sect deacon pulled him out. With scarlet fire chi wrapping around his legs, Li Fuqian bounced like a meteor. Every step he took would cover a distance of 12 meters. In just a short moment, he had left everyone behind. The green-robed inner sect elder nodded silently. There were countless whirlpools in the 1,000 Torrent River. If one didn't train in the light body technique, not many would be able to cross the whirlpools easily. Those who could cross the whirlpools easily were all dragons and phoenixes among men. As for the level of one's innate talent, he didn't care. He only cared about what was in front of him. At the end of the second round of assessment, only 72 out of the 80 people passed. The third test was a test of strength. The examination venue was at the Azure Water Sect's demonic beast farm. Riding on the immortal cranes, everyone began to rush back. By the time they arrived at the demonic beast breeding farm, it was already close to evening. The demon beast breeding farm was a huge pit. On the rock walls around the pit, there were many caves, which were closed by iron gates. From time to time, terrifying roars of demon beasts could be heard. At the center of the sinkhole was a wrestling ring. It was stained with blood and emitted killing intent. Your opponents are Class 2 low-tier demonic beasts. Within 30 minutes, those who can injure the demonic beasts will pass the test. The green-robed inner sect elder stood with his hands behind his back and announced loudly. Injure a Class 2 low-tier demonic beast. Even though everyone knew the contents of the test, when they felt the killing intent of the demonic beast breeding farm, they couldn't help but have goosebumps and shiver. First, Chen Xiaotian. Chen Xiaotian was 20 years old this year. With his purple chi technique at the 8th rank, he was a nameless figure in the outer sect and was never an influential figure. He nervously arrived at the wrestling ring, lifted his head and looked around. Clang! On the second level of the rock wall, a metal gate opened up, revealing an immeasurably deep cave. Soon enough, a demonic dog covered in black scales peeked its head out. Class 2 low-tier demonic beast, Black Scale Hound. Woof! The black scale hound's bark was horrifying, sharp and clear, just like a child's howl. Holding the yellow class, high-tier treasure sword in his hand, Chen Xiaotian couldn't help but shiver. This was the first time he saw a Class 2 low-tier demonic beast and it was much more fearsome than he imagined. Hee, how long do you think this shitty can last? I am guessing 10 breaths. You are overestimating him. I think it won't be more than 5 breaths. Other than Li Fuchen's group, there were plenty of inner sect disciples here to temper their combat skills. Seeing Chen Xiaotian in such a state, some of the inner sect disciples laughed. The black scale hound seemed to have sensed Chen Xiaotian's nervousness and leaped out of the cave. The moment it landed, it lowered its body and followed an arc towards Chen Xiaotian. Chen Xiaotian was already nervous. Seeing that the black scale hound didn't attack from the front, but from the side, he got even more nervous and his body stiffened. Clang! Chen Xiaotian's artifact sword flew out of his hand. Just as it was about to be killed by the black scale hound, an inner sect deacon waved his hand and used chi to force the black scale hound away. Chen Xiaotian, eliminated. The inner sect deacon who announced the results frowned. The green-robed inner sect elder frowned too. Such a weak mentality, such a person wouldn't have a future. One by one, the inner sect preparation disciples entered the ring. Out of every 10, 2 or 3 would be eliminated. Class 2 low-tier demonic beasts were agile and had demonic chi to protect their bodies. It wasn't an easy task to leave a wound on the body of the beast. Next, Li Fuchen. The inner sect deacon took a deep breath and announced Li Fuchen's name. Hearing the announcement, everyone's eyes focused on Li Fuchen, including the expressionless green-robed inner sect elder. He is the outer sect's #1 disciple, Li Fuchen. Because of him, Elder Yu personally presided over the inner sect disciple exams. Normally, inner sect elders don't have to bother about such things, it is usually handled by the inner sect deacons. Look! From the battle with the Class 2 low-tier demonic beast, we can see if he is just a name or if he is truly capable. That's right. A real demonic beast isn't something that the energy beasts in the Tower of Tribulations can compare to. How can energy beasts have the ferocity and killing intent of a real demonic beast? These inner sect disciples have heard of Li Fuchen's reputation, but seeing is believing. Without seeing it for themselves, they wouldn't believe that Li Fuchen was as outrageous as the rumors said. Standing on the stage, Li Fuchen lifted his head. On the second floor of the cave, a metal gate opened. Swish! A black shadow flew out and actually hovered in the air, not landing on the ground. This was a ferocious bird with a 3-meter wingspan, gray feathers, and claws the size of a dustpan. This is too exaggerated. He actually used a flying demonic beast to test him. I reckon Elder you did it on purpose. This is going to be a problem. Even though a flying demonic beast's attack power is about the same as a land-based demonic beast, the speed of a flying demonic beast is too fast. Chapter 85. Iron-winged bird, a level 2 low-tier flying demonic beast. The iron-winged bird's wings were extremely hard, allowing it to slash its enemies while gliding at high speed. This was how it got its name. This metal-winged bird was extremely crafty and didn't immediately attack Li Fuchen. Instead, he swooped down from the sky as if he was flaunting his strength. His wings left 2 cracks on the ground of the arena. So powerful. The other inner sect preparatory disciples were dumbfounded. The demonic beasts on the ground generally used their teeth to attack, but the iron-winged bird could use its wings to slash, its claws to attack, and even its beak to peck. How could one fight against it? Li Fuchen, I wonder how you are going to kill it. The green-robed inner sect elder Yu stared at Li Fuchen. Others only needed to injure a Class 2 low-tier demonic beast, but Li Fuchen was different. He was the outer sect's #1 disciple. If he couldn't even kill a Class 2 low-tier demonic beast, it would be too disappointing. Although the difficulty of killing the iron-winged bird was much higher than other Class 2 low-tier demonic beasts, it was still extremely difficult to kill it. Caw! The iron-winged bird's voice was very sharp, like the sound of 2 pieces of steel pressing against each other. Whoosh! With a flap of its wings, a violent gale was created. The steel-winged bird turned into a blurry shadow, descending from the sky and diving towards Li Fuchen. The speed was too fast, many could only see the afterimage of the metal-winged bird. This kind of speed wasn't something a first-level Origin Realm martial artist could hope to achieve. Even dodging would be difficult. Like a dark cloud, the metal-winged bird's massive figure instantly enveloped Li Fuchen. Could it be that he was scared silly? One of the inner sect disciples saw that Li Fuchen didn't do anything and couldn't help but ask. So what if you're the #1 disciple of the outer sect? You've never experienced a real battle, so you're still lacking. Losing so miserably, Elder Yu must be very disappointed. Elder Yu's face had a flash of disappointment. Li Fuchen had already missed the best time to dodge. Normally, he would dodge first, then strike with his sword and kill with 1 strike. This was a true swordsman. Hua! But at this moment, a red crescent of mist suddenly burst forth from the back of the iron-winged bird. In the next moment, the iron-winged bird's huge body was torn apart from the middle. Blood shot into the sky as if it was raining blood. Low-tier yellow-grade sword art, crescent sword art. In the sky full of blood rain, Li Fuchen acted as if he had done a trivial matter. He elegantly sheathed his sword and stood there like a javelin. As soon as the blood rain came within a foot of his body, it immediately evaporated and turned into a blood-colored mist. Although a low-tier yellow-class sword art's power was lacking, it was still as fast as lightning. What's more, with Li Fuchen's ability, even if he didn't use his sword arts, he would still be able to slay the metal-winged bird in a single blade. So calm, so domineering. Killing the iron-winged bird with a single slash. Am I seeing things? Hey, Lu Wei, can you kill the iron-winged bird with a single slash? What a joke, of course I can't do it. I am only at the 2nd level of the Origin Realm. In the Zhanglan sect, 90% of the 2nd-level Origin Realm martial artists wouldn't be able to do it. Even a 3rd-level Origin Realm martial artist might not be able to do it so easily. The inner sect disciples inhaled a breath of cold air. Is he still human? The other inner sect preparatory disciples were trembling. This was the first time a person had witnessed such a shocking event. Their bodies were trembling uncontrollably. Good, very good. The outer sect's #1 disciple is fully deserving. Elder Yu's eyes shrunk as he laughed heartily. This child has a bright future ahead of him. Seems like we need to befriend him in the future. The 10 inner sect deacons were all Earth Realm martial artists. With their experience, they could naturally tell that Li Fuchen's combat ability was simply earth-shattering and not inferior to any of them. Due to Li Fuchen's outstanding performance, the rest of the exams were dull and boring. Finally, only 45 disciples were left after the 3 rounds of exams. 52 disciples were eliminated. These 52 disciples would have to wait another 2 months before they could continue to participate in the inner sect exams. If they failed 3 times, they would no longer have the chance and would be demoted to an inner sect deacon apprentice to serve the sect. The sky pit was brightly lit, but outside the sky pit, it was already dark. Elder Yu allowed the 45 disciples to return first and gather at the inner sect grand hall the next morning. The next morning, Li Fuchen once again arrived at the inner sect grand hall. Dressed in a green robe, Elder Yu spoke to the 45 disciples. Firstly, third grade inner sect disciples, come and collect your inner sect disciple token, robes, sword, and residence key. Report your name and come forward. Inner sect disciples were also separated into 3 grades. Third grade was the lowest and first grade was the highest. As the names rang out, those who heard the names were discouraged, but they didn't dare to show any dissatisfaction and obediently went forward to collect their items. After the third grade inner sect disciple was the second grade inner sect disciple. Once everyone had collected their items, only Li Fuchen was left. Li Fuchen, first grade inner sect disciple. Elder Yu spoke in a pleasant tone. A first grade inner sect disciple was much more prestigious than a first grade outer sect disciple. In the outer sect, a first grade outer sect disciple would have a courtyard and could redeem 1,000 gold coins worth of sect items every month. There weren't any other benefits. But a first grade inner sect disciple had many more benefits. Besides having a courtyard, when redeeming sect items, it was 70% off. In the outer sect, only prodigies could redeem sect items at half price and 5-star bone frame prodigies could get a 30% discount. Actually, with your performance, you are more than qualified to be a prodigy. But you should know that the sect emphasizes on bone frame, at least before the earth realm. Elder Yu felt it was a pity. He originally wanted Li Fuchen to become an inner sect prodigy, but it was rejected by the others. Elder Yu, Fuchen is already satisfied. Many thanks for Elder Yu's generosity. Li Fuchen was satisfied with this result. With a 30% discount when redeeming sect items, he could save 3,000 contribution points for 10,000 contribution points, or 30,000 contribution points for 100,000 contribution points. This was a huge sum of contribution points. Good. Neither arrogant nor rash, neither servile nor overbearing. I have high hopes for you. Elder Yu's admiration for Li Fuchen grew. The inner sect disciple robes were pale green and the accompanying sword was a peak tier, yellow class, black iron sword. Just this sword alone would be worth a few thousand gold coins in the outside world. Fortunately, the sect had a smithing hall. Every year, large quantities of weapons would be forged. A portion of these weapons were kept for personal use, while the rest were sold to the outside world. If not, just purchasing an inner sect disciple's accompanying sword would cost a few million gold coins. After collecting the inner sect disciple items, Li Fuchen was led by an inner sect deacon apprentice to his residence. It was still an independent courtyard, but this time it was on one of the inner sect disciples' district's spiritual peaks. Li Fuchen took a quick look. This mountain peak had about a dozen independent courtyards. The difference in treatment is too huge. The sect is still the sect after all. No matter how calm Li Fuchen was, he couldn't help but be fascinated. Staying in such an independent courtyard, not only was the environment quiet, there was also a lot more space to cultivate. He could totally find a place outside the courtyard to cultivate. Chapter 86. I only have 50,000 plus contribution points left. It isn't enough to redeem a mystic class, high-tier body refinement technique. Even if I redeem it, I don't have the resources to cultivate it. After becoming an inner sect disciple, Li Fuchen began to consider his next course of action. It was impossible to cultivate a mystic class, high-tier body refinement technique, at least not for now. The interception form Dao, a mystic class, mid-tier body refinement technique required 75,000 contribution points. A mystic class, high-tier body refinement technique would require at least 200,000 contribution points. Even with a 30% discount, it would still require 140,000 contribution points. That wasn't all, but the crucial point was the lack of resources to cultivate. A single yellow class, peak-tier body tempering pill would require 10,000 contribution points. To cultivate a mystic class, high-tier body refinement technique to completion, it would require at least 100 pills. That would be at least 1,000,000 contribution points. Speaking of mystic class, high-tier martial arts manuals, it was necessary to mention the treatment of a first-grade inner sect disciple. In the Tsang Lan sect, only first-grade inner sect disciples, direct disciples, and inner sect elders could redeem mystic class, high-tier martial arts manuals. Most of the outer sect elders didn't even have the qualifications to do so, not even with contribution points. To be able to become a first-grade inner sect disciple, Li Fuqin had already succeeded. Guan Hong, Guan Yan, Yang Lai, Yang Zhan, and Li Shanhe were all third-grade inner sect disciples. Their status in the sect couldn't even be compared to Li Fuqin. I am now an origin realm martial artist. I can cultivate a light body technique now. Li Fuqin thought to himself. The lowest grade of a body refinement technique was peak tier, yellow class. The lowest grade of a light body technique was mystic class, low tier. A light body technique had a high requirement on one's qi. If one wasn't at the origin realm, no matter how good one's perception was, they wouldn't be able to utilize the advantages of a light body technique. Other than that, it is also necessary to cultivate a mystic class, low-tier sword art. As of now, Li Fuqin had cultivated a total of 9 sword arts. 2 yellow class, low tier, were the crescent sword style and tiger fang cross slash. 2 yellow class, mid tier, were the clear breeze sword style and shao shang sword style. 1 yellow class, high tier, was the red jade sword style. For yellow class, peak tier, were the scarlet fire sword style, tripart sword style, dripping sword style, and soaring dragon sword style. It was said that quality was more important than quantity, but Li Fuqin felt that in order to reach the pinnacle of sword Dao, one had to cultivate a large number of sword arts. As the saying went, learn from others' strong points. A large number of sword arts would give Li Fuqin a large amount of sword Dao foundation. One day, this foundation would become the foundation of Li Fuqin's sword Dao. Had it not been for the lack of stamina, Li Fuqin would have loved to cultivate dozens of yellow class sword arts. In the afternoon, after lunch, Li Fuqin went to the inner sect martial arts hall to redeem a light body technique and a mystic class, low-tier sword art. They were the wind shadow technique and the meteor sword technique. The wind shadow technique was named after the wind, and it was similar to the whirlwind kick technique. However, the whirlwind kick technique was, after all, a leg technique. It only touched on the effects of lightening the body. As for the wind shadow technique, it was a movement technique that lived up to its name. After cultivating it to a certain level, one's movement would be like the wind, or even faster than the wind. As for the meteor sword art, it was a sword art that focused on extreme speed and lethality. This swordplay only had one move, and it was called Meteor Fall. A very domineering and ethereal name. Inner sect disciples have to complete a sect mission every year. But I am not in a hurry. I will wait until the 9th or 10th month. Before that, I should first complete the wind shadow technique and meteor sword art. Sect missions were more or less dangerous. Even though Li Fuqin wasn't a regular first-level origin realm martial artist, but there were too many experts in the world. Any formidable origin realm martial artist could easily kill him. Before going on a mission, it was better to increase one's ability. There were only benefits and no disadvantages. Hurry, and send him to the medical hall. If he is late, he won't be able to be saved. On the way back, Li Fuqin saw 4 inner sect disciples sprinting. One of them was carrying a youth with a dark expression on his back. From the looks of it, he was either poisoned or injured by someone, and it was a poison technique that injured him. Isn't that Qian Shixiang? How did he get such a serious injury? I reckon he met an underworld martial artist that cultivates poison techniques. Sigh, every year there are plenty of inner sect disciples that die in the hands of the underworld martial artists. It is already good enough to come back alive. Isn't that so? In another month's time, I will be going on a mission too. I hope the mission goes smoothly and without any accidents. On the side of the path, there were plenty of inner sect disciples pointing and gossiping. Seems like the sect missions are much more dangerous than I thought. Seeing this scene, Li Fuqian had a new understanding of the sect missions. Come to think of it, the sect didn't need flowers in a greenhouse, but rather a big tree that could shelter the sect from the wind and rain. If one didn't experience certain things, how could they grow so quickly? Returning to his courtyard, Li Fuqian first picked up the wind shadow steps to cultivate. The wind shadow steps was extremely mystical. According to the manual, once at the sub-completion stage, the body would be as light as a swallow. At the completion stage, not only would one's speed be abnormally fast, one's movements would also be ghostly and silent. With the green soul spirit, Li Fuqian spent 3 days to cultivate the wind shadow steps to the entry stage. Circulating his qi according to the wind shadow steps, his body felt lighter. Even without wrapping his legs with qi, he could still easily stand on a branch that was as thick as a wrist without any signs of falling. 1 month later, wind shadow steps at sub-completion stage. Right now, Li Fuqian could already stand on a branch that was as thick as a finger without falling. The light body technique sure is mystical. Li Fuqian's eyes shined. The light body technique was also a type of technique and had a unique qi circulation method. Every time he revolved the light body technique, Li Fuqian felt the restraints of the earth lessening. With just a slight movement, he would be able to glide forward without a sound. But the speed couldn't be too fast. If it was too fast, there would be a sonic boom. I wonder what it would feel like to cultivate the wind shadow steps to the completion stage. It was a wonderful feeling to have the body lighten. Even though Li Fuqian could stand on the surface of the water previously, it was because of his qi. When qi was spread out, it could disperse the downward pressure on the body. The effect was similar to stepping on a boat or a basin. But the light body technique was different. It allowed the user to become lighter. Li Fuqian was still unable to stand on the surface of the water, but once the wind shadow steps reached a higher rank, it shouldn't be a problem to stand on the surface of the water. After all, he could already stand on a branch that was as thick as a finger. The only regret was that because the light body technique had a unique qi circulation method, it couldn't be executed at the same time as the Scarlet Mystic Flame technique. When executing the Scarlet Mystic Flame technique, he couldn't execute the wind shadow steps. When executing the wind shadow steps, he couldn't execute the Scarlet Mystic Flame technique. Of course, this was just a small problem. His entire body was filled with scarlet fire qi. Even if he didn't revolve the Scarlet Mystic Flame technique, he could still burst out with 80% to 90% of its power. In fact, it wasn't just the light body technique. Some formidable martial arts had their own unique qi circulation methods. But there were differences between qi circulation methods. The qi circulation methods of cultivation techniques were used to absorb the heaven and earth energy to cultivate qi. The light body technique and martial arts qi circulation methods were a type of utilization of qi. Chapter 87. Unknowingly, Li Fuqian had been at the Tsang-Lan sect for 2 years. Outer sect. Every day, there would be a large number of prodigies coming to the Tsang-Lan sect to participate in the outer sect disciple exams. Thinking about it, it should be about time for Yunwu City's prodigies to arrive. But Li Fuqian wasn't interested to know who the prodigies from Yunwu City were and how many of them were from the 4 major clans. He was immersed in his own world. On the official road near the Tsang-Lan Mountains, a group of people were galloping at high speed. On the back of the horses, there was a blue-robed elder and a group of youths, along with 3 other youths. Among the 3 youths, there was a pretty girl in red who was looking left and right with a face full of excitement and curiosity. The pretty girl in red was Guan Mei. She was the same age as Li Fuqian and had a 1-star bone frame. Originally, a 1-star bone frame didn't have much of a chance to stand out in the genius contest. But in a city, there would always be times when there were more or less prodigies. Li Fuqian's batch of genius contest was known as the pinnacle of Yunwu City in decades. There was Li Fuchen, who defied common sense and had a normal bone frame. There was also Zhu Hongxiu and Yang Kai, who were 3-star bone frames. In previous years, there was basically number 3-star bone frames. What's more, there was Guan Shui, who didn't participate in the genius contest, but still had a 4-star extraordinary bone frame. For this year's genius contest, there were only 3 spots. The Guan clan took 1, the Yang clan took 1, and the last one was Zhu Xiaoming. Zhu Xiaoming was Zhu Hongxiu's cousin and the only 2-star bone frame in Yunhua City. The blue-robed elder looked back at the 3 and shook his head. Among the 3 of them, other than Zhu Xiaoming, who had a slight chance of becoming an outer sect disciple, the rest could only be odd job disciples. Odd job disciples were at the bottom of the Zhanglan sect. On average, only 1 out of 100 odd job disciples had a chance of becoming an outer sect disciple. The rest could only slowly advance, and after breaking through to the origin realm, they would become inner sect odd job disciples. But once inner sect odd job disciples reached a certain level, they could join the Zhanglan army. The Zhanglan army was the Zhanglan sect's army. Once a sect war broke out, the Zhanglan army would be the first to charge. Even though it was dangerous, it was easier for a martial artist to break through in the midst of life and death. There were some who joined the Zhanglan army and broke through to become the middle and upper echelons of the Zhanglan army. In short, the path of an odd job disciple was a bumpy one. There were not many fortuitous encounters, and it would be a waste of time. Many people couldn't stand the life of an odd job disciple and had no choice but to apply to return to their families. The inner sect could not feel the changes in the outer sect at all. Time flew by. In a forest at the waist of Lingshu Mountain, a figure was like a ghost, shuttling back and forth between the trees. Every time he was about to fall, he only needed to lightly tap the tip of his foot on a branch that was as thick as a little finger, and he would immediately borrow the force to soar into the air. Whoosh! With a sudden increase in speed, Li Fuchen instantly appeared on the ground. As expected of a body lightning technique. It took me 4 months to cultivate the wind shadow steps to the 3rd layer. The wind shadow technique was split into 6 levels. The first level was initial glimpse, the second level was small success, the third level was follow your heart, the fourth level was perfection, the fifth level was great perfection, and the sixth level was perfection. In fact, it was the entry stage, minor accomplishment, proficient stage, and great accomplishment. The great accomplishment was further divided into the perfection stage, the great perfection stage, and the trance stage. As a mystic class, low-tier body lightning technique, the wind shadow steps was much harder to cultivate than a mystic class, low-tier martial arts. Not only did one have to comprehend the essence of the technique, one had to open up the corresponding meridians. For Li Fuchen to be able to cultivate the wind shadow steps to the 3rd rank in just 4 months, was already an incredible feat. It was a known fact that most of the inner sect disciples would need at least 1 or 2 years to reach the 2nd rank of a mystic class, low-tier body lightning technique. To reach the 3rd rank, it was basically impossible without at least 5 years. Withdrawing the wind shadow steps and revolving the scarlet mystic flame technique, Li Fuchen's right hand seemed to be coated with a layer of alcohol, as a red scarlet fire chi was emitted. Crackle! A palm strike landed on a tree that was as thick as 2 people hugging it. The trunk of the tree exploded and was charred black. In these 4 months, Li Fuchen didn't just improve his wind shadow steps. His main cultivation technique, the Scarlet Mystic Flame technique, had already reached the 10th rank. Based on the speed of the Scarlet Mystic Flame technique when he was at the Qi realm, Li Fuchen would need at least a year to break through to the 10th rank. But that was then and this is now. Cultivating the Mystic class, mid-tier Scarlet Mystic Flame technique while at the Qi realm would result in indigestion, limiting one's perception. But at the Origin realm, it was basically the lowest requirement to cultivate the Scarlet Mystic Flame technique. As one's cultivation level increased, it would be easier to cultivate. Of course, the higher the level of the Scarlet Mystic Flame technique, the harder it would be to cultivate. Li Fuchen, who was immersed in his cultivation state, didn't want to bother about anything else. He didn't intend to go out and earn contribution points either. Earning contribution points would take up some of his energy and time. Being constantly on the move would cause his cultivation state to deteriorate. He had already decided that before his first sect mission, he would not do anything else but cultivate on the mountain. Days passed by. Li Fuchen's overall ability was increasing bit by bit. Such a horrifying sword style. Looking at the giant pig iron ore that was pierced by a sword 3 steps away, Li Fuchen couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. He didn't use any of his physical strength, but purely channeled his chi into the black iron sword. The mystic class, low-tier meteor sword style was much harder to cultivate than he imagined, but also much stronger. This sword style only had one sword move, called Meteor Fall. When the sword was executed, not only was it fast, it also had an indescribable penetrative force. Even though the pig iron ore was only a yellow class, low-tier ore, it was at least twice as hard as normal rocks. Low-leveled Origin Realm martial artists could shatter the pig iron ore and make a hole in it. But to pierce through such a thick piece of pig iron ore, it was extremely difficult. This sword style was specifically targeted at body refinement techniques. With a single thrust, it didn't matter how strong the opponent's defense was, it would still be able to pierce through. Li Fuchen reckoned that his own interception form Dao wouldn't be able to withstand the Meteor Fall sword move. Of course, the Meteor Fall sword move wouldn't be able to kill him in a single strike, it would at most injure him. Xiao! 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 The black iron sword in Li Fuchen's hand was like a flashing meteor, piercing through the pig iron ore from time to time. One day later, the human-sized pig iron ore that looked like a hornet's nest broke apart into hundreds of pieces. Li Fuchen immediately took out another human-sized pig iron ore from the corner of the courtyard. Raw iron ores were worth 1 contribution point per kg. A human-sized pig iron ore would weigh around 10,000 kilograms and would be worth 10,000 contribution points. As a first-grade inner sect disciple, Li Fuchen could borrow raw iron ores from the resource hall as long as he returned them in the future. It didn't matter if it was complete or not, as long as the weight wasn't reduced. Since the raw iron ores had to be put into the furnace. Other first-grade inner sect disciples were the same as Li Fuchen, they would use raw iron ores to cultivate. Regular rocks were too fragile for them. Some of the more experienced first-grade inner sect disciples would even borrow yellow class, mid-tier ores to cultivate. You're tuning in to the Blissful Bookshelf YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.